Good morning. I will call to order the June 2nd, 2020 meeting of the Santa Barbara County Board of Supervisors. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Ms. Hartman?
Here.
Mr. Adam?
Here.
Mr. Lavanino?
Here.
Mr. Williams?
Here.
Chair
Here.
Hart?
Here. At this time, please stand and join the board in pledging allegiance to the flag. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. At this time, I'd like to make a brief statement about the events of the day in the past week. This is an incredibly difficult time, especially for Black community members and other people of color. I'd like to begin our meeting today by acknowledging the effects of structural racism on communities of color throughout this nation and our county. It's important to say alive that Black lives matter, a simple truth that should not be difficult to say. Addressing structural racism requires hard work and serious attention from all of us. In the coming weeks and months, I'm committed to being the best listener and ally that I can be. I'm committed to learning from and leading with the communities that are most affected by systemic racism in our community. I will collaborate with community members and our local justice agencies and my board colleagues to take meaningful steps to reduce our incarceration rate and confront racial disparities in our criminal justice system. It is extraordinarily difficult to organize public demonstrations in the middle of a pandemic. I was very impressed the local organizers of the weekend protests in Santa Maria, Isla Vista, and Santa Barbara took great care to ask participants to be safe and practice physical distancing. I was pleased to see the overwhelming majority of participants wore face coverings during the events. These demonstrations were peaceful and nonviolent. I know members of the public want to speak to all elected officials in the county about these critical issues. I can assure you every elected official in the county wants to hear directly from local residents. While our board meetings are not physically open because of the coronavirus pandemic, all other means of communicating with elected officials remain available. Our meetings are fully open to public participation and comment through live phone calls during board meetings and emails that can be read aloud during the meeting. For more information about this, you can call the clerk of the board at 805-568-2240. All of us are deeply saddened by the death of George Floyd and other Black people who've lost their lives recently from systemic racism. My heart goes out to all who are grieving during this time. We need to be here for each other. If you're struggling during this time, you are not alone. Please reach out for help. The Community Wellness Team is ready to assist anyone who needs help during this already challenging time. So please call 805-364-2750 if you need assistance in this difficult time. Supervisor Hartman.
Not so long ago, my grandson, who is Black, came to visit for a few weeks. He was warmly welcomed at the Buellton Rec Center, where a group of guys regularly play pickup basketball. One evening, my husband just dropped him off in the parking lot, and about an hour later, my grandson showed up at our door, bursting with delight, a big smile on his face. The gym was locked. There was no game that night, and so he decided to walk the 3 miles back to our house. He was tickled to have found his way, and he was invigorated by the brisk walk. My husband and I exchanged a glance with more mixed emotions. We were sharing his pleasure, but all too aware of the risk this young Black man took walking through strange neighborhoods at night. I realized that the stab of fear I felt at that moment is what Black families experience every day when their children venture out. For people of color, risk of fear, confrontation, and violence lurks in the ordinary, everyday activities I just take for granted. Christian Cooper was watching birds. Ahmaud Arbery was running for exercise. Walter Scott was pulled over for a faulty brake light. Trayvon Martin was walking home, like my grandson, with Skittles. Amadou Diallo was standing outside his apartment. Tatiana Jefferson was sitting in her living room, and Breonna Taylor was asleep in her own bed. George Floyd was pleading simply to be allowed to breathe. Sadly, these are just examples from a very long list that grew by one just yesterday in Louisville. We can't just dismiss these as isolated instances, a few rogue officers. Neither can we place the blame exclusively on law enforcement. And blessed be all the officers throughout the country showing solidarity with the protesters. We have to make this a turning point in our country. And it starts with all of us taking some responsibility and acting on what we can do. We need to acknowledge the extent to which people of color are labeled and treated as other. In addition to transforming institutions, we must resolve to change our own hearts and minds. And here are 4 ways we can start. First, pursuing a greater understanding and appreciation by reading, films, listening, and learning. I was deeply affected, for example, by the 1619 Project and the film The Way They See Us, and by listening to students of color at UCSB describing some of the heart-wrenching challenges they face. And Juneteenth offers an opportunity for our community to learn together about the end of slavery. The second is by fostering empathy. Every parent knows what it is to fear for the well-being of our child. And each and every one of us has had the painful experience to some degree of feeling like an outsider, like we don't belong. These experiences allow us to put ourselves in another's shoes. We can try, and then realize that if we aren't a person of color, we can't fully understand, but we are better for trying. It isn't about guilt. It is about expanding and deepening our sense of connection and shared humanity. The third thing is to refuse to be just a bystander. Speak up, stand up, point out hurtful words and behavior, not with self-righteousness, but with humility and kindness, and owning up to our own failings and where we have fallen short. Finally, and this was a quote that my grandson sent to me, the beauty of anti-racism is that you don't have to pretend to be free of racism to be anti-racist. Anti-racism is the commitment to fight racism wherever you find it, including in yourself. And it's the only way forward. Our institutions are a reflection of our culture, and they aren't going to change until we do. Today's protests result from shattered trust, decades of frustration, and our failure to address systemic injustice. But it doesn't justify violence and thuggery. George Floyd's family and Black Lives Matter have called for allies to join in peaceful protests. If we want our world to operate on a higher ethical plane, then we must demonstrate it in our own words and actions. I'll close with a quote from Martin Luther King Jr. that has special resonance in this moment of COVID, face coverings, and George Floyd. We are caught in an inescapable network of mutuality, tied in a single garment of destiny. Whatever affects one directly affects all indirectly. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Hartman. Are there any other comments? Supervisor Williams?
Well, I just want to acknowledge the deep pain of our local Black community here in Santa Barbara County and African Americans across the nation. And I think that it is a time full of anguish when we are reminded how far we still are from the dream that was articulated by Dr. King and other civil rights leaders. I see that pain and anger, and I also see that despite the fear of COVID out there, that people, many folks feel needed to take to the streets, not just out of anger, but out of fear that justice won't be served unless there are protests, right? And our justice system should not depend upon that. The rule of law should work with or without that action. And growing up as a young brown man in Santa Barbara, I've felt anger at that racism that I've experienced and I've seen other people experience. And I just want to say to the young people of color in our community, do not become disheartened by it. That feeling of being unseen or being seen in an inaccurate or jaundiced way. I decided to take that anger and put it towards systemic change. And I hope that, and I call upon the young people of Santa Barbara to try to bring that to systemic change in whatever way you can. But I will tell you that one of the things that changed me was a recognition that our local law enforcement agencies had made perhaps more progress than some in that systemic change. And it changed my ability to work with them to create that change. But I would say, help us complete that change. There is nothing that our local agencies need more than local young people of any color that are conscious about these issues, that want to create a society where everyone is safe to walk down the streets. And if you are interested, I know, contact our Sheriff's Department or contact my office, because even in this time, we need you more than ever.
Thank you, Supervisor Williams. Supervisor Lavanino?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I appreciate the comments. I share many of the same concerns and feelings. I also have a son that's standing at the state capitol right now, and you know, when bricks are getting tossed your way and urine bottles, and this is just a kid that's, you know, trying to feed his family and do the right thing. I just want young people to understand as well, your message gets lost the minute you resort to violence. So as much as I stand with those people that are horrified at what they saw on that tape, as well as I am, and hope that man never sees the light of day again. He spends the rest of his life in jail. Lashing out at people that are there trying to protect us is not the answer.
Thank you, Supervisor Lavanino. Supervisor Adam, did you want to add anything?
Yeah. Reluctantly. I think the discussions that we've had at our house, I have a law student at my house, and so, you know, we're focusing on the tape a lot, and George Floyd expiring, and trying to resist the temptation to think that that's the whole story, and waiting until justice takes its course to decide that we can believe what we see. That being said, I don't know what other outcome that there could possibly be from that. I mean, it's at the same time as I'm reserving judgment to some degree. You know, it's obvious, pretty obvious with an asterisk, what we can see in that tape, and it's to quote Supervisor Lavanino, horrifying. And I would say that people capable of doing those kind of things are evil people, and people capable of standing by and watching have got some serious explaining to do, and really self-reflection. But and I get the need to, as long as those kind of things occur, which in the history of humanity, many such things have occurred. But, given the fact that there's 7 billion of us on the planet, it's pretty rare, and that's a great thing. We shouldn't see stuff like this frequently. But, I get people's, the necessity to protest. But when it gets hijacked by others that clearly don't have any, there's no point in their actions and activities that would benefit George Floyd or make any relevant point to the rest of us. Burning and looting is just not. We have to separate those people that are honestly protesting from those people that are using it as a pretext, using the situation as a pretext to go out and engage in destructive behavior. And I think we should support our police in dealing severely with the later group, because we can't have that in our society. And while protesting has a high value, looting and burning things and destructing public property and ruining other people's lives who were perfectly innocent through a variety of incidental destruction that's being wreaked. And for the most part, we're being spared from major. I understand we had a little bit of that kind of activity in the North County, but I have not heard of major widespread looting and burning things. But that just can't be tolerated, and I don't think anybody should. I think we should as elected officials be very careful that we not encourage that looting and burning set of people, which I believe are different people than the people that are legitimately protesting and necessarily so.
Thank you, Supervisor Adam. We'll have an agenda item that will allow us to begin to have a dialogue and start work on this in a future date.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Supervisor Williams?
One thing I think it's important to add is just that there is an important local dimension, that this is not just some other community. Persistent inequality is something that affects our local community, and that for our Black community, it is sometimes particularly difficult because there is this sense of being unseen in a community where, many people don't think there is an African American community when there has been a historic, thriving, and present one, and one that is active out of proportion to their numbers. And I just want to say to our local Black community, I see you, and we need you.
Thank you. Ms. Miyasato.
And Supervisors, we will bring an item back in the future at your desire, but I do want to mention just what we can control as your organization, as the county. And because Mr. Ventura is in the audience, and he is our Diversity and Inclusion Manager. So this year, your board focused on that, and our Human Resources Department made that a core focus. And they've been working on, and not even related to this, rolling out next fiscal year, a diversity and inclusion plan that will talk about training, unconscious bias, working in a multi-generational workforce, inclusion, gender inclusion, lots of different things. So that'll be coming your way to this organization starting in July.
Thank you very much for that additional information. Okay. The next item of business is approval of the minutes of May 19th, 2020. Is there any discussion? And is there a motion?
Move approval.
Thank you. Second. Motion's been made and seconded. Would the clerk please call the roll?
Ms. Hartman?
Aye.
Mr. Adam?
Aye.
Mr. Lavanino?
Aye.
Mr. Williams?
Aye.
Chair Hart?
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. CEO Miyasato, is there a CEO report today?
No report this morning.
Thank you very much. And Madam Clerk, are there any announcements or changes to our agenda today?
Chair Hart and members of the board, I have no changes to our agenda today, but I did want to make a quick announcement reminding members of the public of our alternative methods of participation in our board meetings, as we are still closed to the public. If you turn to page 2 of our agenda, you can see that there are multiple methods of participation. You can submit a comment letter via email to sbcob@countyofsb.org and state whether or not you would just like that to be added to the record and distributed to the board, or if you would like that to be read into the record. Additionally, we do have the option to comment by phone. And if you would like to do that, you'll see the number scrolling above your screen now. That's area code 805-568-2240. Again, that's 568-2240. And please state your name, your phone number, and which item you'd like to speak on, and we will call you at the appropriate time. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. The next item is approval of the administrative agenda. We have public comment on items A15 and A21. Are there other items that members of the board would like to pull off the administration? Pardon me? It's A15 and A21 are the two that we have public comment on. Are there others?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I just need a roll call vote on 32.
Okay, thank you. Madam Clerk, would you please read those items into the record?
Yes, Chair Hart and members of the board. Administrative item number 15 is from General Services. It is to consider recommendations regarding an amendment for COVID-19 related countywide security services to Triumph Protection Group Board Contract BC 19-102. And we have one request to speak on this item, and that is Andy Caldwell.
Thank you. Mr. Caldwell?
Andy? Alrighty, Andy, go ahead.
Chair Hart, members of the board, Andy Caldwell representing CoLab. We were a little bit distressed to see this item on the board. We understand the sentiment behind it is to get homeless people off the street and try to keep them safe. However, we believe that what this item really shows is getting them off the street means you have to protect the property and the other residents of these inns from the homeless. And one of the things we want to know is there somebody providing food for them? Is there somebody providing drugs and alcohol to them? That may sound ridiculous to you, but that's what's happening in San Francisco. They're actually having food, marijuana, and alcohol delivered to them in their rooms because they are addicted, and that didn't end when you put them inside. And of course, the other problem with this is up north, one of the persons they put in the room ended up using it for her prostitution services. So we'd like a fuller report other than what was just paid for by security. And secondly, we would like to know whether or not anybody's tracking these people in terms of, and whether they've been tested. You're asking the general public to be tested, traced, and isolated. Are you asking the same thing of the homeless community? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Caldwell. Are there any questions for staff? Okay. The next item is item A21.
Chair Hart and members of the board, administrative item number 21 is from Public Works. It is to consider recommendations regarding a Santa Maria levee corridor study grant, and this is in the 3rd and 5th district. And we have 2 requests to speak on this item. We are going to begin with Vincent Martinez, to be followed by Claire Weinman.
Well, good morning, Board of Supervisors. My name is Vincent Martinez. I'm with the law firm of Twitchell and Rice, and I represent the immediate property owner that begins that's at the beginning of this proposed trail, and that's Prescott Ranch LLC. I was disappointed that I barely found out about this, and it was only by chance. But the effects of this proposal are major here. The problems we're already having with the homeless in that area is huge. Stealing tractors, going onto the crops. They basically have a little shanty town already established there. Our worry is that with this bike lane and already the legal holdings of the city of Boise, that if they establish any sense of residency on these bike routes, we can't move them. We already have a problem, and the sheriff is already out there many a times. But also the impact that by putting this into a bike lane will actually take away from already the existing acreage and farming activity that's out there because of the imposed and mandatory buffer zones. When you put something like this, the impact is huge. We have easements that go across. This is something where tractors go across it, working crews go across it, and just the interference with that. This has been attempted, I guess, from the understanding that I have looked into just for a short period of time in the 1970s and I believe in the 80s. It's not a good idea, and I would really urge that the property owners as well as the lessees be notified so that you can hear their comments about their concerns with this proposed project. The expense of this money towards a project which I anticipate will be heavily objected to should first be heard by us coming forward and being notified so that before expending this money on a study which has been done in the past would not be expended. And I'll just rest at that for right now.
Thank you, Mr. Martinez.
And we will now go to our final speaker on this item, Claire Weinman.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Claire Weinman, and I am the president of the Grower Shipper Association of Santa Barbara and San Luis Obispo counties. The existing levee trail follows the footprint of the city of Santa Maria and borders urban and residential uses, which is compatible with the trail and a location that I have enjoyed with my family. Before accepting these funds, we urge the board to further consider the land use planning implications to avoid predictable land use conflicts. If the project does move forward, the number one task should be stakeholder engagement to understand potential design and implementation constraints. As previously mentioned, there are already concerns on the existing western edge of the levee at Blosser Road, including a history of vandalism, trash, homeless activity, and off-leash dogs, and an induction of these associated activities can reasonably be expected if the levee trail expands west. Our farmers are committed to the increasingly challenging task of growing safe, healthy produce to feed our families locally and around the world. The actual use patterns of the existing levee trail include many off-leash dogs and off-trail humans on both sides of the levee, which could present substantial food safety and other liability concerns instead of facilitating the intended benefits of a properly sited project. For example, the federal FDA's Food Safety Modernization Act Produce Safety Rule includes provisions related to domestic animal intrusion. Similarly, California's Leafy Greens Marketing Agreement requires 100% compliance and also outlines the food safety risk from encroachment by animals in urban settings. Inducing high-intensity public use would be a major impact on our agricultural producers in perpetuity, and that impact is certain to increase as production restrictions on agriculturalists expand. For these reasons and more, active recreation is not a compatible use with high-intensity production agriculture. We urge the board to consider its role in thoughtful land use planning to prevent predictable land use conflicts and to identify opportunities for transportation corridors and recreation locations that are compatible with surrounding land uses and protective of food safety and public safety. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Weinman. Are there questions or comments? Supervisor Hartman.
Yes. I am very supportive of this study, and it's not just me. In the 2020 adopted Guadalupe Mobility Revitalization Plan, this is supported in the City of Guadalupe Community Plan of 2009, in the Santa Maria Bikeway Master Plan, in Santa Maria Bikeway Policies. It states the city will strive to complete a connection between the City of Guadalupe and the City of Santa Maria via the Santa Maria River Levee Trail. And this will include coordination with various agencies and stakeholders. It's part of the Regional Active Transportation Plan, and it's also referred to in the San Luis Obispo Bike Plan. For the board members here, I provided a few letters. One of them is from Santa Maria Mayor, who has written to the Coastal Conservancy, and I'm excerpting from her letter. More trails and pathways is one of the top findings in the City of Santa Maria's recently completed leisure needs assessment. And then elsewhere, northern Santa Barbara County is severely lacking in open space for residents to run, bike, walk, or hike outdoors. Compared to its neighboring cities of Santa Barbara, 60 miles south, and San Luis Obispo, 30 miles north, the cities of Santa Maria and Guadalupe have only 8 combined miles of open space trails compared to hundreds in the aforementioned cities. There are other letters that refer to the economic development potential, the health impacts. These are underserved communities where we have underinvested in public infrastructure. The Santa Maria River is a water of the U.S. It's a public trust resource. The levee is controlled and managed by the county. This is a study, and I really appreciate what the public speakers had to say, because this is designed to reach out to the stakeholders. This particular levee trail is something that offers a lot of different management strategies. It can be closed down at each end. It can be managed without dogs. I'd like to note as well that if you drive on Highway 1 or you drive on 166, you will see many farm fields coming right up adjacent to the highway with no fences. So this happens to have a huge area of riprap, and if we need fencing, whatever we need, we will work with stakeholders. What happens is that we have landowners, we know who owns the land, but much of this land is leased, and so it's very difficult to get that information. And so that's what this study is designed to do, is to reach out to stakeholders and work carefully with growers, shippers, and others to see how we can encourage multiple uses on very precious, valuable assets. So I would urge my board members to join me in voting for this study. This would connect Santa Maria residents to the beach. This would connect Guadalupe residents to Santa Maria and all the amenities that a big city offers on a route next to 166, which is known for accidents and a lot of difficulty. This is transformative.
Thank you, Supervisor Hartman. Are there other questions or comments? Supervisor Lavanino.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I was, initially, I went to a few of the meetings that Supervisor Hartman had put together, bringing together some stakeholders, and I understand her passion, and it is commendable. on this item, you know, and I would be very supportive of a trail through there if we had the landowner agreement that we, you know, that for me, it's always key that, of course, we're going to get individuals and bike organizations, and those folks are going to say, I want more access. But we have to realize that I support it when you have an agreeable landowner. And in this case, unfortunately, what you have is a plethora of landowners and lessees all the way from Santa Maria all the way out to Guadalupe, a 7-mile stretch there with individual parcels lined up. And before I would agree to spend any money on studying it, I would like to see us, and I would vow to partner with the 3rd District to identify who those folks are and get them to sign off on something ahead of time. Because what I see happening here is, I'm just from experience seeing that probably what's going to happen is you're going to do a study, determine what would work the best in that area. You're going to have the landowner saying, I don't want it, and or them saying, I need it fenced, which then would make it financially infeasible. To fence 7 miles on both sides would be very difficult. And so then what you're going to have is this pitting 2 groups against each other, and I just don't see a good outcome here. I'd rather see us spend the money doing a study on where is a better place to put a trail. But like I said, I support your enthusiasm, but I just think this is the wrong area, and I wouldn't be able to support it.
Supervisor Adam, did you have a comment?
Yeah, one thing is I want to know if Public Works has consulted the Bureau of Reclamation or the Army Corps of Engineers, because my understanding is that we own that property, but we manage that structure of the levee for flood control purposes after it was put in by Bureau of Reclamation. And I'm just wondering if that becomes a issue, you know, is that an approved use of the facility?
Mr. Sneddon, would you mind coming up and addressing those questions?
Good morning, Chair Hart, Supervisor Adam. Maybe just this, I think on both this I can clarify that in a little bit of some of the other things that were discussed, but they have been consulted in terms of what would be needed, but in terms of working out the details of how the process would work, they kind of need something to look at before they can decide if it worked for them or not. That's the purpose of this study. If you look at it, it's just to see what's feasible there and identify exactly these kinds of issues. What's actually feasible, what would be the obstacles. The biggest component of it is really the kind of the stakeholder input piece of it. There's the engineering side of it's fairly basic, but you need to do a little bit of engineering to see what you need to be talking about. And then the bulk of it is doing the stakeholder meetings and getting the input and figuring out what's feasible and what the obstacles are.
Supervisor Lavanino.
So what does that stakeholder outreach look like in the day of coronavirus? We can't hold a meeting.
That's a great question, Supervisor Lavanino, through the chair. It's currently scheduled for late fall or winter. So, you know, I don't know what the landscape's going to look like then, but we would definitely, you know, need to tailor it for whatever the environment is.
So what are the costs? I saw in the grant, it says $12,500 to do these meetings, and I don't know how many that called for inside the thing, but I'm curious why. I mean, I've done public, you know, had public meetings before. I'm just curious what that outreach, is it for investigating who owns the properties, or where's the cost associated with holding the meeting?
I would be happy to answer that because I used to work for the Coastal Conservancy and I've been engaged in stakeholder outreach in much of my professional life. You hire a facilitator. The facilitator often will call and identify the key opinion leaders and stakeholders and talk to them and get an initial set of issues that are important to be addressed. Maybe there will be some small group meetings, certainly with the jurisdictions, and then developing ideas, taking it to others to see if it's feasible, bringing it back. I admire, I appreciate your offer to, and you would be engaged, and they would come to you and to me to ask for support and advice in how to reach out to people. You would be a featured speaker, should you like. So this is something that is, the Coastal Conservancy does a lot of it. They do it in relation to coastal resources, so asking them to provide the funding to look at trails elsewhere is I think, we don't have the money, and we're unlikely to get that money from the Coastal Conservancy. And I would add that, again, all these 6 different studies and that I mentioned, which have included this, have looked at other options.
Supervisor Adam, did you have any other questions?
Yeah, I have quite a bit more. So I heard the comment that this connects Santa Maria to the beach. How does this exactly get connected to the beach from the terminus at Guadalupe?
May I answer that one?
Mm-hmm.
The Coastal Conservancy has a feasibility study underway right now to identify ways to get from Guadalupe to the dunes. They view that as really key for TOT and economic development in the community of Guadalupe. They have a lot of birders, a lot of cyclists, and they feel like if they could get easier access, this would be a way to support more visitors serving businesses in the town.
And is that pathway owned by the county?
At this point, they're doing feasibility study to look at various ways, different ways, and it's likely that, the river mouth goes there. However, they will be looking at private property and seeing if we can find willing landowners. This is all, they only deal with willing landowners.
Okay, well, that makes it a lower likelihood. So another question for Mr. Gazzoni is if this item is approved today, what's the pathway forward, and how many times is it coming back to the board before it gets executed?
Chair and Supervisors, the board could approve this step today and not be bound to any further steps, and I would defer to Mr. Snedden on how many steps this would actually take, which would be several.
Mr. Snedden?
Supervisor Adam, through the chair, in terms of this particular item before you, what we would be bringing back at the end of the process is just the results of the feasibility study that identifies what the constraints would be to the project, and that would be the final product of this. Any decision about pursuing a longer-term project would be in the future.
So just, building on that the action taken today would be this limited expenditure, not binding the board to a future action.
Thank you, Mr. Gazzoni. Thank you, Mr. Snedden. Additional questions for staff? Supervisor
I have
Adams?
a couple. I wasn't quite done yet. So today, later, we'll consider having all cannabis get CUPs in part to protect existing ag from unintended impacts, and it just seems to me that this is the same thing. We've had this discussion numerous times during my life as a farmer out there on West Main Street, and there's never a good time to have a trail through what amounts to a factory with no walls. Also, there may be a number of properties through which the proposed trail would pass that may be outside of county control and would be overburdening the easements. These will likely be problematic to acquire. So I will not be supporting it today.
Thank you, Supervisor Adams. Supervisor Williams?
Well, I think that given the needs of Guadalupe and Santa Maria, and my personal experience in life where just that it really made a difference. If you're going to grow up poor, it really makes a difference to be able to get to the beach. And I know that is an incomplete dream, but an important one. You know, my experience also is in areas that are used for nefarious activities, that sometimes one of the best things that can happen is a public trail that's used, and one of the worst things that can happen is a de facto trail that's not used. I think some of the issues that are being cited could actually be mitigated by attention on it. And I think it's always hard to deal with an issue that crosses two supervisor districts, but I also am impressed by the level of homework and knowledge that Supervisor Hartman has on the issue, and at least I am not afraid that to go forward and at least do this study.
Are there any other questions for staff? Why don't we just take this item then, because it sounds like there will be differences of opinion. So let's, would someone like to make a motion on this particular item?
I move approval of A21.
And is there a second?
I will second.
Okay, Madam Clerk, would you please read the roll? Call the roll.
Ms. Hartman?
Aye.
Mr. Adam?
No.
Mr. Lavanino?
No.
Mr. Williams?
Aye.
Chair Hart?
Aye.
Motion passes 3-2.
And the next item on the administrative agenda is item A32. Madam Clerk, would you please read that item into the record?
Chair Hart and members of the board, administrative item number 32 is from Social Services. It is to consider recommendations regarding a memorandum of understanding, MOU, with Sacramento County Department of Human Services for the provision of cash assistance program for immigrants.
Supervisor Adam?
I just need a roll call.
Okay, let's have a motion for this item. Would someone like to make a motion?
I move item A32, staff recommendation.
Thank you. And is there a second?
Second.
Motion's been made in second. Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Ms. Hartman?
Aye.
Mr. Adam?
No.
Mr. Lavanino?
Aye.
Mr. Williams?
Aye.
Chair Hart?
Aye.
Motion passes 4-1.
And could I also get a motion for the balance of the administrative agenda?
So moved.
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded. Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Ms. Hartman?
Aye.
Mr. Adam?
Aye.
Mr. Lavanino?
Aye.
Mr. Williams?
Aye.
Chair Hart?
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you very much. That concludes the administrative agenda. Now is the time for members of the public to speak on items that are not on our agenda. Madam Clerk, are there any public comments on today's agenda?
Chair Hart and members of the board, we have 3 requests to speak on general public comment. We are going to begin with Jessica Carr, to be followed by Andy Caldwell, and our final speaker is Renee O'Neill.
Hi. Is it back? Yep. Okay. All right. Hi, my name is Major Jessica Carr with the Salvation Army here in Santa Barbara. Our location is in the unincorporated area of Santa Barbara, so you all are our local government. We're excited. Just wanted to testify today about what the Salvation Army has been doing countywide, as well as specifically here at the Santa Barbara location. Just during the last 11 weeks of COVID, I just wanted to let y'all know that we have served over 60,000 hot meals. Most of that's been in North County, out of our Santa Maria location, and all the little communities all around. They've done a wonderful job.
getting food to shut-ins and homeless that visit them regularly, and they've also helped out a couple schools. And so we've served a lot of hot meals and food boxes. We've done over 13,000 food boxes, but it's between both locations. And then starting this week, the Santa Barbara location has also been in addition to our food box that will feed a family of 4 to 6 for 3 days. We've also been handing out USDA commodities through the food bank. I know the food bank has reduced the number of sites as the pandemic has decreased exposure. I guess more places are being open, people going back to work. But I just wanted to point out that we are still here. We are still feeding your constituents. We are still helping with utility bills and hopefully other financial assistance as well. We are amazed at how many new people to the Salvation Army have come. We've had, of those families that have joined us, those 7,000 families who have joined us at this specific location, 98% of them are brand new to the Salvation Army. They've never received assistance from us before. And so that is pretty eye-opening that we are helping people who never needed help before or who just didn't know that we existed. And so we are honored to be able to serve our community. And if there is a need and the Board of Supervisors needs to call upon us, we are ready to help out in any way we can. And we have the capacity to do little unique or odds and end things. So if you have a need, feel free to give us a call. We're happy to help.
Thank you very
much. That's my comment.
Thank you very much, Major Carr. Those are extraordinary stories, and we're very grateful for your commitment and leadership in this very difficult time. Thank you for all the extra work that you're doing on behalf of the community. Supervisor Hartman.
Yes, that tugged my heartstrings and a memory. When I was a child, my father was very ill for a long time, and the Salvation Army brought 2 little girls food and gifts for Christmas. We were some of those people who'd never needed help before, and so I really appreciate that organization. Thank you.
The next speaker is Andy Caldwell.
Members of the board, I'm Andy Caldwell representing CoLab. All of us, I haven't met one single person who was not shocked and grieved to see George Floyd lose his life under the control of officers who apparently didn't give one whit about his well-being. And accordingly, I'm one of the people that believes the cops should be prosecuted. But so should the people who have exploited this tragedy to further divide and destroy America. I was glad that Supervisors Lavanino and Adams spoke to this. I wish that as strong a statement as you've made identifying with the trials and tribulations of being black in America, that all of you would issue a resolution condemning organizations like Antifa along with the other rioters and the looters who have done nothing but stand on the grave of George Floyd. What they did is took focus away from the crime that got committed against Mr. Floyd by committing other crimes and killing innocent people, including cops, business owners, and innocent bystanders. And one of the reasons I'm not a big fan of these protest movements is that none of them seem to want to address the issues that Patrick Moynihan pointed out back in the 1960s. And that is a cycle of, never-ending cycle of poverty, failed schools, violence, and abortion. That is, the poverty is coming from broken families and failed public schools. 90% of the violence in these inner cities emanates not from abusive cops, but fellow residents. And I saw somebody, I think it was even in Santa Barbara, that held up a sign saying that black community is threatened by genocide. The genocide's not coming at the hand of cops. The genocide faced by blacks in America stems from astronomical abortion rates, meaning the black population in America has fallen below replacement rates of reproduction. That right there is the ultimate repudiation of the fact or notion that Black Lives Matter. You know, the bottom line is Antifa and these other people have hijacked this tragic circumstance of Mr. Floyd's loss of life, and they've escalated this into a catastrophic loss of life and property for thousands away across the country. And I would urge you, when you have your meetings with these civic leaders, to address the schools. They need school choice. Address the fact that fathers are not in the homes. Address the fact that there's black-on-black violence. Is 90% of the murders in these inner cities is black-on-black violence. And address the abortion rates. Because, again, that is what's going to be the genocide for black Americans in this country. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Caldwell. Next speaker is Renee O'Neill.
Yes, we will go to our final speaker, Renee O'Neill. Chair Hart, members of the board, unfortunately it appears Renee O'Neill is not available, so that concludes public comment.
Okay, thank you. The next item is department item number 1. Would the clerk please read that item into the record?
Chair Hart and members of the board, departmental item number 1 is from the County Executive Office. It is a hearing to consider recommendations regarding a coronavirus disease 2019 COVID-19 update.
CEO Miyasato, would you like to introduce this item?
Supervisors, today we're going to hear from our Public Health Director, and we'll talk a little bit in this presentation about reopening and some of the actions the county has taken.
Thank you. Dr. De Reynoso?
Good morning. Over the past several months, the Santa Barbara County Public Health Department has worked with the state and local partners to increase testing capacity, to develop healthcare surge plans, to expand contact tracers, to secure personal protective equipment for essential services and business sectors, and to ensure protection of our most vulnerable populations. So when the opportunity came, we submitted attestation with your board approval that we were ready to reopen more sectors in stage 2 since we had stabilized data and we have increased level of preparedness. Because of that attestation, we were able to open additional sectors such as office-based businesses, dine-in restaurants, and in-person retailers on Memorial Day weekend. And more recently, last week, because we are a variance county, we were able to open hair salons and places of worship. So in addition to all these openings, we recently learned that the state, the Department of Public Health, is introducing a process to supplement our county's identified triggers for modifications. So this is what you have in front of you. And the red ovals are the new metrics, not unknown to us, but new metrics that the state will include in their process. CDPH will be publishing this data included in these boxes to allow the public to monitor the impact of opening business sectors mentioned above, and also to better understand, so that the public can better understand when the health officer and county officials determine that it is necessary to put new interventions in place. In addition to these metrics, other factors may cause county to be placed on a monitoring list, such as elevated cases in specific populations, large outbreaks in congregate settings, elevated public interest, and significant resource requests for PPEs, contact tracers, and testing capacity. So this partnership between the CDPH and your local health department is a fluid process with the state and our county monitoring our data. When we land in when we don't meet any of these measures in combination, we are on a targeted or a targeted engagement list, and then there are conversations about reinstituting sector limitations. So I wanted to share that with you because this week, Santa Barbara County, along with the other 57 counties, our data will be very public at the state level. So I want to start the update by sharing the COVID-19 by the numbers in our county. So what this shows, again, the top blue line is the number of total cases, and we have 1,649 cases. And you'll note that the data is as of last Friday, because that is the cutoff period for the submission of the PowerPoint to your board. So as of last Friday, we had a total number of cases of 1,649. Of that, 140 were active. So this means that only 8% of our total cases are active, and that 91% of our cases are fully recovered. This next graph describes the new cases in the past 2 weeks, city by city. Again, the top line, noted in previous updates, is from Santa Maria. We are continuing to see a upward trend in Santa Maria. And if you follow this curve, it is, again, very disproportionate in comparison to the other 9 areas. And the team is taking a deep dive, as I've shared before. We are taking a deep dive into the cases in Santa Maria to be able to suggest what are the contributing factors for these high number of cases, and we will be engaging our community leaders and community partners and community members in problem solving and preventing this upward trend.
Because there's more people with comorbidity.
This is our graph, one of the variance metrics that we are held accountable. We need to continue to demonstrate that we have stable or downtrending hospitalization for the last 7 days. And the target is less than 5%. And happy to announce that even if the state includes a 3-day average, our numbers show that it's less than 0, and the 7-day average also indicates that it is below 0. Test positivity rate, this is one of the key rates that we tested, and the metrics is that less than 8% positivity in the past 7 days. Because we were able to parse out the prison population from the general population, our general population numbers is at 3%.
Dr. Duranoso, I'm sorry, we're going to have to take a 2-minute break just to fix a technological issue. So just one moment.
Okay, will do.
Supervisors meeting, we'll reconvene the Board of Supervisors meeting. Thank you, Dr. Donoso, for your patience, and please resume your report. Thank you.
So, as I was sharing, one of the earlier variance metrics that we submitted is about our test positivity rate, which our target is to have less than 8% of all of our tests come back as positive during a 7-day period. And because of our efforts, we were able to parse out the prison population testing results from the general population tests, and we are landing at 3%. This is an additional criteria. We did not have to include this in our variance attestation, but however, given that the state, this is a new state inclusion, and that is cases per population count, less than 25 new cases per 100,000 residents in the last 14 days. So what that means for Santa Barbara County is that our target has to be less than 112 cases. And so given that Santa Barbara does not meet this new target with 174 new cases. However, I have been in discussion with CDPH, and this is, we will not be on the monitored list unless this metric, in combination with our test positivity rate of being above 8%, that in combination will land. But as long as we have testing positive rate below 8%, we're in a okay spot.
Yes.
Another metric is testing capacity. So we have to demonstrate that our minimum daily testing is 1.5 per 1,000 residents. And so that means that the target for Santa Barbara County is 675 per day. So you could see from this graph that we go up and we go down, especially during weekends. There's just not a volume of testing. We do believe that we can attest that the average, we can meet that 1.5 per 1,000 residents. We do believe that even though the numbers show that we don't meet the target, that we are actually meeting the target, because we believe that there are commercial labs, providers who are not entering in their negative results. And so our plan of action is that the Public Health Department will be connecting with our local healthcare system to really urge them to enter all negatives in so that our denominator will go up. And in addition to that, we're also aware of various other surveillance type of testing that are not counted in this number as well. Hospital capacity. The target is, and this is a new twist on our hospital capacity. If you recall previous updates, we reported on percent occupied, and now the state is really fine-tuning that, and so we are reporting larger, the target for hospital capacity is larger than 20% of ICU beds available. We did the math, and Santa Barbara County has 92% of our ICU beds available. And the other target is that we have to have higher than 25% ventilators available. And again, happy to report that our county has 77% of our ventilators available. So in summary, this is just a quick snapshot. So in terms of epi-stability, we have green, but with the new metric of the number of cases, it's in the, this should be yellow. Instead of orange, it should be yellow, going with the theme of yellow, green, and red. Testing capacity is yellow. Protection of essential workers via PPEs, a solid green. Containment capacity, still solid green. Hospital capacity, solid green. Vulnerable populations, solid green. And triggers for adjusting modifications, where we have a plan in place, and that is solidly green. I want to talk a little bit about shared responsibility. So as we reopen, as we enjoy more freedom in returning to previous businesses and workplaces, there is a shared responsibility between the state and the local public health department in monitoring the numbers. But there's also a shared responsibility with our business sectors and members of our community as well. And so the public health department, we want to do our part by beginning with that shared responsibility by sharing the data. And so with that, I'd like to exit out of this and show you a dashboard that we created. So if you go to publichealthsbc.org, this is brand new. There is a button called Santa Barbara County Reopening Metrics. You land on a page that describes the metrics in this dashboard. So we are providing data that includes case status. Within case status, there are total cases, active cases, recovered cases, hospitalization, and deaths. We also are providing total active and new cases by geographic locations. We are describing data, the daily increases in cases, the week-to-week comparison of cases. We are required to track our prison data as well, so it is on our dashboard. We're also describing where the new cases are occurring. We're describing hospitalization metrics, testing capacity, the availability of personal protective equipment for essential workers, and we will be soon describing containment capacity metrics and vulnerable population metrics. So this is what it looks like, and this data, as you recall, when my graphs were stale, it was last Friday, but this dashboard will have daily updates. So we have yesterday's data. We update our data by 5 o'clock each day. So this website gives you daily current information as I described. So, and this is available to anyone who might be interested in taking a deeper dive into our data other than what we present during the Tuesday board briefings or at our press conferences. So for example, earlier you saw the city totals, but here we describe in a different way the details. What's new today, the city totals. So if you like graphs, if you like data, this is a treasure dashboard. Go. So the trick is getting back to my PowerPoint. Okay. So I hope that our reopening metrics dashboard will be useful for our community to be engaged in what's happening here in Santa Barbara County as it relates to COVID-19. And so the shared responsibility is an encouragement to our sectors that are open to continue to follow state and local guidance for reopening. So that means providing social distancing, providing a safe work environment for both the public and for the workers, and for the public to continue practicing social distancing, wear face covering, hand washing, good hand hygiene, and surface area hygiene as well. So we are poised, to enter into stage 3. We have embarked on 2 activities that were previously in stage 3, and that would be the hair salons and the faith convenings. Further advancement into stage 3 is a local public health determination based on the data that we have, and that's why it's so critical for us to share with the public what we're looking at. And also a need to assess the impacts of as sectors are opening. So that is why it's been a week, and we'd like to take another week into just looking at the impacts of Memorial Day opening. And as we loosen the sectors, how are the openings affecting the COVID-19 spread of disease? However, the county cannot open sectors unless state guidance have been posted. And CDPH and our governor was very clear on that. So the governor and the state will tell us how, and the public health department, in partnership looking at numbers, will say when. And we are anxiously awaiting for guidance on schools and day camps. That is our #1 priority in having conversations with our partners up in Sacramento. When are we going to get these guidances? And with that, I conclude my briefing.
Thank you, Dr. De Reynoso. Are there questions? Supervisor Williams.
Just a couple. I'm just curious about this question of whether there is now, now that we have enough testing resources, it seems that it's not quite being fully utilized, and that's definitely affecting our numbers and our compliance with state guidance potentially. So we have not in the past been urging people from the general population because of the tiered priority to go get tested. Should we be more meaningfully urging people from the general population to sign up for a testing slot at one of the 3 locations? And can we?
Right. Thank you, Supervisor Williams, through the chair, for bringing that up. So that is something that the chairman and the public health department have been reiterating at our press conferences, that the 3 community testing sites in Santa Maria, soon to be in Solvang and in Santa Barbara, are available for all community members, whether they are symptomatic or asymptomatic. So we are highly encouraging everyone to utilize the testing availability. And again, these are free testing opportunities, and it's fairly easy to get an appointment. You could call the number or go onto the website, or if community members need assistance to book the appointment, our call center is also available to assist either in English or Spanish.
And am I correct, though, that we still don't want symptomatic people to come? This is for non-symptomatic folks? Or?
So we looked at the numbers from last week. I want to say that the majority of the people coming to our testing sites are asymptomatic. However, there are self-disclosed symptomatics as well. It's a fairly safe environment to test. We ask, there are security guards, there are nurses, there are greeters, really to make sure that everyone has the appropriate PPEs as they enter into the testing site. So whether you are feeling symptoms or not, we want to encourage you to take that opportunity.
Then, of course, I'm getting a whole lot of questions about schools and summer schools and day camps. This is obviously vital to having commerce and the economy get going, and even though the numbers are always a month out of date, we have at least 30,000 more people out of work, in the county. It's a little confusing, is because it's listed sometimes in either, but are schools and day camps in late stage 2, or are they in stage 3?
They are in stage 2, and that is a conversation. We are on, it's slowing down. The last call we had with CDPH was late Friday afternoon. So this is an area where all the counties are anxiously awaiting guidance. And I think that a week ago, the CDPH was a little bit more hopeful that they would release it by last week, but now they are saying there's no ETA, but they do understand the urgency, but they're non-committal as to when that date will be released. So we're getting a little bit desperate, so we'll be sending a couple more emails up. When is this coming? Because like other counties, we are anxiously awaiting for the guidance.
And I guess I wonder if we're getting punished for asking the question, because if it's in late stage 2, other counties are opening their day camps because it's in late stage 2, and because they, like us, put them in their attestation, and their attestation was approved like our attestation was approved.
Right.
So I mean, I guess I would urge you just to be more aggressive and say, hey, we're trying to be good by asking you the question, and essentially we're being punished by being good for asking the question, because you guys approved plenty of attestations that included day camps, and they're opening.
Supervisor Williams, through the chair, I appreciate that approach, and we are on it. So I think that I always want to it's a good partnership. And so I always want to make sure that we are in our lane in our urgency, and I think that we've been pretty firm in our pursuit of what we need here in our county. For example, when we were worried about not being able to do our variance attestation with our prison numbers, we were very, very respectfully engaged in that conversation with CDPH. So I believe that I am anxious enough to say, hey, we have guidance from other communities that we might seriously look at implementing, but we really want to be respectful and thoughtful of what the state is coming up with. So when can that come? And if there is leeway for them to look at what our local schools have created in combination with other counties, other jurisdictions' guidance as well. I'm always, though, careful about being within the box where we don't jeopardize any of our future funding or any of our future approval process by going too far out of that.
Yeah, I think there's good CDC guidance on this, and I guess the other clarity is that there are a couple places that can open in Santa Barbara County, and that would be camps that already have a child care center license.
Right. So I know that there are day camps attached to daycare, or similarly can be passed off as daycare, that are opened.
CEO Miyasato, did you have something you wanted to add?
I just wanted to clarify on the issue about daycare, that daycare is allowed, and so that camps that have daycare can be allowed. And there is a lot of confusion about this. Partly, we put it under stage 3. It's really not under stage 3, it's under stage 2, as Dr. De Reynoso said. So schools and day camps are under stage 2, which means they should be allowed. Again, what she's saying is that the state kind of threw us off guard by saying, but now you have to wait for us to provide guidance. That guidance was supposed to already be out. It's not, but I think public health is working with lots of questions and trying to give it the best advice they can. And again, if it's more similar to daycare, daycare is allowed.
And that is only licensed daycare or daycare?
That's a good question. And I don't have the answer at the tip of my head.
Okay.
I can look into that.
Great. No, I appreciate this. arcane matters, and I do not expect even the finest of minds to have everything in arcane matters at the tip of their head. So just please let us know, and I'll disseminate it to the public.
Supervisor Hartman.
Thank you. Could you go back to slide 6? It's about the prison, and I didn't quite understand what the slide was telling us.
So this it captures the positivity rates among all tests. So the prison is testing, and we separate, of all the tests that is occurring that is in our database, we separate that. We separate that into general population, that's community, and we capture prison rates of positive cases separately.
Okay, and so we don't, in this week's report, have the prison numbers?
No, we do. They're not showing any positive cases.
All right.
So that's 0%.
Okay. All right. That is very helpful. So that is a huge stride forward at the prison.
Yes.
In addressing this.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Glad to know that. And to emphasize that. I just wanted to acknowledge and thank you and everyone who worked so hard for the testing, targeted testing on Saturday and Sunday in Guadalupe. You said almost 200 people were tested. Those tests will be back, the results, in a few days. And I also wanted to acknowledge the Bucket Brigade and thank them for offering free face coverings. Those are made by really an army of volunteers, including inmates who are sewing masks, and particularly Lee Heller and Abe Powell, who at the last minute produced 200 masks to get up there. I also wanted to note that Hancock College has a face covering campaign and Protect and Respect. And I really appreciate, because there's only so much that it really is going to be each of us and kind of community expectations and education about why face coverings are so important. You mentioned Solvang, that the Lompoc is winding down. There aren't so many people there being tested. Do we have any estimated time when you would be opening up the testing opportunity in Solvang?
It will be on Friday.
On Friday, okay, wonderful. And this may be Nancy's report, but Senator Jackson called me because she's getting a lot of calls about, we're in this stage where, we hammered and now we're in the dance phase. How do we calibrate? How do we, if we should see some rise in cases, we have policies in place about what we're looking at and how we'll begin to adjust. And I think that's in the RISE report, one of the tables. So I just wanted to make sure that we highlight that and let people know that there is a ledge call every week that all our representatives are taking part in, and to qualify for the Brown Act or not to violate that. Some of us just get to listen, we don't get to say anything, but that's fine. But it is from the federal level down to all our mayors and cities, and so issues like this come up. So just want people to know that we're coordinating on issues like the prison and like the how we would reopen and what we're looking for. So thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Hartman. Supervisor Lavanino?
I'm going to wait for, I think, my questions for Nancy. So.
Okay. And then Supervisor Adam, did you have a question for Dr. Dornoso?
No questions.
Okay, thank you. And next up, Nancy?
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. This presentation is to update your board and the public on RISE business activity that has happened over about the last week and a half since the last board meeting. Just as a note, this is from our JIC. They produced these postcards. This is just one of them that our RISE ambassadors will be handing out. So just wanted to demonstrate some of their good work. So over the past week and a half, we've had some state changes and some public health order changes that have been incorporated into our RISE activity. We've had restricted guidance added for places of worship and hair salons and barbershops, and we'd have expanded retail into our in-store shopping. We've had public health order changes in addition to 8.2. The public health officer issued 8.3, which is provided some amendment to school graduations and faith-based services. The County Health Order 2020-10 was our face covering, so it's the first public health order issue specifically related to face coverings. So where are we at now? The Public Health Director touched on some of this. We are in stage 2 for Santa Barbara, and those major businesses are listed here. We are not yet in stage 3 or 4. We are waiting for specifically state guidance in relation to those industry sectors. The RISE Guide continues to be on our website. It is a living document, so we are making updates every week as needed based on state guidance. Our core framework, as Supervisor Hartman alluded to, states our metrics for loosening and tightening within the county of Santa Barbara. Of importance specifically is the metrics for tightening right now, and the public health officer has added criteria on their website that is tracking specifically this information, and they do this daily in order to make sure that the test results coming out related to this time frame of reopening is monitored. The industry sector guidelines are updated at least weekly now based on issuance coming out from the state. We've added the faith-based and the hair salon and barbershops this last week, and any other changes that we're identifying on the website. The readiness and containment plan have currently had no changes and are as part of the attestation and variance changes that are required as part of that attestation. The first of 2 programs that were added to our website over the past week and a half and that we're really proud of is the reopening self-certification process that's online for our businesses. This is open to businesses under stage 2 that are allowed to proceed. Businesses are required to do the following: review state and local guidance and complete a COVID-19 prevention plan, and then self-certify that they can comply with that guidance and open safely. Some of the numbers coming out of this program, we've had, this was as of Friday, about 1,500 business submittals countywide. We've had about 150 added over this weekend, so now we're up to about 1,650. At the time, the cities are counting about 1,387, and unincorporated is 118. I did check the unincorporated business license. We have about 500 that are issued annually, so that's about 24% have now reopened through this process, at least through this program. Our top 10 industry sectors are here. The top 3 are dine-in restaurants, retail stores, hair salons, and barbershops. And then we go into our office workspaces. This week we also added some information related to wineries and tasting rooms. We wanted to do some work with them in order to help them reopen where they can if they were serving food. So there was 3 things that happened this week specifically for this industry group. Director of Emergency Services issued emergency rule number 2. This will be further discussed under item D3. But it temporarily suspends Chapter 35 zoning regulations and permit restrictions related to wineries and tasting rooms that serve food. Health Order 28.2 was issued and includes language that allows wineries, breweries, and tasting rooms to open as dine-in restaurants as if they serve food or a meal. And the last but not least, EHS is allowing for COVID emergency limited term food permits. This is for a temporary period through the COVID emergency. And this allows wineries and breweries that want to serve food but do not hold a current food permit may apply for a limited term food permit during the Stage 2 reopening by completing and submitting an application by email. This application is also available on our website. Since the launch last week, we've had 37 permits, and I wanted to thank Larry, Rose, and Kathy from over at EHS for making this happen over the past week. They were very, very busy, and we really appreciate their work on that. The next thing that we are working on is our RISE ambassadors. So these are folks that will be trained to go out to our unincorporated areas and assist businesses with understanding and complying with our guidelines. This is coordinated by our community wellness team over at the EOC, and we really appreciate their work on that. The next major program that was added to our website is the Small Business and Community Partnership Enhancement Program, or we're calling it SBC-PEP. And this was developed by our Public Works Department. Phase 1 is regarding the public rights-of-way and allows expansion into our adjacent public right-of-way outdoor areas for the unincorporated areas specifically. Many cities are doing the same. And this allows the county to accommodate required social and physical distancing protocols and those safe practices. If a business is interested, this is available online, and an encroachment permit application is required. It also requires a site plan and a certificate of insurance. We are excited about what's coming next, and this is thanks to our planning and development team. Phase 2 is currently in progress, and this is related to private property, for example, parking lots that they could extend out to. Both the county and Montecito Planning Commissions will hear this tomorrow, June 3rd, and your board, it'll be back to your board on the June 16th board meeting. Our website is recoverysbc.org, and this is a snapshot of what the website looks like right now. It provides all of this information all in one place and various links to each other as you go through the programs. We're really excited to have this available, and it has been well received by our businesses out in the community. So here's our resources for any questions. Specifically, our environmental health group has been tasked with leading some of the review and questions on behalf of public health. These questions can be answered by calling our number at 833-688-5551 or email ehsadmin@sbcphd.org. In regard to the SBC-PEP rights-of-way applications, the Santa Barbara Permit Office is 805-681-4990, and Santa Maria is 805-803-8750. And this particular item will be discussed here shortly by our Public Works Director under item D2. Our county website, again, is recoverysbc.org, and all of this information is available there. And with that, that concludes my comments, and I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Ms. Anderson, for your report. I see that Supervisor Lavanino has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I do have a question, but first I have to say, I know we were getting all barraged with these emails and phone calls, and we were dealing with small business owners that were probably under the biggest stress that they've ever been under, where they had been closed, and we needed to get them information. I cannot thank you enough and the team for putting together this all in one website. I directed people to readysbc.org, download the RISE guide, go to the pages in the mid-40s. You're going to find your business sector there. Just simply click on that link and you're going to get back ready to open the doors. That was so much easier than I had anticipated this was going to be, and the way government usually works, you know, I got so much feedback back from people just saying, all right, cool, I figured it out, I know what I'm doing, so I can open tomorrow, right? Just follow the rules, do what you're supposed to do, you know. And then there's always, you know, those little outliers where you have a weird circumstance, a gray area. And I have to say, working with environmental health, it was trying to get to yes. Everybody in the county right now is trying to get to yes. Let's figure out a way to make this happen. And very, very, very refreshing. And just really cool. Staff's just kicked butt on this whole thing, and I really appreciate it. And I also want, just with Scott as well in Public Works, the ideas of everybody figuring out different ways to do things where we'll be able to go into expanding right-of-ways and all these types of things. Just it's really, really cool. So I think we also need to let people know that, we only have 24% of the people that have gone through this thing, and we probably have 100% of the businesses open, or close to that. So I think we also need to stress that it doesn't cost anything. That was a lot of what I was getting feedback to, like, well, what are these permits going to cost me? Or what is this attestation going to cost me? And I can see why people normally ask that, because we basically make them charge for everything, but it was cool to be able to answer that, all you have to do is go on and fill this out. So, and I don't know who the question's for, but I think it was answered yesterday, but I just want to do it in a public setting, I want to talk about gyms for a second, because we do have, I think there's just not only that the gym owners are also very curious about how this is going to work, but there's so many people that have been at home for months that feel like they need to get out and sweat and do something and really get their energy out. And I know that's in stage 3, but I just kind of want to touch on that a little bit of where we will be, because the governor's talked about that he's just about ready to unleash, and I wanted you to talk about how the county's prepared in case when the governor does say it's okay.
Right, so we are anticipating that gyms, along with nail salons, are the next two hot sectors to be released. And again, that is, we need another week of metrics, of data to inform us. So we are, we'll be ready, because we'll be looking at the metrics, and it does not seem like with 1 week into it that we're seeing a huge spike.
So that week, just to be clear, that week ends on Friday, Friday.
That week ends on Friday.
Right, so if the governor came out today, tomorrow, we'd be close. I mean, we're not going to have to wait another 2 or 3 weeks unless the numbers get significantly worse.
That is correct.
Okay.
And
I'm sure there'll be restrictions and all those kinds of good things, but go ahead. I don't want to jump ahead, but.
So in addition to all of that, we wondered what the mass gatherings that occurred over this past week, how that's going to impact our numbers as well.
CEO Miyazaki.
Supervisor, so thank you, Supervisor Lavanino. I also want to thank Terry Musson, who said she was home today with an injuries, but she is also instrumental in just getting one website together, so thank you to Terry. I know she's watching. But in response to what can gyms and nail salons do now, because I have a lot of friends who own gyms as well, and I said, you know what, although the guidance isn't out by the governor yet, or the state, if you look at the guidance for barbershops and hairdressers, it kind of tells you in advance what you're going to need to do. You can figure out, there's cleaning protocols, there's protocols with training of your staff. So if you want to get ready now, I would advise you to go on our website, look at that guidance that's closest to your industry, and it'll tell you, and just make sure that you're ready, that you can have all that stuff done with your employees and your site.
Yeah, I actually got to take a tour of one, and it was amazing what they'd already done of moving equipment out, leaving 6 feet. They have protocol for taking somebody's temperature on the way in, and just all kinds of things. So yeah, it's smart to get ready early.
Supervisor Hartman.
Could you talk a little more about the ambassador program, how many we have, who gets to be one? Can you request as a business to have one come and help you through this process?
Supervisor Hartman, through the chair, my understanding is they have about 8 to 10 folks that are going to be used and trained up to do that. They were just in the initial planning stages of that, so that should start shortly. They could certainly call our number. That's what the postcards are giving out. That 833-688-5551 number, and request to do that. Their intention is to make the rounds in order to ensure that there's compliance and to answer any questions that the businesses may have.
Are there any other questions for staff? Supervisor Adam, do you have anything?
Nope, not at this time. Thank you.
Well, thank you both for a really excellent presentation. Actually, Supervisor Hartman does have a question.
I'm sorry, I just saw this. This is from Lori Goodman in Isla Vista, and she wonders about testing. How often should people get tested? Should we require testing before coming back to work with kids? Should people who have no exposure get tested?
Supervisor, through the chair, with that, the PCR testing, which is available at all of our community sites, is a point-in-time testing. So when you get that test, it basically tells you whether there is a presence of the virus in your body. So just because a person tests and is negative doesn't mean that tomorrow they won't be infected or the day after. So it's up to the individual. I know of individuals who are quite fastidious in wanting to know their testing and have said, you know, if it's free, I'm going to be doing it every week. I'm not one of those. But with regards to whether the person should get tested before coming back to work, I would have to defer to their place of employment, because I'm not certain what place of employment they are with, so that would be a guidance that they would need to connect with. And given that it is community spread, regardless, people have been asymptomatic and have supposedly been in quarantine all this time, have come back with a positive result. So I would say that since it's available in our community and it is free, and I would seize upon that opportunity.
Before we go to public comment, I believe we have some public comment, but before we do that, there is a considerable amount of work that goes into putting these presentations together, and all the work that Dr. Dovernoso and Ms. Anderson have been doing to prepare for the board and to put this slideshow together. If board members could now think about what kind of additional information that they'd be looking at for next week, and then kind of share that with staff, if possible today, it would really help them prepare and be ahead of that before next board meeting. I know there have been board members that have asked for information on the weekend before the board meeting on Tuesday, and that presents a challenge on Sunday when Dr. Dovernoso does need a breath. She's not getting a breath, and so it would be really helpful if you could think about that while we're hearing public comment. Supervisor Hartman.
Oh, I just wanted to say I'm getting deluged with emails about both the prison and the jail and what our policies are and what we're seeing. So I would very much appreciate incorporating that next week.
Thank you, Supervisor Hartman. We'll go to public comment now.
Chair Hart, members of the board, we have 4 requests to speak on departmental item number 1 this morning. We are going to begin with Andy Caldwell, to be followed by Shelby McCaig.
Righty, go ahead, Andy.
Members of the board, Andy Caldwell representing CoLab. As you know, for the last couple of months, I've been speaking at your board on a number of issues affecting the virus and the shutdown. And this is based on literally over 100 interviews I've done with people from across the country and literally around the world. Well, this past week, somebody put that I've not talked to ever, gathered much of the evidence that I've been using for my testimony and put it all in one place. I have included this in my public comment letter that's in your file from Jay Handley, and he literally took this research, again, from around the world, and I want to emphasize something that I've been sharing with you to no avail, except maybe Supervisor Adam, and that was, even according to the Wall Street Journal, it wasn't the virus that was our Black Swan event, it's been the lockdown. And specifically, what I want to reiterate again is that the computer models that were cited by the CDC, even the White House and your staff, were completely wrong by orders of magnitude. And they have admitted, IHME in Washington and Imperial College in England have both admitted that their numbers were off by orders of magnitude. Those numbers, those computer models, were the basis of the projections that created the policies. And yet what's happened, and this is what's causing so much grief in the community, is that decision makers, including yourselves and Newsom and even the White House, are not acknowledging that the policies that were based on these models are still in effect, and in fact they're creating a greater disaster than is the virus. Now, what I did is I took his 30 to 40-page report, again, that's cited meticulously and referenced thoroughly, and handed you the bullet points that I've been sharing with you over the last couple of months. And one of the issues is the fatality rate. It is now, the CDC has even admitted it's in line with the seasonal flu. There's a number of studies that show that 80% of the people that do get it, which are asymptomatic, will not spread it. There's published evidence that COVID-19 is not spread outdoors, nor is it spread while shopping. There's a lot of science out there going back decades that masks are ineffective to halt the spread of COVID-19 unless they're N95 masks. The epidemic models have been disastrously wrong. And the people they relied on
Mr. Caldwell,
had a model
your time
of
is
a
up.
terrible history of predicting things.
Thank you, Mr. Caldwell.
Thank you.
And our next speaker is Shelby McCaig, to be followed by a letter to be read into the record, and then we will go to Lee Heller.
Okay. Hi, you guys. My name's Shelby. I am an esthetician in Santa Barbara, and a lot of us are wondering because we own waxing salons, and we've actually gotten permission from the Board of Cosmetology that we are allowed to wax as long as it's from the neck down. But people in the county, Santa Barbara County, are saying that that's not true. But actually in the governor's order, it talks about disclosing wax collars, and it specifically says that we're not allowed to do anything on the face, but it makes reference to disclosing wax collars, which is what we use for waxing. It also says that my insurance has said that for the BBC and the California Department of Health, that we've gotten permission to do limited hair services from the neck down, although we're not allowed to do facials or eyelash extensions and things like that. We are allowed to perform these services, and the Board of Cosmetology is agreeing with us. So a lot of us would just like permission to perform these without the fear of getting fined. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. McCaig.
We will now go to a letter from Laurel Ward. Many doctors, including Fauci and Ann Sorg, in this order acknowledge that properly fitted medical masks are the only ones that help. N95s stop 95% of micron particles, and surgical masks keep spittle from getting onto patients. Other coverings are substandard. They let the virus through. They do more harm. The wearer breathes CO2 and particles on the mask than good, and people think they are safe at closer than 6 feet. Since this is saying cloth protects us from anything coming out of another person's mouth, why do we need to distance? None of this makes sense. There is sufficient health care underutilized during curve flattening measures. Order. Children are more likely asymptomatic since they have strong immune systems and to expel droplets. Rather than mask them, the reason children were excluded should be applied to adults. We should be free to breathe oxygen, which keeps our immune system healthy. There's a reason masks have exhale valves and requirement to be fitted. Not masked while eating or teeth work. Why bother? Bus, Uber drivers wear masks in vehicle without a rider. Accidents inevitable. Wear mask whether public there or not. It keeps 6 feet apart from a working unit. Nothing about staying 6 feet apart for a stable group. Medical advised in writing. For outdoor exercise, not protection for the wearer. Should be able to breathe comfortably without having to adjust, clean frequently. increasing transmission, service damage, governor order for temporary residents, etc., prove it was overkill. Numbers didn't warrant the massive expense, lockdown, and subsequent consequences, including financial loss, suicides, etc. And this is again from Laurel Ward. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ward.
And Chair Hart, members of the board, we will now go to our final speaker, Lee Heller. Alrighty, Lee, go ahead.
Chair Hart and members of the board, I wanted to begin by thanking all of you, as well as the staff at Public Health and the CEO's office and countywide, for how hard everyone has been working for these nearly 3 months now. We are so fortunate to have you all working on behalf of this community. I wish I could take credit for the masks that were delivered to Guadalupe by the Bucket Brigade, but other than facilitating a conversation with the Bucket Brigade, I can't take credit for that. But I do want to say thank you for the decision to impose a public health order about the use of masks and face coverings, because this is making a huge difference in the lives of people who are otherwise afraid to go into places of business, even for essential services. I have multiple friends with cancer. They, of course, don't go anywhere, but their spouses need to go shopping to supply the family, and they're afraid of bringing home the disease as well. So when we all wear masks, we protect each other, we reduce the incidence and spread, and that allows the economic activity that we all need for our economy to come back. I also wanted to say the county's animal shelters under COVID-19, which is under direction of the community outreach coordinator, Michelle Malton, the animals are in homes. They're in foster homes, they're in adoptive homes, they're not rotting in the shelters because the public's not allowed to go in to adopt or to volunteer. So that kind of creative response by county staff has made a huge difference and is one of the many ways that this community is rallying together to try to make ourselves succeed in this moment of incredible strain. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Heller, and thank you for all your work with the Bucket Brigade and on helping with face coverings around the county. That concludes public comment. Dr. Reynoso, do you know anything offhand about the status of estheticians and their work?
Unfortunately, I don't, but I'm committed to getting the answers, and we will post the answer on our frequently asked questions so that not only her but others can get the information.
Great. So Ms. McCate can go to the website soon and find that information.
Yes.
And then the other question that maybe wasn't a question, it was some perhaps confusion about face coverings. Could you talk generally about what face coverings are intended to do and what?
Right. So early on, we've had this conversation for the past 12 weeks. So the Public Health Department did not come out with a health officer order requiring face covering till very recently, because early on there were conflicting studies that said yes, they were helpful, no, they weren't helpful. The reason why we pivoted and went with a health officer order was because of recent studies that definitely showed conclusively that it can protect not you, but the other person that you are interacting with from the virus, from the expulsion of droplets from your own mouth and nose. And so I think that an earlier comment about wondering if it is effective. Sure, N95s are the gold standard, but we don't want the public to be using N95s because we want to safeguard that for healthcare workers who are the frontliners. And so we see that with cloth coverings. Again, recent studies have shown definitively that it does retain the droplets from spewing out, especially when you can't social distance. So we feel very confident that we will curtail the spread of COVID-19 if our community members can use the face covering when they are out and about.
Thank you. And then a mask that has a valve, an exhale valve, defeats the purpose of the mask.
Right, because we want to curtail the droplets from going out and hitting the person that we're interacting with.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? Supervisor Hartman.
Quickie, N95 masks. If people are, for example, cancer patients, or you have them left over, do those protect you, or do those only protect others?
It protects the other person and yourself. So it is the gold, that's why we call it the gold standard. But again, it's pretty limited in supply, and so we want to make sure that we reserve those for those who are really vulnerable and medically vulnerable, and those who are working to provide health care.
And then I think the last item is, are there any requests for information from the Department of Health or any of the other staff that we could give a heads up to them about now rather than later in the week?
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Supervisor Adam.
Yeah, I would, and I did so offline, I think, through CEO Maisoto, but I would apologize for coming up with questions on the weekend, but that's when I review the documents. So that's when my inspiration comes for questions. So I just jot them down and send them in, and we've had I've done that a number of times over the course of this event, and sometimes I get answers and sometimes I don't, and I don't think I'm unreasonably upset when I don't get the answers. So I apologize if it appears that I'm coming up with questions every weekend to be vexatious, but I assure you that's not the case, Dr. Del Reynoso. And so the last information that I asked for contextual purposes was a number of the top 10, not all of them, but a number of 8, I think there were 8 parameters of the top 10 causes of death in the United States in our county. So, and I assume that we report those numbers to the CDC so that they can compile them, and I understand they couldn't come up with them for me this weekend, but next week would be great to have those in there so that people can see the relative risk in this whole COVID-19 pandemic.
Thank you, Supervisor Adam. I think that'll be really helpful to know now what they should prepare for next week, so thank you. Okay, that concludes this item. Can we have a motion to receive and file and ABC recommendation from the staff? So moved. Supervisor Williams made the motion, and seconded by Supervisor Hartman. Madam Clerk, could you please call the roll?
Ms. Hartman?
Aye.
Mr. Adam?
Aye.
Mr. Lavanino?
Aye.
Mr. Williams?
Aye.
Chair Hart?
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
Let's take a 5-minute break, and then we'll come back for department item number 2. Board of Supervisors meeting, and we are on departmental item number 2. Would the clerk please read that item into the record?
Chair Hart and members of the board, departmental item number 2 is from Public Works. It is a hearing to consider recommendations regarding the confirmation and supersession of emergency rule number 1 by adopting an urgency ordinance to authorize Public Works Director to temporarily issue special encroachment permits for operations by businesses and community entities and county roadway rights of way during the COVID-19 pandemic response. And there is a 4/5 vote required on this item.
Thank you. Mr. McAlpin?
Yes, Mr. Chair and board members, good morning. Thank you, and thank you to the clerk for introducing the item. And as the clerk mentioned, this is really just a temporary urgency ordinance that will expire on December 16th, or when your local board terminates the local emergency for COVID-19. Today's item essentially codifies the actions of CEO Miyasato as the Director of Emergency Services when she issued Emergency Rule Number 1, and it really allows us to work with businesses so they can expand into the public right-of-way during these various stages of the COVID-19 emergency. The slide on the screen kind of explains who the contacts are, how it works, and one of the applications that was implemented right before Memorial Day. So essentially that concludes my presentation, and I'm available for any questions you may have. In closing, I do want to thank County Council and his team. Did a fabulous job putting all this together in short order. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McAlpin. It's exciting to have this option available for local businesses, and I hope they take advantage of it and what suits them and helps them.
And Chair and Supervisors, and the part of the County Council team who worked most closely with this is our Division Chief, Amber Holderness. We had many hands on the project, but she was up front and center on it.
Thank you, Ms. Holderness. Appreciate your work and fast work at that, too. Supervisor Hartman?
Well, I just wanted to thank you. I think that this is a way to bring vibrancy to public spaces, and it's really exciting. And I know you have to, in the right-of-way, there has to still be enough room for people to get through. Are we considering any street closures?
Mr. Chair and Supervisor Hartman, we looked at some areas where we think that this is extremely viable, and the street closure issue has come up on Pardall and Isla Vista. As you know, Supervisor, we do have a special event permit process out there because from time to time the community comes in and wants to close Pardall. So we do have a few businesses out there, restaurants primarily, because how we built this plan was off our outdoor dining program that your board approved. And now we've expanded it to businesses. So if we can get a few more businesses and get some more interest out on Pardall, there might be a way to go out there and proactively close Pardall, not the bikes and not the pedestrians, but make it more of a pedestrian mall, kind of like we talked about when we did the IV master plan, and try to get that in place for the July 4th weekend, and maybe through the summer if it's well received. So.
Good, okay, well I consider that a challenge. How about Los Alamos, where we have a right-of-way that, or the road, and I gather the right-of-way owned by Caltrans?
That would be shared responsibilities, obviously. We'd have to work with the state on any businesses that front Bell Street, which is also State Route 135. Certainly, we have the county roads that come in off the sides and intersect with Bell Street, so we'd have to work with as a team with Caltrans to see if they'd be open to that idea.
The right-of-way, that is this program?
Potentially, right? Because as you mentioned in your earlier comments, we're looking for 4-foot minimum right away for pedestrians to have access through that frontage area. So we're trying to get creative. If there's enough sidewalk and they can actually put tables on the sidewalk or racks from whatever the business may be and still allow for that 4 feet great. If not, as you can see with the application that we actually implemented, they went into the street and took 2 parking stalls. And then they had to put safety improvements around the tables, still allow public access on the sidewalk. And then there's even another option for this business as well. I don't think they've fully implemented it yet, but there is a public alley right next to, adjacent to the business, and they do have the authority to close that alley if they need to put more tables in. So we tried to work with them there. So we'd have to work with Caltrans if we were approached by a business that fronted Bell Street to see where they would be as far as collaborating with the business as well. We do have an individual who's going around and talking to the different business groups. He was in Old Town Orchard the other day. He went through Los Alamos, passed out our flyer. I think he's in Isla Vista this morning, passing out our flyer, and then he's going to get down into the Summerlin and Santa Claus Lane area as well as Hollister and Upper State Street area, just to see if there's any interest out there.
Well, I think this is a really interesting program, and I know you've pioneered it and really appreciate all your efforts. And I hope we'll learn from this. It's an experiment, and after December 16th, there may be places where it's appropriate to figure out how to keep it going.
Any other questions for Mr. McAlpin? Is there a motion? Oh, excuse me, public comment. Is there any public comment?
Chair Hart, members of the board, I would just like to note for the record we had no requests to speak on this item.
Thank you. And is there a motion on item?
Make a motion to move staff recommendation.
Thank you.
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded. Would the clerk please call the roll?
Ms. Hartman?
Aye.
Mr. Adam?
Aye.
Mr. Lavanino?
Aye.
Mr. Williams?
Aye.
Chair Hart?
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
The next item is Department Item Number 3. Would the clerk please read that item into the record?
Chair Hart and members of the board, departmental item number 3 is from the County Executive Office and Planning and Development. It is a hearing to consider recommendations regarding the confirmation of Emergency Rule Number 2, temporarily suspending County Code Chapter 35, zoning regulations and permit restrictions, including conditions of approval on wineries and wine tasting rooms serving food, as long as compliant with state laws regulating retail food and alcohol and state and local directives regarding reopening of businesses.
Supervisors, this is on your agenda for confirmation of emergency rule number 2 that the clerk just read in. I issued it on May 25th as the Director of Emergency Services to temporarily allow wineries and wine tasting rooms to serve food as long as they're compliant with state laws on retail food and alcohol and our local directives regarding reopening. The action confirms that, and Planning and Development will return to your board on June 16th with updated zoning ordinance and amendments that would supersede this temporary rule. And thank you to Rachel Van Mullen, who worked all weekend, or actually on the holiday, in getting this prepared, as well as Lisa Plowman.
Thank you, Ms. Van Mullen, Ms. Plowman. Any questions for staff? Supervisor Hartman.
Well, I just wanted to first thank Supervisor Williams, who flagged this, and our CEO who jumped on it, and our county council. And it was really a tremendous effort to turn this around so quickly.
Thank you. Ms. Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, I just want to thank staff. This is the most responsive and fast turnaround I have yet seen in all my years in government, and I really appreciate it.
Are there any requests to speak on this item?
Chair Hart and members of the board, we have one request to speak on this item. And we are going to the phone with Tyler Thomas.
Yeah, thank you, Chair and Supervisors. I just wanted to express my, by the way, Tyler Thomas with Deerberg and Starlane Vineyards. And I just appreciate all the work that's been put into trying to get our businesses, as tasting rooms reopen. I know the state has made things not as clear and as easy, but we appreciate and I support this motion to kind of create a path forward for us. We're sort of in desperate need to receive guests, and we really think we can do so in a manner that preserves public health and safety. And just wanted to express my support and appreciation for the work on this. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Thomas. Thanks for calling in. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Motion's been made and seconded. Would the clerk please call the roll?
Ms. Hartman?
Aye.
Mr. Adam?
Aye.
Mr. Lavanino?
Aye.
Mr. Williams?
Aye.
Chair Hart?
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
Supervisor Lavanino.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, before we leave this, this whole issue, we were talking about ambassadors, and those questions were brought up. I think members of the community are starting to get feedback about questions about what is the role of the ambassador. Is it compliance driven, or is it more help? And so if CEO Miyasato could just kind of weigh in on that, I'd appreciate it.
Thank you. The intent of the ambassadors are for educational purposes. It's to help people who haven't filled out the certification fill it out, explain questions, or point them to the right resources. The primary activity of the ambassadors is for education purposes. If there are questions they can't answer, they will refer them to environmental health or the public health department. But if you see, it's being staffed by people from the community wellness organization.
Right.
So these are folks who are helping people with their mental health, and so that's who's staffing it. Again, the intent is education.
Thank you for that clarification. It's helpful. The next item is department item number 4. Would the clerk please read that item into the record?
Chair Hart and members of the board, departmental item number 4 is from Behavioral Wellness. It is a hearing to consider recommendations regarding behavioral wellness fee ordinance, fiscal year 2020 to 2021, published charges.
Welcome, Ms. Gleghorn.
Okay. Good morning, Chair Hart and members of the board. I am here today to review a mandatory process for establishing our fees related to various services within the Department of Behavioral Wellness. For those of you who have been on the board for a while, you'll be familiar with this process, but basically we need to publish our real costs for providing services in order to be compliance with establishing for the state what our actual costs are. So the published charges are the fees for the psychiatric health facility, crisis stabilization unit, our outpatient mental health services, provided to non-Medi-Cal clients, as well as medication-assisted treatment services. Very few clients actually pay these published charges, as non-Medi-Cal clients are screened based on a state-developed sliding fee schedule, and they pay an annual fee based on their income. Published charges affect Medi-Cal reimbursement rates for county mental health services. Reimbursement is limited to the lowest of actual costs or the published charges. So we need to put these charges before the board, and we last came to the board in May 2018 with our charges. This may be a little bit difficult to read. They are all on the same page, but essentially it establishes our costs for general services at the psychiatric health facility, as well as administrative day charges at the PUF, our case management services in our outpatient facilities, our crisis stabilization unit, various mental health services, medication support services, and crisis intervention services. Our recommendations are that the board approve the introduction of this ordinance and read the title and waive further reading of the ordinance. Continue the item to June 16th to consider the adoption. There are various processes that we need to do, so June 16th would be the second reading of the ordinance. So on June 16th, we would request that the board adopt the ordinance to adjust the Santa Barbara County Department of Behavioral Wellness published charges for inpatient and outpatient mental health services effective 30 days after the adoption. I'm happy to answer any questions on this.
Thank you for the presentation. Are there questions? Are there requests from the public to speak on this item?
Chair Hart and members of the board, we have no requests to speak on this item.
Okay. Is there a motion?
I'll make a motion to accept the published charges and the staff recommendation.
Thank you, Supervisor Lavanino.
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded multiple times. Roll call, please.
Ms. Hartman?
Aye.
Mr. Adam?
Aye.
Mr. Lavanino?
Aye.
Mr. Williams?
Aye.
Chair Hart?
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you, Ms. Gleghorn. Appreciate your being here. The next item is department item number 5. Would the clerk please read that item into the record?
Chair Hart and members of the board, departmental item number 5 comes from Public Works, Board of Directors, Flood Control, and Water Conservation District. It is a hearing to consider recommendations regarding the Flood Control Benefit Assessment Program for fiscal year 2020 to 2021.
Mr. McGalpin.
Yes, Mr. Chair, as you heard, this is our Flood Control Benefit Assessment Program for the next fiscal year. We have no presentation like the balance of our rate items this year. We are available for questions, myself here and Deputy Ferrum up in the Betteravia Government Center if there are any.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Mr. McGalpin or Mr. Ferrum? Are there any requests to speak on this item?
Chair Hart and members of the board, we have no requests to speak on this item.
Is there a motion?
I move staff's recommendation A through D.
Second. Motion's been made and seconded. Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Ms. Hartman?
Aye.
Mr. Adam?
Aye.
Mr. Lavanino?
Aye.
Mr. Williams?
Aye.
Chair Hart?
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you, Mr. McGalpin. Mr. Ferrum, both. The next item is department item number 6. Would the clerk please read that item into the record?
Chair Hart and members of the board, departmental item number 6 is from Planning and Development. It is a hearing to consider recommendations regarding California Coastal Commission's conditional certification of an amendment to the local coastal program regarding the agricultural employee dwellings coastal zoning ordinance amendment.
Ms. Plowman?
Mr. Chair, members of the board, I have Jesse Steele from our Long Range Planning Division here to present the new information that we gathered and worked out with the Coastal Commission staff. We did manage to get some additional movement from them on the coastal zoning ordinance amendments related to ag employee dwellings. And with that, I will hand it over to Ms. Steele as soon as she is back on her
And
seat.
she's getting the technology ready, so
Yeah.
we'll take a moment to gather our digital files. And
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Supervisor Williams.
For the purposes of time, you know, and I know this board largely indulged sending this back to the Coastal Commission at my request, so I don't necessarily need a big presentation. I just wanted, you know, the director and Ms. Steele's thoughts of if this is really the best we're going to get. I appreciate you guys fighting the good fight. It's, you know, still of maybe marginal usefulness in production of housing. I want to make sure, of course, that this new permit category for the 4 to 6 level is actually easier than what we've had before. But just want to kind of just hear from you that you guys think that this is the best we're going to get, and that I might as well stop fighting.
I appreciate you requesting a laser beam answer to those questions. So, Ms. Steele or Ms. Plowman or Mr. Clement, we got 3 people who want potentially can.
Mr. Chair, Supervisor Williams, we do have a summary of the improvements that will be made to the code with the changes that were already accepted by the Coastal Commission staff, in addition to this minor change that we were able to achieve. I do think we've probably hit the end of the line with them. Their main concern is protection of agricultural land, and so they really felt like a change beyond what they ultimately agreed to was probably more than they could tolerate. So I think we're at the end of the line, but with that, maybe I could have Ms. Steele just summarize what the final changes are to the ordinance and where things have become simpler.
Okay. Thank you. Ms. Steele?
Yeah, just jump to the slide.
Good afternoon, Chair Hart and Supervisors. I'm going to go ahead and skip a couple of slides and just get right to the point. So this slide here summarizes where we landed with the Coastal Commission. What we have here is in the black single underlined text. That's the language that was adopted by the board last December, or excuse me, December 2018. And then text added by the Coastal Commission is shown in blue underline, and their deletions are red strike through. And lastly, the areas where we were able to get them to add additional language are shown in green text. And basically what they agreed to was for AEDs that are non-principally permitted uses that are permitted with a coastal development permit with hearing. They agreed to allow those employees to perform the majority of their work on the farm or ranch upon which the AED is located, and then they can split their time with the other 49% or less on other farms or ranches of any employer. The Coastal Commission felt like they were comfortable with this since most of the work would occur on site and there was a connection between the AED and the work to be performed and would preserve the agricultural use of the property. But we went over several other options with them that they were not comfortable with due to protection of agricultural resources and the potential for conversion to non-agricultural uses.
Thank you for that clarification. Supervisor Williams.
Well, hearing that, and I will reluctantly move this recommendation or this compromised language that we concur in it. I would say that, you know, when we asked for this item, you know, now almost 4 years ago, you know, it was my hope that we would provide some alternative survival strategies in the Carpinteria Valley, because I want crop diversification. I don't want just marijuana and movement towards marijuana. I want folks that are in lettuce or berries or other things to be able to survive. And this is a little bit of a blow to this, to provide multiple survival strategies. So I guess there's only one left. I will reluctantly move that we concur in the Coastal Commission's language.
So the motion has been made. Is there a second? And then we'll go to public comment. Or is there public comment before the motion is second? All right, then let's have public comment.
Chair Hart and members of the board, yes, we just have one request to speak on this item, and that is Andy Caldwell.
Chair Hart, members of the board, I'm Andy Caldwell representing CoLab. As a flower grower sent you a letter the last time you heard this, as this thing is comprised, even with the quote-unquote compromised, it doesn't work. The parcels in Carpinteria are very, very small. And because there's a hodgepodge patchwork of parcels owned within different family members that may be partners and or the same person, but they're not contiguous, it doesn't work. And I don't understand, if I remember correctly, going deep back a long ways ago, I think Supervisor Hart was a member of the Coastal Commission. We know that Supervisor Williams has been in the state legislature. Why don't you push against the staff of the Coastal Commission and go lobby their board and go lobby Sacramento? Because in reality, as you know, and Supervisor Williams, you know this very well, and you've been earnest about this, they're literally loving agriculture to death by saying they're trying to preserve it. Well, agriculture doesn't exist without a workforce. A workforce doesn't exist without affordable housing. Affordable housing doesn't exist if they have to pay market rate off-site of where they work. That's just simple economics, pure facts, and confirmed in history. So why are you capitulating? You know, several of you have experience with the Coastal Commission and Sacramento. You need to push back. What you're asking for is not unreasonable. At a minimum, somebody that lives on one Van Wingerden ranch ought to be able to go work at the other Van Wingerden ranches, because there's not that much need for workforce on one parcel alone. Again, they pretend at the Coastal Commission they're saving ag. They're not. They're killing it. Go south from Carpinteria and find out how much coastal ag is left in Southern California. That is the proof that these policies have been completely and totally counterproductive to agriculture. It's very hard to compete with the land prices in coastal lands, let alone a regulatory overkill. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Caldwell. There's a motion on the floor. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded. Any discussion?
I'll just mention that I do think that the legislature does continuously push against Coastal Commission staff's policies on affordable housing. This is a source of a major level of conflict at the state level. And, you know, this may be just one more example, and change, I guess, is going to come frustratingly slow in this regard. I guess I could see a couple cases where the 5 to 9 thing might work in Carpinteria, and let's hope it does. But we will have to try some other avenues perhaps too.
Madam Clerk, could you please call the roll?
Ms. Hartman?
Aye.
Mr. Adam?
Aye.
Mr. Lavanino?
Aye.
Mr. Williams?
Aye.
Chair Hart?
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
All right, well, we, at this time, will recess to closed session, and I believe we have an hour for closed session, is that right?
Chair and Supervisors, I believe this will be a shorter closed session that I'm estimating at between a half hour and 45 minutes, including lunch.
Okay, well then let's plan to be back at 12:30, and then we will have item number 7.
And for closed session today, Chair and Supervisors were agendized for one matter of conference with real property negotiators concerning 3 different sets of parcels. The first set of parcel is parcel number 081-150-041, which is open space land adjacent to 14470 Calle Real Goleta. The next is an open space land in the Orchid Hills near Oak Hill Drive, Orchid, parcel number 101-010-008. And the next item is 6 parcels adjacent to and south of 1950 California 1, Santa Maria, California. And again, my estimate is 30 to 45 minutes.
We will adjourn until 12:30. Thank you. We're now reconvening the meeting of June 2nd, 2020. Will County Council please report out from closed session?
Chair and Supervisors, today in closed session, the board had one matter of conference with real property negotiators concerning 3 different sets of parcels. One piece adjacent to 14470 Calle Real, Goleta, California. Another parcel in open space land in the Orchid Hills near Oak Hill Drive. And then 6 parcels adjacent to and south of 1950 California 1, Santa Maria, California. There are no reportable actions.
Thank you very much. The next item is department item number 7. Would the clerk please read that item into the record?
Chair Hart and members of the board, departmental item number 7 is from Planning and Development. It is a hearing to consider recommendations regarding the County Planning Commission recommended ordinances to amend the County Land Use and Development Code, LUDC, and the Article 2 Coastal Zoning Ordinance, Article 2, to implement new development standards and permit requirements regarding certain commercial cannabis activities.
Thank you very much. Ms. Plowman or Mr. Clement, who would like to begin? Ms. Plowman.
Mr. Chair, members of the Commission, some time ago the board gave the Planning Department the direction to return to the Planning Commission to draft additional ordinance amendments that would address some of the issues that we've seen arise through the permitting process. It's taken some time and a great deal of work with the Planning Commission, but today we are here with the Planning Commission's recommendations, as well as a list of the topics that were discussed by the Planning Commission. Our goal was to present the Commission's recommendations, but also give you other alternatives that the board may wish to pursue, so that you have a full menu in front of you as we endeavor to make the changes that the board is wishing for the cannabis ordinance, and to try and improve the process for both the cannabis growers as well as the neighbors and constituents in the community that have expressed some concerns. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Clement and have him make the presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Clement.
Good afternoon, Chair Hart, members of the board. So just to provide a little bit more detail to what Director Plowman just provided on July 16th, your board gave us direction, that is staff.
You know, Mr. Clement, I'm sorry, one thing I did want to say right before you get started is that we have a number of speaker slips already, and so we're going to close public comment in about 10 minutes. Just wanted to give folks a heads up that that's coming. Thank you.
Thank you. So, so what I said was that on July 16th, your board held the second of 2 hearings at which you gave us direction, that is staff, to go to the Planning Commission and to engage them to provide recommendations to your board regarding strategies and to mitigate odor and the other impacts of cannabis operations along the urban-rural boundaries, and then also to address the conflicts between cannabis and other agricultural operations that we've been dealing with recently. So pursuant to your direction, we presented this item to the Planning Commission. The Planning Commission conducted 5 public hearings at which they received a staff report from me. They received a staff report from Ms. Kathy Fisher, the Agricultural Commissioner, with regard to her working group on how to make cannabis appropriate next to pesticide applications. And then finally, they heard a presentation from Assistant CEO Barney Malikian with regard to the business licensing ordinance. They also received extensive public testimony, which was included for the record today. And as Ms. Plowman mentioned earlier, they considered a very broad range of recommendations to your board, and I'll do my best to summarize those for you as part of this presentation. So taking the first, I'd say, bundle of recommendations or strategies they considered, I like to kind of consider these as like changes to the permitting requirements. And there were a handful of items that they considered. The first being consideration of creating an entirely new zoning overlay in which cannabis activities would be allowed either with a land use permit if it's an area that was more appropriate for cannabis, and then also they could create an overlay in which they could identify areas where cannabis would be possibly inappropriate, and in those areas you would require a conditional use permit for the activities. Similar to that, the Planning Commission also looked at just creating different permitting requirements based upon your proximity to urban areas. Very similar concept to the first one, that is, if you're closer to the urban area, it would require a conditional use permit. The further away you are from the urbanized area, the cannabis activities would require a land use permit or coastal development permit in order to incentivize cannabis operations to be located further away from those urbanized areas. They also looked at options to require conditional use permits for outdoor cultivation and require only a land use permit or coastal development permit for indoor cultivation. And the thought behind that was to try to incentivize more indoor cultivation through a less rigorous permitting process. And then finally, they did consider banning outright certain activities. So one activity they considered banning were odor-generating outdoor processing activities. The next bundle of strategies they considered involved the development standards for commercial cannabis operations, and they really focused on the setbacks from sensitive receptors and incompatible uses. They were also looking specifically at what would be an appropriate or worthwhile setback from properties adjacent to cannabis sites where conventional agriculture occurs and pesticide applications may occur. And that's where Ms. Fisher's presentation helped inform the Planning Commission on what sort of options or tools are available to them to address those issues. The Planning Commission also considered additional caps or more severe caps than what currently exists in the ordinances. And there's a number of different ways you can design caps. It can be by size, number of operations, the types of activities, the location. And then also you can come up with either a county-wide cap, cap by zone, similar to the cap that was already established for the CA overlay zone. And then also you could come up with various caps per legal lot. And there are some options available for the per lot cap that could be either just a flat number that is no more than a certain amount of acreage, regardless of the size of the lot. It could be a percentage of the size of the lot. It also could be a sliding scale. You know, you have up to 20 to 40 acre size lots, you have a certain requirement. Beyond that, you have a different requirement, so on and so forth. So there were a lot of different ways this could be crafted, and the Planning Commission did consider those. And then, of course, the Planning Commission was highly attuned and looking very closely at the odor control requirements and the suggestions that they were receiving with regard to how those can be changed. And the various options that they considered include everything from just requiring all the odor-generating processing activities to be located indoors, where you could have a carbon filtration sealed system to control the odors. Certain commissioners also like the idea of requiring best odor control practices as conditions of approval for land use entitlements. And then particularly Commissioner Blau was very adamant that he would like to see, for example, odors being controlled at the property line. So that kept coming up repeatedly during the hearings when they were considering different types of odor control standards. So where the Planning Commission landed consists of primarily two recommendations, and the first one has to do with the permitting requirement for cultivation and on-site processing. And effectively, what the Planning Commission is recommending that your board do is require a CUP for, that is a conditional use permit for all cultivation and on-site processing throughout the county. The effect that that would have on the existing cannabis regulations are as follows. In the inland areas of the county, in the Ag 1 zone, your board already amended those regulations to require a conditional use permit for commercial cannabis activities on lots greater than 20 acres in size, and you prohibited it on lots that are 20 acres or less in size. So there would be no effective change to the permitting requirements in the inland Ag 1 zone. However, with regard to the Ag 2 inland area, certain cultivation and processing activities require a conditional use permit. For example, if an operation requires a roadway that goes through an existing developed rural neighborhood as its sole means of access to the site, the operation requires a conditional use permit. So that would not change, but the majority of operations within the Ag 2 zone currently do not require a conditional use permit. So now the effect would be that all operations within Ag 2 would be subject to a conditional use permit. So it's a little different with regard to the coastal zone, because the coastal zone regulations were modified pursuant to the Coastal Commission's modifications, whereby they revised our permitting structure for cannabis to establish what are principally permitted cannabis uses versus non-principally permitted cannabis uses. And this is kind of a challenging concept to understand. I think some people find it somewhat counterintuitive, but the general idea of a principally permitted use is that the Coastal Commission looks at certain types of development uses as being wholly aligned with the purpose and intent of a zone. So for example, in this case, for an agricultural zone, Ag 1 or Ag 2, they looked at the cultivation activity itself as being that principally permitted use, because that is exactly in their minds what the agricultural zone was designed to establish. However, when it comes to accessory processing activities that may be associated with that cultivation activity, they do not look at those activities as being aligned wholly with the agricultural purpose of the zone. So the permits for those uses currently require an appealable permit that goes all the way to the Coastal Commission. So if this change that the Planning Commission is recommending is made, it would change cultivation such that it's no longer considered a principally permitted use, and it would now be subject to a conditional use permit that could be appealable all the way to the Coastal Commission. Now, with regard to the accessory manufacturing distribution, because that already currently requires an appealable coastal development permit, the effect of the Planning Commission's recommendations would be that that type of permit would change from an appealable coastal development permit to now a conditional use permit that would be appealable to the Coastal Commission. So, okay. Some other practical effects of the conditional use permit requirement, as compared to a land use permit or a coastal development permit, there are additional specific findings that the decision maker must make in order to approve a conditional use permit. And in doing so, it affords decision makers greater discretion over the activities. In the case of a conditional use permit, the initial decision maker is the Planning Commission. That is, we're describing major conditional use permits, so it's the Planning Commission. So in this case, staff would no longer be the initial decision maker on that entitlement. It just goes straight to the Planning Commission, and they'd be the first decision maker. And what that does is just eliminates that first staff level approval step in the current permit process for land use permits and coastal development permits. So I've received a number of questions about how would this affect processing time. And there's a question mark there on the slide because I truly don't know. And I'm not being cheeky about that, but if you take into consideration all the factors that go into processing time, I don't really know how it shakes out in the end, because on the one hand, as I just described, it eliminates that staff level approval. Most of these applications are already getting appealed, so it kind of hastens the process. But with more discretion, there's less predictability for applicants, so they're going to have a more difficult time trying to anticipate what decision makers want to see with regard to the application. So that may take more time on their part to develop applications that will pass decision maker muster, so to speak. And then, as I described earlier, now more development would become appealable to the Coastal Commission because now all cultivation would be non-principally permitted and appealable to the Coastal Commission. So in the end, you have some factors that would speed things up, other factors that would slow things down. In comparison to how things are currently going, I really don't know how it would compare. My gut's telling me it'd be a wash, but I really don't have good evidence to support that. So, now there's also the question about the applications that are in the works. We have a number that are in the process right now, so there's the very practical question of what's going to happen to those applications, assuming that your board does adopt the Planning Commission's recommendations. And what this gets at is the concept of vesting and whether or not the permittees of the permits that have been issued have conducted substantial work and incurred substantial liabilities in good faith reliance on those cannabis permits. If they did, under the current zoning requirements, it's likely that they would be considered vested and legal nonconforming. However, your board does have the discretion to change this requirement if you wanted to, for example, create a provision that stated that other applications that were beyond a certain point in the process, maybe not vested according to this legal definition, but maybe they're further along in the process, and I'll make it clear, this is a summary of the legal definition. You could vest those applications. That is a possibility. What I would suggest, though, is if you do want to adopt a requirement like that, please give County Council and me the assignment to do that, because I want to make sure that we get that language correct and it's legally sound, so to speak. So, if your application isn't vested currently according to this definition, and the Planning Commission's recommendations were adopted, ultimately what would happen is these applications would now require a conditional use permit. So it's likely that those applications, they would have to supplement their current applications with additional information that's required to analyze conditional use permits, such as they would probably have to submit additional evidence to demonstrate to us how we could support the findings for approval of the conditional use permit application.
Mr. Chair, before we leave that topic, I just wanted to expand a little bit on the notion of certain projects that have been in the process for quite some time that you may choose to exempt from having to get a conditional use permit. And we would be thinking projects that had been approved and either had not been appealed or had made it all the way through the appeal process and a final decision has been made, but they have not yet been able to pull that permit and start construction, which is really what's required to be considered vested. So it's an option for the board to consider.
Mr. Ghazzani.
Chair and Supervisors, and we're coordinated with planning on that piece. The existing county land use code provides an entire chapter on non-conforming uses and a definition in the glossary of how one becomes a non-conforming use, including the permit scheme shifting underneath you after you've had a permit. What we're talking about here is really if the board wanted to go farther than that and farther than the California case law's bare requirement of vesting, which is this substantial expenditure or liabilities, then you could identify a point on the, for example, if the board went from an LUP plan to a CUP plan, you could identify at what point in the LUP process you would want to say that person need not apply for a CUP. Is it permit issuance or where on that? And we can go back to that later, but that's a policy choice for the board.
Thank you.
So just continuing with the presentation. So the change to the permitting requirement, that was the first recommendation of the Planning Commission. The second recommendation from the Planning Commission had to do with odor control. And the current odor control standards, first off, they apply throughout the Ag 1 zone. And odor control is not required, though, for the majority of the Ag 2 activities. In fact, it's only when a conditional use permit is required for commercial cannabis in the Ag 2 zones that odor control is required. And then the standard when odor control is required pursuant to the zoning ordinance is that the planning director can't detect the odor from a residential zone. So the Planning Commission is recommending that your board change this requirement and effectively require odor control for all the Ag 2 activities, not just the limited ones that currently require conditional use permit. And they want to change the standard to make it such that the new standards would be much more aligned with the general findings for approval of a conditional use permit. And they're listed here on the slide, and they're effectively that the odors could not be detrimental to the comfort, convenience, general welfare, health, and safety in a neighborhood. And then also, the operation and the odors generated from must be compatible with the surrounding area. So what this does is, number one, it takes into consideration a greater number of sensitive receptors. It's no longer a standard that focuses on residential uses in a residential zone. Now decision makers would be required to take into consideration all types of sensitive receptors, for example, wine tasting rooms within proximity to an outdoor cultivation site, when determining whether or not to approve the conditional use permit for the activity. And they would also afford the decision makers greater flexibility in tailoring the type of odor control based upon the specific proposal that's before them. And I think this is important because on the one hand, you could see actually very strict odor control requirements that could be placed on a project. For example, if it's located adjacent to a residential zone and it's going to be like a greenhouse operation, this would afford the decision makers to possibly do things like require a sealed carbon filtration system. However, in situations like an outdoor grow out in the Kiyama Valley that's very remote, does not have sensitive receptors, be it residential uses, conventional types of agriculture with pesticide applications, wine tasting rooms, the decision makers may very well come to a different conclusion about what's appropriate in that particular context and require less. And the Planning Commission really wanted to have the flexibility to determine what's appropriate because they were really struggling with a one-size-fits-all approach to odor control because they could see that there were just such disparate examples and situations that you can't come up with that and be effective, or you probably can't. And then finally, this change to the odor control requirement would provide less predictability for applicants. You saw a lot of letters probably already for the hearing today. Whereby, because the standard is much more general, they have less guidance about what is going to work with the Planning Commission.
Mr. Clement, I'll pause you just for a second because that reminds me that we have, I think, more than 130 letters that have been requested to be read into the record, and we have, I think, on nearly 40 more phone calls that we have to make. So I'm going to close public comment. We have more than 168 people who have already registered to speak. So sorry to interrupt you.
No problem, and I'm close to the end too. So very generally, I want to go over your options today. As Ms. Plowman stated, you have options with regard to these recommendations from the Planning Commission. And the government code, section 65854 through 65857, really set forth the general requirements for the procedures for the amendments. And as what's already occurred with the current recommendation, any zoning ordinance amendments must be first presented to the Planning Commission, who conducts a public hearing, and then they got conveyed their recommendation to you in writing. And then your board must hold a hearing on the recommendation, just like what we're doing today. So if you're considering an option or a recommendation or some policy option that the Planning Commission already reviewed in the umbrella of options that they reviewed as part of those 5 hearings, you could go ahead and take action on that without sending that back to the Planning Commission first for a recommendation. However, if you want to consider something that has not already previously been considered by the Planning Commission, we would have to send that back to them, and they'd have to go through that process of conveying their recommendation in writing, and then we'd have to repeat this hearing. So just want to make that clear when you're deliberating and you're considering the various options. So if you would like to go with the Planning Commission's recommendation, the specific actions are set forth in the board letter on pages 1 and 2. And generally, they consist of making the required findings for approval, including the CEQA findings, determining that the Programmatic Environmental Impact Report, or PEIR, is adequate for the environmental analysis to take action on these ordinance amendments. Adopt the ordinances, which were included as attachments 3 and 4 to the board letter, and then adopt and transmit the resolution to the Coastal Commission with regard to the local coastal program amendment that would be required to implement these regulations in the coastal zone. However, if you would like to do something besides what the Planning Commission's recommended, you may do so. You would have to go through that procedure that I just described, and then depending on the level of work that would be required at this point, one thing we'd be looking at is just based upon whatever is included in our budget as adopted by your board next month, and if the work spills over into the next fiscal year, we just want to take a look at the resources available and whether or not we could make that happen, and if not, what sort of revisions we would have to do. So with that said, that concludes my presentation. I'd be more than happy to answer any questions that you have, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Clement. Thank you, Ms. Plowman, for the comprehensive presentation and the input from the Planning Commission. Are there questions for staff? Supervisor Williams?
So I guess so that if we have a issue that is more to do with the business license questions, can we make requests of that? Obviously, that doesn't require it going back through the Planning Commission, correct?
Chair Hart, Supervisor Williams, I believe you can provide that direction, because that would not have to get the business license doesn't fall within the purview of the Planning Commission, so it wouldn't, any amendments to the business license would not have to go back to them.
But things that are clearly a land use issue, did the Planning Commission, for instance, did they discuss a more limited CUP, like a lot ratio as a trigger for a CUP? If, say, we were looking to do something like that, we would not be able to enact that today.
Chair Hart, Supervisor Williams, I think I need a little bit more detail about what you're considering before I feel comfortable saying whether or not they considered it. What I would say is they generally consider different sorts of CUP requirements, different limitations on a lot-by-lot basis. A percentage beyond which a use would require a CUP on a particular lot, I don't recall them actually considering that specific idea, but I can take a look to see if there's anything in there.
That might be useful. I mean, just the basic question of whether they had discussed a CUP trigger for a percentage of the lot coverage as opposed to everything, right? I mean, I'm specifically thinking about this only in regards to our previous hearing, where there was some discussion of whether we could limit or not limit the size of the grow.
Mr. Gazzoni, I think you have something.
Chair and Supervisors, so this is just for context. The Planning Commission, over the course of 5 hearings, took a pretty broad look at criteria, including odor, greater controls, urban-rural boundaries, conflicts with ag, changing the permit requirements, including CUPs, and limits on size and type of activities, existing developed rural neighborhoods, setbacks or buffers. So I think that most things you could come up with today as ideas probably are going to touch one of those, and we would just do the analysis to make sure it's inside that box.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate that clarification. Supervisor Levanino?
Yeah, I was going to say, I think that's where the original idea came from, was the Planning Commission. So I don't know if they heard about it in their last hearing, but that actually, what you talked about right there was something that was generated at the Planning Commission. So I'd be surprised that we would have to go back. So I appreciate that.
Yeah, Chair Hart, for what it's worth, they definitely did consider conditional use permits. They definitely did look at caps per lot. I don't think it's too much of a stretch to combine the two, or merge the two.
Thank you, Mr. Clement. Appreciate that clarification. Mr. Gazzoni.
And also in response to Supervisor Williams' question, which I think will impact other members of the board, the item is agendized so that the board can provide direction to staff regarding any other amendments to the county's cannabis regulations. So if the board has something in licensing that you would like us to look at and bring back to you, that's certainly something that could be done. And the two at 10,000 feet, the zoning code deals with uses, and the licensing application deals with users. And that's probably a really good bifurcation as you're thinking about this today.
Well, specifically, the thing that I wanted to request, and, I'll just put it out there during the question and answer so that anybody can comment on it, is the need, while we have promulgated odor control in Carpinteria, and that has improved the situation, there have been instances of odor spikes because potentially somebody's system was offline. And so it is my request and hope that through the business license ordinance, we would require that either the county be able to, there are technologies on which we could monitor the odor control systems, basically, and either, depending on what is staff recommendation, either a requirement that that information be submitted to the county and the county flag anytime where it's offline for longer than an hour and a half, or that we would monitor ourselves, because there's interfaces in which you could have all 20-something locations under your system. It's kind of, if you're familiar with water systems from the city, like a SCADA system, and I think it's an appropriate place for oversight, because while the efforts of most growers have been, I think, very productive, there is definitely a couple instances of people having systems offline for a while and that impacting the public.
Supervisor Hartman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would propose that after we finish with the land use aspect of it, we ask for Mr. Malekian to come back and that we can look at how the two dovetail and what he's learned in the process of managing the business license and some of the improvements we might make there. But I think with all the public comment, we probably have enough on our agenda today.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Lavanino.
Yeah, I just wanted to see too, if the Planning Commission, did they talk at all about buffers from tasting rooms? And so, okay, so we're covered in there as well, as far as if we decided we wanted to put something in between grow site and a tasting room.
Chair Hart, Supervisor Lavigna, yes, they did consider that. I do believe it's within the range of their considerations.
Supervisor Adam, did you have any questions of staff?
Well, I would just say that I'd like to tell my colleagues a little bit where I'm going with this, and short of some miracle occurring during public comment, I just think that we need the maximum amount of flexibility so that we don't get forced into placing these things in clearly inappropriate places. And I think that CUP really gets you there. And I'm not a big fan of CUPs and for all other purposes, but I think that this is this is one of those things that just had so many unintended consequences that, like staff was talking about, if they're out in Cuyama and they have no neighbors, fantastic, no conditions. And, if somebody moves in afterwards, then, that's on them. But if they try to put something in or adjacent to an EDRN or any other place where they're going to run afoul of existing businesses and residences, I think it's got to have enough flexibility to provide the ability to get conditions so that they're going to be good neighbors in the end. And I think that's what they're going to want too, because I don't think anybody really wants to go out there and just cause a bunch of fights with the neighbors.
Thank you, Supervisor Adam. Mr. Gazzoni?
Chair and Supervisors, I'd like to spend just a second on Supervisor Lavanino's question on buffer and tasting room. This would be an area where if there was a buffer, our recommendation would be that it be linked to some objective location not in the control of a third party. Whether it's so if I decide to build my tasting room, that will impact your ability to grow cannabis. So if it's a city line or a street or something that a third party doesn't have control over, that would probably cause less mischief down the road.
Supervisor Lavanino.
Well, I was thinking of making it from existing approved permitted tasting room that already exists, so that if you come in later and you try to build your tasting room next to a cannabis facility, which I don't understand why anybody would do that based on what I've heard from the wine industry, but I guess we can tackle that. I had another question unless you want to comment on that.
I'll just say that this is an area where probably the broader and more objective the criteria, the better. So if it's an area of X thousand acres in this corner of a community plan, or this distance from an urban boundary, those are probably in application the cleanest ones to apply. And we can talk more about this.
But don't we have like 600 feet from a school and those types of things where you could say 500 feet from a tasting room? Or
So I think that the challenge is taking something that's within the control of a third party, and I just a private third party as opposed to presumably a school or the county or a city that doesn't have a commercial play in there. So this is an area where one of the tools that's out there from time to time is the use of an overlay, and those work best when they're large enough to not be spot zoning and tied to objective factors. And
Okay.
We'll come back to more on that, but my starting point is the more objective and larger the criteria that you're using for an area, the easier it will be to apply down the road.
Supervisor Hartman. Oh, excuse me, did you have more?
I just had one last question, and that was for Dan, and I don't know if you know this, it might be in the staff report somewhere, but how many applications we actually have in right now as far as that are LUPs that we would, just to look at the sheer scope?
Yes, Chair Hart, Supervisor Lavanino. So I ran the numbers yesterday just to get an update on them. And first off, and I want to make this clear because I've received a number of questions from people, reporters and others, looking at the permitting reports and trying to interpret them. And you got to be careful in looking at just the case types because you could have multiple cases involving one project. So when you pull all that out, you've got there have been 194 projects that have been applied for here in the county, out of which 29 have been approved, 16 have been issued, and 9 are under appeal right now. So what that leaves you with is about 134 applications, be it land use permit or coastal development permit applications, might be affected by the Planning Commission's change to the CUP requirement.
And so you're talking about 130 projects, somewhere around there, and we're averaging 2 or 3 meetings, if we're lucky, at the Planning Commission per hearing?
I didn't run the metrics, excuse me, Chair Hart, Supervisor Lavanino, I didn't run the metrics to see exactly how many meetings, but yeah, I'd say all these are taking at least a couple Planning Commission hearings to get through.
Thanks.
All right, are there any additional questions for staff? If not, we'll go to public comment. Madam Clerk, would you begin the process?
Yes, Chair Hart and members of the board, I would like to restate that we do have 168 requests to speak on this item today. We have 130 letters to be read into the record, and we have 38 calls, and we're going to begin with Teddy Kubagos.
And actually, I think it's appropriate, given the volume of public comment, that we limit public comment to 2 minutes. Otherwise, we will not get through before 9 o'clock tonight.
Great, thank you. And we are going to the phone with Teddy Kubagos, excuse me.
Kabugas.
Yeah, and of course, less would allow us to
That's right,
deliberate
less
before
is
6 o'clock.
Is better.
To be followed by Larry Conlon.
go ahead.
Hi, Chairman Hart and members of the Board of Supervisors. Thank you for allowing me to speak today. My name is Teddy Kabugos, and I speak on behalf of myself and my wife, Jamila Kabugos. With what is happening in this world today, I'm extremely disheartened that we are discussing how to crush small businesses and destroy local livelihoods. We should be discussing how to make it easier for Santa Barbara small businesses and locals to prosper and rebuild our community. We should be uniting and uplifting one another respectfully as a community, but clearly that is not the case, and so here we are. The cannabis industry is being profiled and discriminated against by the state, by the water board, by Fish and Wildlife, by planning and development, and by the opposition. Wells. Existing wells have been serving properties for decades suitable for any other, no longer suitable for cannabis. Why? Porta potties. The agriculture industry standard for porta potties are acceptable for any other crop, but not for cannabis. Why? Buffers. There is no kind of buffer required for any other crop, and you're talking about an excessive amount of buffering for cannabis. Why? Biological reports, just for switching out a crop. Think about if every time a winery wanted to switch out their vines, they had to get a $20,000 bio report study, get it peer reviewed, and undergo months of review just to switch out their vines. It would never happen. Why? Because they aren't being discriminated against. Yet, to switch out crops to put in cannabis, which is greener and more sustainable than any other crop in the world, we have to go through tens of thousands of dollars of reports, assessment, and permitting fees. Can anybody answer, how is this fair? It's discrimination against cannabis. I do not think anything other than discrimination. There are countless other items we can point to where we have accepted this relentless amount of discrimination, and this CUP proposal is the final straw. This proposal is yet another and perhaps the biggest example of discrimination. It is one which we cannot and will not accept. How can you require a conditional use permit on ag? Conditional use is if you want to put up a hotel or a theme park on ag, not if you want to grow agriculture. This is ag on ag. This is insane. Can anybody...
Thank you, Mr. Kabugos. The time goes quickly.
Larry, you can go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Hart, members of the board. This is Larry Conlon. I'm a partner at Capello and Noel. I'm calling on behalf of my client, West Coast Farms, as well as the cannabis industry in general. I echo the sentiments and the comments of the prior speaker, all very well said. I agree that there's definitely a sense of discrimination in the industry at the moment. A couple of specific comments about the proposed Planning Commission draft ordinance. Based on the comments today and the analysis, there's, I think, real concern about the impact of this on processing time for applications existing and new. More specifically, there are also issues with respect to vested rights of applicants and permittees who have already proceeded forward under the existing ordinance. And I believe it should be very carefully considered if any change is made to the ordinance that there are express exemptions for existing uses and existing permits. There were also comments on the odor standard. It's our view that the proposal is way too general, it's way too vague, it's too malleable and subjective, and can be used to essentially, as we see it, defeat almost any cannabis cultivation application. Our view is that as drafted, the current proposed amendment to the ordinance is not fair to the cannabis industry. It's not fair to the cannabis industry participants, and it's counterproductive for the county and the community. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Conlon.
We will now go to a letter to be read into the record. I started Andrew Murray Vineyards 30 years ago in Los Olivos along Foxen Canyon Road. We've grown to produce about 25,000 cases per year and about 20,000 cases for other wineries. We employ an army of people to help care for our 150 acres of vineyard land. I'm in the middle of planting another 100 acres, which is by itself an $8 million investment in Santa Barbara. We directly employ 20-plus people in the crafting and marketing of our wine. My wife grew up here, went to high school here, and together we raised 2 wonderful kids here in our pastoral valley. We are heavily invested in the future of this county. As elected officials, your job is to safeguard what is economically and physically healthy for the county. You stringently limit growth in the city of Santa Barbara to protect our beautiful, world-renowned seaside city. You must apply those principles of preservation up here in North County. Our county has become the joke heard around the world and the poster child for cannabis cultivation gone wrong. You all have been so anti-growth towards the wine community for decades, so why did you turn a blind eye to responsible cannabis growth? Regulated small-scale cannabis can be compatible with wine grapes. Industrial cannabis, 100-acre rows of hoop houses, armed guards, concertina wire, and noxious odors are not compatible with this region or existing agriculture. Please vote to follow the Planning Commission recommendations to require CUP for cannabis. Andrew Murray, owner, winemaker.
Thank you, Mr. Murray.
We will now go to Amy Steinfeld on the phone, to be followed by Matt Allen.
Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. This is Amy Steinfeld. I'm a local land use attorney with the Brownstein firm. First, I'd like to thank the county for all of their hard work and underscore that the existing process is working, albeit slowly. Every day, my colleagues and I work closely with many cannabis farmers to develop the best projects that fit in with the neighborhood and region, and we pride ourselves on outreach to neighbors and wineries. I think it'd be helpful to explain what the LUP process requires, which demonstrates really why CUPs are unnecessary. Developing responsible projects involves numerous surveys and plans, including ARC surveys and developing plans for security, screening, landscaping, lighting, noise, odor abatement, tree and habitat protection, wildlife movement, and water efficiency. Efforts to gain an LUP approval is not easy. It requires the assistance of land use lawyers like myself, land use planners, engineers of various specialties, biologists, hydrologists, architects, and of course, buy-in from the neighborhood. You know, there's a myth, I think, that cannabis has been allowed to proliferate in Santa Barbara County, but in reality, cannabis is the most regulated crop in the state. Therefore, rather than considering CUPs for all projects at this late date, we request that any proposed amendments address specific concerns identified by the board and public and be based on facts and data. Requiring CUPs for all cannabis projects would likely cost the county millions of dollars in lost tax revenues, not only in 2020, but also in 2021 due to the backlog, during, of course, the worst economic crisis in recent history, which would stress the county's human resources deployment during a national pandemic. I want to end by saying that supporting legal cannabis in the existing process ensures that medical and adult users have access to clean, sustainable products and that the environment is protected. Stifling the legal market this late in the game will only lead to more illegal cultivation, environmental damage, and public health risks. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Seinfeld. Right on time.
And next we will go to the phone with Matt Allen.
Okay, you can go ahead.
Yeah. Hello, Supervisors. This is Matt Allen. I'm the General Counsel for Central Coast Agriculture. I want to thank you for this time today. I wanted to talk about two things. First, I want to congratulate staff on a nice presentation, but Mr. Clement, I respectfully disagree with one of the things you said, which is that almost all the projects are being appealed, and so we don't know how much longer a CUP would take than an LUP. In fact, a third of the projects aren't being appealed, and over time, it would be rational to assume that a majority of the projects wouldn't be appealed as some of these issues get ironed out. I can't imagine that these projects, a CUP process won't add years, if not multiple years to each individual project as they wait in line for hoping to get a space on the Planning Commission hearing. It will also add a large amount of increased costs for both the applicants and staff time and the Planning Commission in the hearing time, draining valuable resources from the county. The odor control proposal that we're looking at here would create a very vague and amorphous target for both staff and projects to hit. It would be incredibly difficult to come up with a plan that was reasonable for the applicant. So it would be a difficult process for all applicants to get through. And we don't think it would be anything we could support. I've heard a couple of comments from supervisors talking about setbacks. Setbacks from tasting rooms is something that could be reasonably figured out. Setbacks from crops or neighboring vineyards is a very problematic process. First, the police power of the county is not designed to help anybody violate the law, and creating a setback for drift would be a violation of the law. And secondly, crops move, and it's very difficult to determine how far away from a crop you are.
Thank you, Matt.
So both.
Thank you, Mr. Allen. Appreciate that.
We will now go to a letter submitted by Dave Clary. After 3 years of participating in the agonizing process of fitting cannabis into Santa Barbara County, I am absolutely convinced that all cannabis commercial activity, including but not limited to cultivation and related activities, should be completely prohibited in existing developed rural neighborhoods, henceforth EDRNs, on parcels where the sole means of access is through an EDRN and on parcels adjacent to an EDRN. Only in this way can the problems associated with commercial cannabis cultivation and related activities be eliminated in EDRNs. This includes traffic increases on very limited roadways, increased crime, increase in water usage that threatens existing wells, black market activity, noise issues, hazardous waste issues, aggressive and inconsiderate behavior by people involved in cannabis cultivation, armed guards, etc. EDRNs were established to prevent the expansion of residential uses into surrounding agricultural areas. Now, in a strange reversal, we are asked to put up with extensive industrial commercial cannabis activity within the EDRN. The EDRN is for residential and small agricultural purposes. The EDRN protects agricultural activity outside the EDRN from residential growth. So essentially, a residential community is being sacrificed to support industrial-scale agricultural activity, which should not be in a residential area. Please request staff draft a proposed amendment to protect the county's EDRNs and set the matter for hearing.
Thank you, Mr. Clary.
We will now go to Peter Dugray on the phone, to be followed by Colin Dvorak.
Hey, Chair Hart, Supervisors, staff. My name is Peter Dugray, representing Carp Growers. That's the Cannabis Farmers Group in Carpinteria Valley. First off, thank you all so much for your leadership during the COVID-19 pandemic. I'd like to take a moment to let you know what cannabis farmers have been up to in the community of Carpinteria over the past couple of months. Carp member farms joined together early to ensure that the health and safety of their workers by implementing strict safety protocols on farms. And then farmers also looked outward into the community where glaring needs became obvious very early on. We set up a program we call Keep the Lights On in order to throw a lifeline to struggling restaurants in Carpinteria. To this day, cannabis farms are ordering over 1,000 meals each week into the Carpinteria economy from a rotating list of restaurants. Our community partners have been able to rely on this business during times when they didn't have any other business. In the local nonprofit community, we thought the needs would be greater than what one association could accomplish on its own. So with seed money from Carp Growers and in collaboration with the local Rotary Club Foundation, we were able to create the 93013 fund. This fund has now raised over $130,000 to support the community response effort in Carpinteria. From the fund, we've served over 20,000 meals. We've supplied $10,000 in school supplies to students who lack basic materials for distance education, and over $30,000 has gone directly to nonprofits for essential items like payroll and rent. And farm owners and CEOs like Hans Brand, Tristan Strauss, Jason Moriarty, and others have not just pulled out their checkbooks. They've been on the front lines, packing food boxes for the hungry, delivering them to low-income housing, and in general, leading the community response by example. I doubt there's a community anywhere in the country that's able to collaborate at the level that Carpinteria had. Cannabis farmers didn't have to do this, but a big part of being a member of Carp Growers is a commitment to the community, playing a positive role in reaching out to neighbors. There can be no doubt left that Carp Growers members are considerate and dedicated to the long-term health and well-being of the community. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dre.
Chair and board members, we are now going to call in Dvorak, and to be followed by a letter to be read into the record.
Alrighty, go ahead, Colin.
Good afternoon, Chair Hart and Supervisors. My name is Colin Dvorak, and I am representing Pacific Grown Organics, an existing but non-operating greenhouse in Carpinteria that has been in the LUP process for cannabis cultivation for more than 18 months. Firstly, I'd like to commend you, staff, and all of those who have been participating in these long years of adjusting to the introduction of cannabis as part of our social, political, and economic ecosystem. While permitting has been demanding on both sides of the planning counter, staff have done a commendable job in rising to the challenge of a complicated and politically charged land use application. Thousands of hours and millions of dollars have been spent in interpreting, understanding, and expressing to applicants the requirements for growing cannabis in Santa Barbara County.
Colin, is that it?
Thank you, Mr. Dvorak.
We will now go to a letter submitted by Lil Clary. Mandate CUPs for all cannabis cultivation operations. LUPs for cannabis are inadequate in terms of notice, limited, transparency, decisions solely by planning director, and resident options, appeals, and lawsuits. Friends in Los Alamos and Coyama discovered virtually overnight that cannabis operations had already been approved nearby. Neither family was able to file a timely appeal, much less afford a lawsuit. Opponents of CUPs complained that they are lengthy, burdensome, and costly. True, because the applicant has to prove that the activity is not detrimental to the safety and health of the neighborhood and that it is compatible with the area. That said, the CUP is not a complete protection for neighborhoods where the legal, non-conforming cannabis industry has already established cultivation sites. In the Tepesquit EDRN, applicants have filed bare-bones permit applications and then failed to update or complete them for periods of as long as 2 years. Residents in the Sabita Canyon, Tularosa EDRN report the same. My recommendation: prohibit all commercial cannabis in EDRNs on parcels adjacent to EDRNs or access solely via roadways in an EDRN. EDRNs were created to lessen the encroachment of residential neighborhoods into agricultural areas. The corollary is that industrial-scale cannabis does not belong in rural neighborhoods. Tepesquit residents have submitted 13 public comment letters to this effect, probably more by today's session. In addition, in just 2 days, I have received emails from 23 more Tepesquit residents supporting this prohibition. Lil Clary.
Thank you, Mr. Clary.
We will now go to Capono Curry, to be followed by Blair Pence.
Okay, well, thank you very much for giving me a chance to speak. My name is Capono Curry. I am a cannabis professional working on licensing operations here in California throughout multiple counties and various cities throughout the state, as well as in the states of Oregon, Colorado, Hawaii, and Florida. I'm going to take off my cannabis hat today, and I'm going to put on my accounting hat.
I worked quite a bit with economic, non-governmental support organizations, and I think it's very important for us to take how we feel out of this problem and to look objectively at this data as executives and professionals. So the first point of data I want to bring out comes from the CEO's office when they stated there's going to be a $27 million impact from COVID-19, $21 million in lost revenue, and $5.6 million in response costs on page B2 of the 2021 budget. The County of Santa Barbara made a very tough decision a few years ago to allow for cannabis operations to, number one, backfill budgetary shortfalls, and number two, put the ag industry back to work and to use the existing infrastructure and industry that's here. And since then, Santa Barbara County has received $12.3 million in revenue, $6.7 million in fiscal year 18-19, and $5.6 million in fiscal year 19-20 on page C37 of the same report. The CEO's office is expecting $13.7 million in cannabis revenue to help mitigate the impacts of the recession and to offset the loss of revenue, page B2 of the report. To put this in context, this is 133% of that same report's sales tax revenue and 110% of that same report's occupancy tax, page C-37. Santa Barbara is at a strategic inflection point, wherein the choice, not simple to make, is: do you wish to build an economic engine with significant regional competitive advantages, allowing to make this money go straight to the general fund to be available to any of the projects or any of the initiatives in the county? Or do you want to cripple a growing industry with overreaching regulatory costs and
Thank you, Mr. Curry.
Ready, go ahead, Blair.
Thank you. This is Blair Pence speaking for the Santa Barbara Coalition of Responsible Candidates. 3 points. First, the proposed amendment is already a compromise, so please don't look to find a better one. It doesn't include many issues that were raised at the PC hearings, but were then suppressed because staff informed the PC that anything beyond the most basic revision would require additional funding and would take another year or more to study before it could be reconsidered. The revision's simplicity is its strength. Further compromises are really aimed at undermining the basic intent and rendering the amendment needed. Second, the LUT process streamlines nothing when it ends up in appeal and if no discretion is available for conditioning a project. A lawsuit becomes fait accompli. Is this being explained to cannabis entrepreneurs when they apply? If I were them, I'd want to know this up front. Now, if they truly wanted to be a great neighbor, I would elect to do a CUP to address the issues and get them settled. Ironically, the current LUT process isn't doing the applicants any favors. Finally, the disinformation continues, with the cannabis industry supporters effectively limited to employees and contractors on their payrolls. The pages of form letters aren't from actual people. They come from noreply@formbuilder.io. Check it out. Similarly, a few struggling wineries have preferred to speak for minute in saying they support cannabis. The record of winery letters and testimony in this matter clearly sets the record straight. We are not a small minority. Serious Canadian wineries are justifiably concerned about marijuana's documented incompatibility with legacy agriculture and tasting rooms. Nice try, but nobody is making this up. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Pence.
The next letter to be read into the record was submitted by the following individuals: Elizabeth and John Spann, Guy Walker, Karen and Nathan Field, Monica Lenches, Christopher Sneathen, Britt Andriata, Leslie and Glenn Fredrickson, Jeffrey Nyman, Gwendolyn Kilfoyle, Kelsey Nyman, Anika Nyman, and Karen Callanan. Honorable Supervisors, as residents, taxpayers, we write to request that conditional use permits, CUPs, are the right choice for all Santa Barbara County communities. 1. Neighborhood compatibility. The main objection to cannabis cultivation in certain areas is incompatibility with surrounding land uses. CUPs can include conditions to limit adverse impacts to adjacent downwind neighbors, including odor abatement and pesticide controls. Currently, LUPs being used do not consider the project's compatibility with neighborhoods. 2, transparent public process. LUPs are issued behind closed doors by the planning director with limited public access to documents, no public review process or public hearing. CUPs are issued by the planning commission, not staff. Project documents are posted and the planning commission holds public hearings to review proposed projects and hear from the public. 3, authority to mitigate impacts. According to the county attorney, under LUPs, the county has limited authority to reduce project size or require enhanced impact mitigation. This limited authority recently prevented the BOS from reducing the size of the West Coast project when the reduction was supported by the applicant. CUPs provide much greater authority for the county to customize cannabis projects to avoid deleterious effects and protect the environment. Cannabis is legal in California and Santa Barbara County, but cannot coexist without rules. A CUP requirement will help Santa Barbara County set rules which are reasonable and effective for the cannabis industry and sustainable for communities. Thank you for voting to amend the ordinance and require CUPs for all cannabis cultivation projects.
Thank you for that collective group.
We will now go to the phones for Alex Vaughn to be followed by Tyler Thomas.
Hi, County Supervisors and staff. Thank you for your time and consideration. These are really trying times right now, and it's a time for our community to come together and support the county, support the local businesses, and really take a stand. We do not need conditional use permits for every cannabis cultivation operation. We need expedited cannabis permits so that we can have cannabis businesses creating jobs in the community and donating and contributing to community organizations and to the tax base that has been strained so hard by this horrible COVID epidemic. We need to be thoughtful in permitting, which we are, and thank you for all of that. And there's hundreds of permits in application, and there's plenty of ways that we can work together to find compromises. And I think that what Mr. Lavanino said about density makes a lot of sense. Taking a look at that. And also in using hoop houses to make sure that we grow high quality cannabis and make sure to limit the risk of having pesticides drift from neighboring ag operations and contaminating medicine. We have to remember that cannabis is medicine. This is not alcohol, this is medicine. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Vaughn.
And we will now go to Tyler Thomas to be followed by a letter read in the record. Go ahead.
Chair Hart, members of the board, Tyler Thomas, president of Starland and Deerwood Vineyards again. I believe the issue is one of governance. It seems to me prudence demands more control of the products, of the projects, not less. Here's a few facts to consider. We've purchased and spiked with our own wine with beta-myrcene, the most predominant terpene emitted from several cannabis strains. We found in 2 rounds that myrcene caused statistically significant differences in the wine at 50 parts per billion. That level is significant because we've not currently found any labs that test for cannabis terpenes below 150 to 200 parts per billion. Therefore, the notion that there's no data is not merited. We have not used the right sensitive instruments to measure. Community spread of COVID-19 was occurring prior to our measurement of it, but does that mean we should not have exercised prudence? One cannabis grower's own study suggests it would only take 12 days to reach 50 parts per billion on grapevines grown 700 feet from their grow. So we're urging the option to condition projects because these projects are so unprecedented in the history of growing cannabis. You can condition these projects and still be the cannabis capital of California. You can condition these projects and still generate more revenue than any other county from cannabis. I have no fear of competing with cannabis in the open marketplace. However, one entity's direct impact of another entity's ability to conduct its business is not open marketplace competition. It seems to me the government's existence is not first to raise money for services, but rather to provide arbitration, guidelines, and laws that promote and govern neighborly behavior. Therefore, the first principle, I think, when considering the Planning Commission's recommendation ought to be one of governance. That cannabis is going to solve your long-term unfunded liability problem seems to me to be a bit of a red herring, particularly when you think long-term. And I hope you'll listen to the cry of voices in Santa Barbara County pleading with you to add conditions to these projects. Thanks again for your time and all your guys' work. We really appreciate it. Don't envy your position. Take care.
Thank you, Mr. Thomas.
We will now go to a letter submitted by Brian Edwards. Dear members of the Board of Supervisors, the Planning Commission has spent tireless months investigating the best way to curb the problems arising from the new cannabis cultivation in our county. The biggest problem being foul odor inhaled by nearby residents, wineries, and businesses. The Commission finally concluded that in order to gain control of this new industry that is not completely understood yet, we need to require conditional use permits. This industry is not the same as flowers, grapes, or broccoli, as the growers would like you to believe. There are already air quality issues, and we may discover there are health issues from inhaling the BVOCs emitted from cannabis. For obvious reasons, the cannabis growers do not want to hassle with conditional use permits. But when are the voices of the residents going to be heard? We feel we are being ignored. The majority of us want you to take more control of this new industry now, before it's too late. Conditional use permits will allow you more control, both now and in the future, after the permits are issued. There are many good reasons to require CUPs, and not enough bad reasons to deny them. Do not blindly follow the supervisors who are on the side of the cannabis growers just because you need the tax revenues in the short term. Look at the big picture. Denying the Planning Commission's recommendation for CUPs may cost you more in the long run. Lawsuits, lower property values, the reputation of our county, and the health and happiness of your county residents. Do not render all the time, cost, and work of the Planning Commission fruitless. Please do the right thing by voting for conditional use permits in tomorrow's cannabis hearing. Thank you, Brian Edwards.
Thank you, Mr. Edwards.
And we will now go to Amy Marie Orozco, to be followed by a letter to be read into the record.
Mute my device.
Already, Amy, go ahead.
Hello, my name is Amy Orozco. I'm a Santa Barbara County resident, and I'm calling today, or speaking today, in favor of not changing the ordinance, the cannabis ordinance. Perhaps we should see how our ordinance plays out and then make some changes if necessary. Please keep the ordinance as is. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Roscoe.
We will now go to a letter submitted by Stephen James, President of Santa Barbara Vintners. Dear Board of Supervisors, for 2 years, the Santa Barbara wine industry has participated in the cannabis debate and has discussed at every opportunity the adverse effects of terpenes emitted from cannabis, rendering our grapes unusable. The Australian wine study showed clear evidence that eucalyptal terpenes fall on grapes. It was said by your board that eucalyptal only comes from the tree leaves and bark. This is not an accurate nor correct interpretation. On pages 19 and 20 of that study, it confirms eucalyptal is an airborne terpene and falls onto grapes, grape leaves, and soil. Professor Oberholster, who has a PhD from UC Davis, the #1 wine university in the world, wrote to you about the effects from cannabis terpenes and the highly sensitive nature of our industry and universal acceptance that grapes have porous skins and absorb volatile compounds. Our owner, Tyler Thomas, who has 2 master's degrees, has submitted evidence that cannabis terpenes are airborne. The cannabis industry's paid consulting scientists confirmed terpenes exist and that they will contaminate vineyards over time. His study also ironically avoided the #1 cannabis terpene, beta-mycyrene. We urge you to change the cannabis ordinance to require all future developments to have CUPs and not an LUP. This will bring some order, control, common sense, and protection to our industry and tourism, and to not threaten the $1.7 billion economy that we contribute to. In vino veritas, Stephen Janes.
Thank you, Mr. Janes.
And we will now go to Kathy Duncan on the line, to be followed by Alonzo Orozco.
Alrighty, go ahead.
Yes, hi. My name is Kathy Duncan, and I'm happy to speak here today. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can, Kathy.
Okay, I'm going to start all over. Yes, hi. My name is Kathy Duncan. I'm here to speak today, and I'm asking that you please do not require a full-blown CUP for all cannabis applicants. While there might be a few that are in certain areas that may, I think the vast majority are not. And please, I might also say, could you please stop changing the rule book? Why? Because I think it disenfranchises our older and smaller locals, many of whom are the ones who have their applications in for that, what is now capped at 1,575 acres. It additionally would take years to process what even is in the pipeline. We've all seen that. And even with the new positions that the Board of Supervisors authorized and the training that's been undertaken at the Planning Department, there's a huge backlog. This affects not just cannabis, but even other projects. And I think we have urgent things to be looking at. I also would like to let everyone, please let's look at what the results are that cannabis brings to us all. It is the cleanest crop grown out there. Even many organic pesticides cannot be used on a cannabis crop. There's no pesticide drift, period. It also, when you get down to even utilization of our precious water, according to a San Luis Obispo report, it's about 150 gallons to make 1 pound of cannabis flowers versus the 870 gallons to make a gallon of wine. Cannabis, I think, additionally offers a good careers, well-paying careers to many of our locals. I think clearly, as everybody's aware, it does bring in a good amount of tax revenue based upon its impact onto the environment and onto other people. The only real impact from...
Thank you, Ms. Duncan.
And we will now go to Alonzo Orozco. Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Alonzo Orozco. I live in Carpinteria. I'm here to say I am in support of keeping the ordinance as it is. We've had a big group of multi-generational farmers, residents here in the community. It's been mentioned before in another caller. They have always given to the community, has nothing to do with the crop that's going on now. Let's go ahead and let these people have their living. It's very difficult times for all of us, and to stop them, prevent them from progressing isn't fair. And thank you for your patience, and but please, let's get this going and let these people make a living. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Orozco.
We will now go to a letter submitted by Marcelo Lopez and Jean Funkhauser. Honorable Chair and Board members, a CUP for all cannabis cultivation and processing is a must. The Board of Supervisors has an opportunity to correct past policy mistakes. The current ordinance had a chance to work but failed. Our health and quality of life is being assaulted by board policies that created an out-of-control cannabis industry. The daily offensive, noxious, eye-watering odors that permeate our homes on the Foothill Road corridor from Casitas Pass to Toro Canyon is proof. Please don't allow it to continue. Better late than never applies here. Please, enough is enough. We urge the Board of Supervisors to approve the cannabis ordinance amendments unanimously recommended by the Planning Commission. This should have been done from day one. All permits for all cannabis cultivation and processing must be conditional. Conditional use permits will allow a check on projects based on community impacts and feedback, which the current ordinance does not. When the income underreporting growers and operators making millions of dollars show the Poor Us card, please consider the negative impacts their operations have on the majority of your constituents' quality of life and property values. Will the board take this opportunity to correct past mistakes, promote compatibility, and safeguard the health and quality of life of the people the board represents? We hope so. It is what a responsible board would do. Sincerely, Marcelo Lopez, Jean Funkhauser, both owner and residents of Carpinteria.
Thank you, Mr. Lopez and Mr. Funkhauser.
And we will now go to Troy White on the line.
Alrighty, go ahead.
Good afternoon, Honorable Chair Hart and Supervisors. My name is Troy White with TW Land Planning and Development. I currently represent clients on 9 separate cannabis outdoor applications within the inland areas of Lompoc and Buellton. Most of my clients have been in the LUP process for over a year to a year and a half now. These clients have purchased or leased land, drilled water wells, made applications to multiple agencies, and hired a host of consultants. My clients, like many others, have already spent considerable monies on complying with the county's existing requirements. Changing the process now, so soon, after substantial investments have already been made and after P&D land use permit review has already commenced, is extremely concerning. Should the board adopt the PC recommendations, not only will the cannabis industry be negatively affected, but this action would also have very real and significant impacts on all land use matters requiring planning commission review. Requiring all cannabis applications to be subject to a CUP would literally paralyze land use permitting and subdivision activity within the county. It would take approximately 2 to 4 years to clear the backlog of existing cannabis cases, and this is without the PC reviewing any other land use projects during this time. This is not an outcome that I think anyone desires. Although my clients are not in favor of any changes to the LUDC, I would suggest the following practical solutions that could be made applicable to the existing LUP process. 100-foot residential buffers, 200-foot tasting room buffers, ornamental fragrant vegetative screening. Arguments relating to terpene taint are in my mind specious. This appears to be more of a pesticide drift issue. As this is a two-sided issue, should the board wish to take up this topic, any buffer between cannabis and non-cannabis ag should be studied and should be equitably shared between the cannabis and non-cannabis grower. If the board moves forward with CUPs, I would ask that efforts be made to limit applicability of the new policies to new or recently filed applications.
Thank you, Mr. White.
We will now go to public comments submitted by Valerie Bentz. Dear Santa Barbara County Board, please put in measures to mitigate effects of cannabis growing near residential areas in our communities. As a resident of Carpinteria, we are one of the hardest hit areas as our neighborhoods run within yards of some of the growers. We are tired of hearing about odor reduction systems that not only do not work, but also put more allergens into our environment. I cannot keep my windows open, must see an allergist regularly, and get headaches for the effects of the cannabis operations. Please for once take into consideration the effects on sensitive receptors such as humans. Sincerely, Valerie Bentz, PhD, resident of Carpinteria.
Thank you, Ms. Benz.
We will now go to another letter submitted by Robert Curtis. Dear Santa Barbara Board of Supervisors, I am writing concerning an often overlooked and rarely discussed danger presented by cannabis operations in this county. On May 16th, there was a tragic explosion in Los Angeles that severely injured 11 firefighters. LAFD Captain Eric Scott said the building was a warehouse for a maker of cannabis oil. The explosion was caused by butane, which easily ignites and is used in the process to extract THC from cannabis plants to create a concentrate also known as cannabis oil used in vape pens and edibles. This danger to Santa Barbara County is not hypothetical. The Santa Barbara News Press reported that Barry Brand, who was cited for a marijuana misdemeanor in January, was operating a volatile extrication lab and stored over 1,000 pounds of extracted cannabis oil at 5300 Foothill Road in Carpinteria. Experts at the U.S. Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives have long warned governments about the dangers of cannabis oil extraction and storage. And according to a February 2019 report by Politico, at least 10 fires or explosions have occurred in the United States in the past 5 years at facilities that extract cannabis oil. Nearly all resulted in serious injuries for both production line workers and first responders, requiring cannabis operators to utilize the CUP.
And we will now go
Thank you, Mr. Curtis. Sorry.
Allison Laslett, to be followed by Michael Brown.
Alrighty, go ahead.
Supervisors and staff, this is Allison Laslett, the CEO of the Santa Barbara Vintners. I understand this is a cannabis hearing, but I need to take 1 minute to talk about COVID. My experience with the county has been profound and effective. We were able to craft a very wide path for the wineries to succeed in the face of regulations that have typically not allowed that. And the experience of working hand in hand with the county, with the board over long weekend hours, is something that I would like to pursue with the county, and something that I believe that we can achieve also through cannabis. That kind of collaboration allows us to understand the problems and to solve them. I believe that a CUP allows this kind of collaboration and helps protect multiple industries so that you can condition something when it's required, and when it is not, then you don't. This is the kind of exchange of ideas and problem solving that I want us to engage in. And so I do support the Planning Commission's recommendation for CUPs. We have always supported odor control at the property line, so we support that as well. But I wanted to put that out there as my goal of supporting the Planning Commission's recommendations. And thank you once again for your incredible efforts working with the wine industry recently. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Laslett.
We will now go to Michael Brown, to be followed by David Johnson.
Alrighty, go ahead.
Yes, hi. My name is Michael Brown from Calira Winery up in San Ynez Valley. We have been in the wine business for 40-some years up here, and I find it questionable that the whole cannabis process should be turned to a conditional use permit when all I'm trying to do is take out a couple of acres of dead grapevines and replant them with another agricultural product. It seems that the paperwork and the money involved in the CUP system is detrimental to anybody's projects. It makes it readily available for those extremely rich who come in here, but it makes it impossible for those of us who are trying to make our living in agriculture. I think the Planning Commission needs to look at it again, possibly on a tiered type of system to make it more accessible, more friendly, and it can be resolved in a speedy fashion. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Brown.
And we will go to David Johnson next, to be followed by a letter to be read into the record.
Hi, my name is David Johnson. First and foremost, I certainly want to thank the Board of Supervisors for facilitating this conversation. I just think it's super important right now, given the economic climate, given current unemployment numbers, and given both city and state tax revenues, that we look at this project and others without, some of the industry bias that we've had the luxury of affording ourselves in the past. When we're talking about an opportunity to create, jobs by the thousands and tax revenues by the millions, I think it behooves all of us, to facilitate cannabis cultivation operations in an expeditiously yet, thoughtful manner. And, thanks again for allowing my comments, and I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson.
We will now go to public comments submitted by Teresa Riley. Dear County Supervisors, as a resident of Buellton, I am very concerned about the proliferation of cannabis cultivation in the corridor between Buellton and Lompoc. While I support measured, well-planned cultivation in general, I believe there are too many acres being concentrated along Highway 246 in an area close to schools, residences, senior living communities, parks, and pre-existing agricultural industries, such as vineyards, equestrian centers, and other small farms. Odor is a major concern, as there are already days that the skunk smell of cannabis is reaching my home in the Ranch Club Estates senior community and in the Riverview Park. Carpinteria is so horrendous that I am affected by the odor even driving on 101 with my windows and vents closed. Increased traffic safety and security issues, lighting, and aesthetic degradation of the viewscape are all factors to consider. I urge you to approve the County Planning Commission's recommendations amending the cannabis land use ordinance to 1. Require conditional use permits for cannabis cultivation and on-site processing activities on agriculturally designated lands. 2. Require odor abatement plans for all cannabis cultivation and processing. With regard to odor abatement, methods which add other odors that may be noxious to sensitive individuals are not good solutions. Thank you for your diligence in monitoring this burgeoning industry with a balanced approach, taking our local communities into consideration. Respectfully submitted, Teresa Riley.
Thank you, Ms. Riley.
And we will now go to the phone for Ara Belgian, to be followed by John Wilczak.
Go ahead.
Moving. I'm sorry.
You can go ahead. Thank you.
Hi, my name is R. Belgian. Moving forward with the CUPs for all cannabis projects would be rewarding the vocal minority who have no interest in the successful cannabis industry and its positive economic contribution to the county, and penalizing the cannabis operators who have sought to play by the rules. So please consider ways to expedite and not slow down the cannabis permit license process. Thank you. I yield my time.
Thank you, Mr. Belgian.
We will now go to John Wilczak, to be followed by a letter to be read into the record.
John, go ahead.
Good afternoon, Chairman Hartman, Chairman Hart, and members of the board. My name is John Wilczak. I live in Santa Barbara County, San Ynez Valley. I've watched the development of the cannabis industry over the last several years, and having been involved in ag, have consulted to cannabis applicants who are working on the process right now. It's been arduous. Some of them have been in it for over 3 years, have very substantial investments in the process, and are now in the appeal mode, and are looking forward to successfully completing their appeal. My review of the presentation earlier in the meeting indicates that there will be, in fact, consideration for the entitlements of these people who have substantial investments and time in the LUP process, and I would urge you to make sure that happens. I do think it's very important that the industries, both the wine industry and the cannabis industry, look for areas of commonality to work together. I think most people don't pay attention to the fact that there is going to be a growing commercial business of visitors who want to visit cannabis cultivation sites, and in some cases maybe even places where there'll be relaxation zones where people could imbibe, but that's for future discussions. This is a moneymaker for the county. Remember, anything that's sold from California, you always have seen as being special, but when you say Santa Barbara grown, it's even more special. It makes it more significant that it is grown here, and I think there was a lot of wisdom in the concept of bringing cannabis to Santa Barbara County. Now we just have to fine tune this so that it can work for the common good. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wilczek.
We will now go to public comments submitted by Francesca Lindley. Dear Board of Supervisors, please uphold the recommendation from the Planning Commission to amend the cannabis ordinance to require conditional use permits for all cannabis operations. In hours of hearings, I personally witnessed the Planning Commission listen carefully to arguments from all sides of the issues and challenges at play, and their thoughtful, balanced approach for a compromise solution deserves respect and endorsement. I am the CFO for Coastal Vineyard Care Associates. Our company farms numerous vineyards in Santa Barbara County, including many from which incredible, premium, indeed, world-class wines are made. I am also the owner of a small vineyard in the Santa Rita Hills, and I am fortunate that my fruit is sold to one of California's finest wineries. You've heard arguments regarding the incompatibility of cannabis grown alongside vineyards, and this is now translating into a direct impact on the ability of vineyards to sell their grapes. As the grape sales conduit between our clients and over 400 wineries, we're nervously being asked questions about cannabis proximity and crop conflict. Further, an application for 29 acres of cannabis hoop houses just 500 feet from my vineyard is currently in process. My fear, and the fear of our entire industry, is that buyers will simply go elsewhere, rendering our investments worthless and thousands of jobs lost. In my case, my vineyard is my life savings. Please protect the years of wine industry investment in our county. Unlike cannabis, we simply cannot move elsewhere. Regards, Francesca Lindley.
Thank you, Ms. Lindley.
Chair Hart, members of the board, we will now go back to the phone for Monica Martin to be followed by Madison Marker.
You can go ahead.
Hi, Supervisors. My name is Monica Martin. I'm calling on behalf of Flowers and Associates Incorporated. We currently represent 22 cannabis projects located in both Carpinteria and the inland area for cultivation and processing. I'm calling today to express our opposition to the conditional use permit requirement for all cannabis cultivation and processing. Despite public opinion and perhaps unbeknownst to the Planning Commission and the Board of Supervisors, the current land permit and CDP process for cannabis already includes intense scrutiny and discretion at the staff level. This is evident in the board letter, wherein it indicated 241 applications are still pending a decision. This is because of staff turnover and new supervisors, the process constantly changes, requiring more and more information from cannabis operators than is required in the code. The approval of 13 projects, not 28 as stated in the board letter, is hardly enough data to say that the existing ordinance is insufficient, not to mention the extreme backlog this will create. The Planning Commission made it clear that the intent behind requiring a CUP is defining a compatibility that is not available to them at the LUP or CDP level. Our professional planning experience and education reminds us that this finding is not meant to deny one agricultural crop the inability to grow on agriculturally zoned property next to an adjacent agricultural operation. This finding was intended to provide greater regulation to uses that are not normally found on agriculturally zoned properties, but may be allowed in conjunction with an agricultural use. Those who oppose cannabis will take advantage of and abuse this finding as a way to completely eliminate the cannabis industry. The Planning Commission has also proposed to replace an enforceable development standard with an ambiguous finding. We have cause to believe that those opposed to cannabis will deny projects based on this vague policy and claim that any and all cannabis-related odors are a detriment to the general welfare of their neighborhood. Regarding setbacks from wineries or adjacent uses, there is no scientific evidence of what the
Thank you, Ms. Martin.
Hello. So I'm calling in regards to the cultivation permits and
the conditional use permit process. The reason I believe that cultivation should be just a land use permit is because it really allows small businesses to open up and thrive and become a part of everything. The conditional use permit process is generally a long and drawn out process that kind of only makes it fair for larger businesses to succeed. With that being said, you know, paying rent on land or mortgage on land during the time of conditional use permits being pursued is kind of really taxing on small businesses. So that would be huge. And another thing is having greenhouse, hoop house style grows would allow for easier cultivation of a higher end product, less contamination from agricultural sites, and also allow for a cleaner looking product so that if there's any marijuana seen or not wanting to be seen, the hoops could cover it up, strawberry style hoop house. Sorry, I'm a little nervous, and I thank you guys for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Marker.
Chair Hart, members of the board, a letter that I previously read that was submitted by Mr. Marcelo Lopez and Jean Funkhauser. I'd just like to note for the record that it was also submitted by the following individuals: D. Funkhauser, Linda Fisher, Jim Manoia, Robin Geddes, Javier Palencia, Jan Meadowcraft, Jeannie Burke, Joan Slater, Diana Leipert, Al Leipert, Penny Angelotti, James Angelotti, Michael Phillips, Ron Singer, Beverly Singer, and Janice Rorick, some of which are owners and or residents of Carpinteria.
Thank you.
I'd now like to read a letter into the record submitted by Susan Baloney. Dear Chair Hart and Supervisors, the original permit application for the cannabis ordinance seemed to be a strict attempt to streamline its process. I've always thought streamlining something you've never done before for an industry brand new in the county was going to be difficult and full of unintended consequences. Here's a description of the original process from the perspective of a Santa Ynez Valley resident. One day, a neighbor is surprised to get a notice in the mail of a cannabis cultivation application, the only notice. If they want any input as a neighbor, they have to call the county to become an aggrieved party, and do that within an unknown amount of time before the permit is approved. They next have to figure out how to determine the exact day when a permit is approved. Then they have 10 days from permit approval to make any sort of appeal. There is no public hearing. Here are reasons I think a CUP is a better standard for permitting cannabis than the original one, and why I urge you to adopt it today. 1, the neighbors and public should have the right to a CUP hearing where many unforeseen problems will appear because the industry is so new to the Santa Ynez Valley and the county. 2, each parcel has different considerations as to compatibility with vineyards, ranch residences, food crops, or sensitive populations nearby. 3, the Santa Ynez Community Plan has a goal to protect the rural, scenic character of the valley. We have a design overlay that is often forgotten, but its policies need to be adhered to in order to protect our rural visual resources and achieve our goals. A hearing may help adhere to the DO. I believe these permits run with the land, and there will be a limit to total acreage allowed for cannabis, so it is very important to get it right. A CUP will have a better chance of getting it right. I also urge you to require odor abatement for all cannabis cultivation and processing due to the fact that schools can be affected like they are in Carpinteria, and sensitive children can live on a ranch and not just be in daycare situations. The elderly in retirement communities still don't seem to be considered yet, and they may live near a cultivation or processing area too. And that is our time.
Thank you, Ms. Baloney.
And we will now go to the phone for Jerome Weidman, to be followed by Graham Farrar.
Hi, this is Jerome Weidman. I'm a former member of a board that worked for employment in Santa Barbara County, and it was my pleasure to work with the Board of Supervisors at that time. I've heard people do such a good job of talk about a lot of the common issues of zoning. I strongly think that a CUP is a must at this time because this whole situation is evolving. Having said that, I'm going to step aside and address something else because we're not talking about the fact that this is an unstable market, that this market may crash, and that anything we do to our beautiful county is going to have lasting effects, and it may be for naught. It may be that there is no financial incentive to do any further development of cannabis. I just felt that maybe it was time to take a hard look at the numbers. Also, this is a psychoactive drug, and very little is known about it, and 10%, roughly, of all people are acutely sensitive to odors. That's a general property, but it's true. Now, I don't want to take up any more of your time today, but let's consider these things. These are critical things that could damage our county for decades. We need to be careful, so CUPs are the only way to go. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Weidman.
We will now go to Graham Farrar to be followed by a letter to be read into the record.
Alrighty, go ahead, Graham.
Hi, everybody. This is Graham. Thank you for letting me be here on the phone today. I hope everybody's staying safe. Wanted to take a couple moments to comment on the proposed changes to the cannabis ordinance. As one of the few fully licensed and permitted growers who also has a legal non-conforming farm, I'd like to reiterate that getting farmers, operators in the cannabis industry under the ordinance that we've spent the last 2 years building is the best thing that we can be doing. Going back to square one and changing that process, sending a bunch of people who've been operating in good faith with lots of investment of both time and money back to square one does not serve the community. It makes the idea and the goal of ending the legal non-conforming farms and moving them into fully entitled, licensed, and permitted operations that much farther away. That's not a benefit to the community. We have a great set of rules that we spent a lot of time from the county, the community, and the industry putting together. And so far, I think we've licensed 14 acres under that program. And you've got a bunch of folks that are working really hard, again, in good faith, to follow the rules. And there needs to be some clarity for them and consistency for those rules to change the program before it's even been implemented. I don't think helps anybody, community, county, or industry. At the end of the day, we need to remember that this is a crop change, and a CUP for a crop change makes absolutely no sense, regardless of the amount of time it would take. I've seen estimates that if we move to a CUP, send everyone back to square one, and it's likely a 4+ year process to process everything through. That's 4 years of delayed implementation of the tighter, more strict regulations that come with entitled, licensed, and permitted farms. So I urge you to turn down and keep the ordinance as is so that we can get people through the system with manual license. We can make up.
Thank you, Mr. Farrar.
We will now go to public comments submitted by Jan Davidson. Please vote yes to 1. Require conditional use permits, CUPs, for all applications, and 2. Require odor abatement plans for all cultivation and processing. These applicants should have to prove they were already producing medicinal cannabis per county requirements, not simply be permitted to lie on their applications. I'm a 30-year property owner living in Paradise on rural Ag 2 land in the Santa Rita Hills appellation west of Buellton. Last year, I was stunned to find myself enveloped by the overwhelming odor of cannabis while driving down Highway 246 with my windows rolled up. The sickening stench was from a single cannabis grow that I couldn't even see, but later learned was above the Pence property. I am deeply concerned about the negative consequences to our air quality and our right to enjoy living in this once pristine environment if hundreds of acres of cannabis are allowed to concentrate in the proposed cannabis corridor west of Yuleton. Are we going to have to wear face masks forever? This is nationally unprecedented, irresponsible, and unacceptable. Santa Barbara County already produces more cannabis than can be consumed within our state. So who are we really supplying? Think about it. Please support the residents you were elected to represent. Please don't turn our rural paradise into a county overrun by industrial cannabis production with the enormous negative consequences to productive residents, vineyard owners, and farmers already here for generations beforehand. Thank you, Jan Davidson.
Thank you, Ms. Davidson.
We will now go to Ken Seligson, to be followed by Tristan Strauss and Jared Ficker.
Go ahead.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ken Seligson. I'm an attorney here in California, and I have many clients who will be impacted by this legislation. That being said, I believe that there is a reasonable way to regulate this industry, which is here and here to stay here in Santa Barbara County. But to do that, we need to look at this as a global picture. There are issues with neighbors, there's issues with the wineries, so there are reasonable regulations that you guys can implement. Setbacks, density regulations, property size limits, and all of that to say that this unregulated activity that's going on in the county, that's illegal. That's not allowed, and it's never been allowed. This regulated activity that you guys are now letting into your county will create a ton of tax revenue for you, a ton of jobs, and will really benefit the community. So I implore you to take a really deep look at these regulations and create a balance so that the neighbors and the wineries can live with their new neighbors, the cannabis industry. Thank you.
Thank you, Ken.
We will now go to Tristan Strauss, to be followed by Jared Ficker.
Alrighty, go ahead.
County Board of Supervisors, this is Tristan Strauss. I'd just like to say thank you for the opportunity to speak and to hear my voice. I'm the president of Carp Growers and the CEO of Headwaters. Headwaters is a local data-driven operator focusing in offering best-in-class services to the industry, as well as cultivation operations in Santa Barbara County. We have 2 permit applications in our local area. One has been approved and is now being appealed by the SB Coalition for Responsible Cannabis, and the other is a prospective farm that we're hoping to be scheduled for a hearing this summer. My background has been in traditional ag farming. I grew up in Ojai, California, where we're still growing 8 acres of row crops that are certified organic this year and 30 acres of citrus. I feel very strongly that Santa Barbara County has the opportunity to lead the industry in California, which I feel very strongly is the largest cannabis industry in the world. Santa Barbara County has the opportunity to offer best-in-class regulatory process to approve these permitting opportunities to really lead and set a precedent for California. As part of the permitting process that we've been going through, it's been significant, and I feel like there's extensive regulatory frameworks that we're all adhering to. I think that it'd be immature and to change the ordinance at this time, and I feel that we've gone through significant regulatory hurdles to where we're gone through today. Our one application is now in its 5th iteration of submittal, And so I feel like at this point in time, now that there's only 14 of the 186 acres that have been approved, we really need to see this project through. I would just also like to spot on that the fact that through COVID, all of our operators have continued to offer high-paying year-round jobs. We continue to grow our operations and really focus on creating positive impacts in the community. I think Carp Growers has done a fantastic job in being available and ready to act for the local community.
Thank you, Mr. Strauss.
We will now go to Jared Ficker to be followed by Aaron Wow.
Hi, Chair Hart and members of the Board of Supervisors. My name is Jared Ficker with Acting Advisors, and we represent a number of cannabis operations moving through the land use permitting and business licensing processes. Thank you for taking the time yet again to consider refinements to the cannabis ordinances in Santa Barbara County. As you know, we've had a number of hearings, and since originally adopting these ordinances, a number of changes have been made to these ordinances that we should not forget. Briefly, I'll summarize those. In the coastal zone, you've required best available control technology, you've banned outdoor and hoop house cultivation, and you've implemented a cap of 186 acres in the Carpinteria. In the inland area, you made refinements that ban cultivation on Ag 1 properties. After some time, you've required CUPs for projects near ERDNs, and you've implemented a cap on the total amount of acreage allowed in the inland area. Some additional refinements in the inland area might make sense and should be considered, and these might include requiring odor mitigation plans, requiring neighbor compatibility plans, and setbacks from wine tasting rooms that's been discussed previously. These requirements should be required for all inland area projects. But with regard to this question of CUPs, you should determine if there is a certain size or scale that really garners this additional permitting level. I think most of the concerns are over very large-scale operations, and perhaps some of those need additional scrutiny. But don't apply the CUP concept to all properties, because we've already put a great deal of requirements on these projects that are pending and on the 10-yard line through your excellent planning staff. Finally, it's impossible to consider land use refinements without consideration of the business license aspects. Commercial cannabis operations can only occur based on an annual license that must be renewed both with the county and the state. So if operators are not being good neighbors or have extraordinary impacts, you already have effective policy tools at your disposal. Thank you for your consideration. I think it's time to really focus on processing the applications before you. Many of the things being raised today are being considered legal non-conforming operators, and we have a great set of policies in place. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ficker.
Alrighty, go ahead.
Alrighty. So my name is Aaron Watt, and I'd like to make a public comment about the cultivation of cannabis in Santa Barbara County. First thing, I'd like to say that they should not require conditional use of permits for cannabis cultivation. We want cannabis cultivation operations to be expeditiously yet thoughtfully permitted in Santa Barbara County, as they will create an abundance of jobs, economic benefit to other local businesses, and tax contribution to the county budget to help them balance the decisions caused by the coronavirus. Also, with only a handful of permits approved of hundreds in the applications, cannabis is already providing far more tax revenue for the county than wine grapes. It is not a competition, but we must look at the benefits of embracing and empowering responsibilities of cannabis operations to flourish and provide crucial funding for our county's government and the community programs. It is important to implement parameters for cannabis land use permits to ensure that cannabis is cultivated with respect to the neighbors and the community. Setbacks 100 feet from all the permitted lines, density no more than 30% of parcel size, and possibly large parcels over 100 acres. This will ensure that the land use permits will not be approved to grossly, This will also ensure that the land use permits will not be approved for grossly inappropriate cultivation operations and will be located on small, centered locations on large parcels, that they are less likely to impact neighbors. Fourth, I also like to say that the hoop houses are encouraged for the cannabis cultivation for the following benefits.
Thank you, Aaron.
They reduce
That is
risk.
your time. Thank you for your comments.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Waugh.
We will now go to public comment submitted by John Faulkner. Dear Board of Supervisors, I live in Lompoc and see that things end up in our city's backyard that the rest of the county eagerly sidetracks our way. Lompoc has concentrated poverty where so much of the county has concentrated affluence. But I raise concern about cannabis cultivation, not because I'm a NIMBY. I'm not one. Cannabis will exist, and so will wildfire and gang violence and the Lompoc Federal Penitentiary, and that's life. But please heed your own experts' advice at the Planning Commission. Conditional use permits are a reasonable means of managing cannabis cultivation. An industry of small-scale, conscientious growing is fine. Just please don't let it run rampant and unchecked. Thank you for your years-long consideration of this issue. John Faulkner.
Thank you, Mr. Faulkner.
We will now go to the phone for Winfred Van Wingerden, to be followed by a letter to be read into the record.
Go ahead.
Dear members of the board and staff, my name is Winfred Van Wingerden, and I'm a 10th generation farmer from Holland and here in the Carpentry Valley. Our families came over as immigrants over 50 years ago, and we've been growing flowers of many kinds during this time. I'm also a managing partner of multiple farms here in Carpentry, all of which are DVPs. One of our permits has been deemed complete. We will have to go to the Planning Commission hearing for all our approvals. As a member of the carp growers, we are opposed to the proposed changes. The language is too vague and it will not work for us. We've been working constantly to improve our existing technology with the help of SCS, a professional odor organization. With the ag compatibility, we've also made great progress with our avocado neighbors. You've received letters from both Rick Shane and Will Carlson stating that they support cannabis farmers. And we've worked out all the kinks in that. The ordinance changes, we are committed to this process, but the rules can't keep changing. It is not fair to those of us who have been preparing applications based on the existing regulations. In conclusion, I would like to say that we have benefited the county in many ways, the Carpentry community. We've worked with our local restaurant during this COVID situation. Carpentry pays the majority of the county taxes. We're providing hundreds of jobs. We're making improvements in existing infrastructure and properties. And so please, please consider all the things we've been doing now for the past 3 years. And thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Van Wingerden. You know, we've been going 2 hours straight, and we're a quarter of the way through the public comment. And maybe we should take a 10-minute break to, yeah. Whoops, we're reconvening the Board of Supervisors meeting and continuing with public comment on the cannabis item. Our 43rd speaker will be...
Thank you, Chair Hart and members of the board. We are going to the phone with Nathan Eady, to be followed by a letter to be read into the record.
Already. go ahead.
Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. This is Nathan Eady with SES Engineers in Santa Maria, also representing the Carp Growers Association. Just wanted to take a moment to follow up on the letter that I also submitted. So first and foremost, I recommend that you give the existing ordinance, as it exists today, a chance to be applied before you move forward with refinements. The best lessons in land use policy are learned through experience, and only a small fraction of the industry is currently permitted. So we really have not felt the full force and effect of what the existing ordinance could achieve. Under the current ordinance, the county and community stakeholders will gain a lot of leverage to ensure that further compliance actions are taken and odors are further reduced when existing operations are fully permitted. Modifying the ordinance again just further delays the implementation of improved regulation of the legal non-conforming farms. It just delays how much community issues like odor reduction and whatnot could be improved from the existing condition. If you do proceed with ordinance revisions, I ask that you consider the following. So the first is regarding odor control. The language proposed by the PC is just far too vague. It takes an existing standard which is well defined and it waters it down so that the requirement can really be just argued ad nauseum by either party forever. And as a firm that also provides directly PE certified odor control plans, I just don't know how we would look at words as vague as convenience or undefined areas like neighborhood that aren't defined in Article 2 or the LUDC and rein those in so that we felt confident stamping a plan. Regarding the permit process, I recommend taking a long view. You know, most but not all cannabis projects right now are contentious today because it's a newly regulated industry and it has evolving science and odor control technology, et cetera. When this drama calms down, do you really want to bog down the future planning commissions with CUP hearings for all projects? As a potential option, perhaps you can consider the fact that your existing land use codes.
Thank you, Mr. Eady.
We will now go to public. We will now go to public comments submitted by Steve Junak. Chair Hart and honorable supervisors, please require a CUP for all cannabis operations on agricultural parcels. An LUP does not allow for much public input. Requiring a CUP for all cannabis cultivation operations would be a much more transparent process and may result in fewer appeals to the board. Applicants, neighbors, and the general public would all have more realistic expectations about where cannabis operations would be acceptable if a CUP were required. The PEIR for cannabis does not adequately address cumulative impacts caused by clustering of projects in certain areas, state license stacking, and buffer zones to adequately protect adjacent agriculture and residential neighborhoods. Requiring a CUP for cannabis grows would help to mitigate some of the negative effects caused by placing cannabis operations in inappropriate locations. Allowing cannabis cultivation in EDRNs and next to urban areas is just not working and needs attention. Please prohibit cannabis activities in EDRNs where significant conflicts with neighbors have been occurring for several years. The residents of Sabita and Tepesquet Canyons keep writing to you and speaking at your hearings before they're not getting relief from conflicts with incompatible cannabis operations. You have the power and the duty to correct these conflicts. Prohibiting commercial cannabis activities in EDRNs would really help these residents. Please place per parcel acreage limits on cannabis operations. Please place term limits on cannabis permits so that unanticipated conflicts can be corrected and so that when there are technological advances in odor control, system updates can be required. Thank you, Steve Junak.
Thank you, Mr. Junak.
We will now go to the phone for Lauren Wolf, to be followed by Eric Edwards.
Okay, Lauren, you can begin.
Afternoon. I've had the honor to get to know a few of you while going through the permitting process and attending fundraisers. We're all lucky to have a board compelled of members who are thoughtful, compassionate, and make rational decisions. In the past, you've had to make some difficult decisions, and today you have the opportunity to make a massive impact on job creation and tax revenue in Santa Barbara County in these challenging times. I strongly advise that you do not make the mistake of forcing all cannabis cultivators to go through a CUP process. It would cause massive delays, thousands of living wage jobs, and tens of millions in tax revenue, and delay other projects in other industries by flooding the CP pipeline and straining already limited county staff. How do we increase tax revenue, reduce the strain on county resources, and create much-needed jobs? By creating larger setbacks in public roadways and property lines with neighbors, we can reduce odor issues. I believe 200 feet would be sufficient. San Luis Obispo is currently at 300 feet. Sonoma County is at 100 feet. By increasing the minimum parcel size to 100 acres for an LUP, you would drastically diminish the amount of controversy around smaller parcels. San Luis increased the parcel size from 10 to 40 acres in rural lands to alleviate pressure stemming from complaints about odor. Another great idea would be to restrict the amount grown per parcel to 25 to 30% of the parcel size. Finally, by allowing hoop houses, you are able to double the amount of profit per square foot and generate more tax revenue. Hoop houses also reduce pesticide drift from neighboring farms and mitigate the risk of cross-contamination and crop or tax loss. I also wanted to address the fact of terpene drift and the problems we've seen with that. For me, it's been extremely frustrating because we're dealing with pesticide drift, pesticides that are toxic, that are deadly, that we aren't allowed to spray on our plants, but are allowed to be sprayed on grapes and other food crops. I'm excited about the day.
Thank you, Mr. Wolf.
Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Chair Hart and Supervisors. Thank you for the opportunity to comment. My name is Eric Edwards, and I'm Director of Compliance for Headwaters. As the person directly responsible for all of Headwaters permitting and licensing, I urge the board to refrain from making any ordinance changes at this time. While the current process is complex and often frustrating for applicants, changes at this stage will only exacerbate this complexity by introducing greater ambiguity and uncertainty into the permitting process. As it stands today, very few have successfully navigated the county's stringent requirements. Only 14 out of 186 acres have been permitted in Carpinteria. Mandating even stricter standards at this stage will likely cripple many prospective operators at a time when the county and community should be standing together and supporting jobs that are beneficial to the community at large. Projects that create jobs and provide revenue to the county. Please give the ordinance and my fellow cannabis operators a chance to succeed. Thank you.
Thank you, Eric.
We will now go to public comment submitted by Brent Celestin. My name is Brent Celestin, and I am a resident of Solvang, and I work in the finance industry. I would like to express my deepest concerns about mandating conditional use permits for all cannabis projects. Cannabis is arguably the only bright spot on the county's 2020 fiscal landscape. As you are aware, cannabis tax receipts for the third quarter increased 43% over the same quarter last year as a result of increased production coupled with Santa Barbara County's growing reputation for producing quality products that command a market premium. The accumulated tax cannabis collection during these past couple of years is now close to $20 million and could continue to grow and fund essential public services for the most vulnerable in our community. Moreover, I'm encouraged to learn that the governor declared the cannabis industry an essential business, and our local cannabis leaders continue to create jobs and invest in our community during these challenging times of COVID-19, softening the impact our county is experiencing with massive layoffs and economic uncertainty. I ask our board leadership to bring us together and reject the politics of division by a small group of anti-cannabis naysayers. Respectfully, Brent Celestin.
Thank you, Mr. Celestin.
We will now go to Liz Rogan, to be followed by Autumn Shelton.
Okay, Liz, go ahead.
Thank you. Good afternoon, supervisors. Thank you for your time today. My name is Liz Rogan. I am a cannabis advocate, and I'm also the executive director of the American Academy of Cannabinoid Medicine. I'm calling in to request that there is no change to our current ordinance. I want to thank you for your strong leadership through these challenging times. As you can see, health is wealth. The local environment directly affects our health. The cannabis businesses directly support a healthy environment by inputting community resources, and they've taken the lead from providing PPE to supporting local businesses. This directly injects money into needed funds, put cash in the hands of the hard workers to pay rent. Cannabis has also been the canary in the coal mine, exposing pesticide risks, which may have negative impacts on other agricultural crops in addition to cannabis. Cannabis has also helped fill the void from globalization, which was left in a lot of empty greenhouses. It's provided more small businesses, higher paying jobs, health insurance. It's also designated as essential. Cannabis is medicine. It's bringing in much needed tax revenue that we need with the effects of COVID and the economic challenges ahead. We need stability and not further changes. Let us move through this process you have created. We have yet to be able to see what the actual effects are in the data. Let's not operate on fear. Constant changes hinder growth. Cannabis and wine can coexist. Ask Melissa Etheridge. Certain groups and individuals have publicly pledged to appeal every single cannabis land use permit, which is a waste of our resources. I personally speak with patients daily who would directly benefit from cannabinoid medicine. To limit the growth, both physically and financially, would only do harm to our communities and small businesses. I encourage you to continue to look into the best practices for the health and wealth of our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Liz.
Thank you, Ms. Rogan.
Alrighty, go ahead.
Hi, this is Autumn Shelton, co-owner of Autumn Brands. We oppose any changes to the ordinance in the coastal zone. We have been diligently working towards approval for a coastal development permit with hearing for more than 17 months, and we are not alone. The county planners are crossing more T's and dotting more I's than they ever have before. This is not a normal land use permit process. It is a very detailed and challenging process that will already include at least one public hearing. Carpinteria already has greenhouse structures in place that have been used and approved for agriculture and are compatible with the community. But we are still having to prove that we are compatible by hiring endless consultants, engineers, environmentalists, etc. for the CDPH. The benefits for the community to switch to cannabis are endless. The only impact that really continues for some areas is the odor, which is already addressed in the business license. If the type of permit changes, it will only extend the conflicts, complaints, and any felt impacts for many, many more years to come. Supervisors, I beg you to understand how detrimental it will be to the community of Carpinteria to prolong this process for 5 to 10 more years. There is a cap in place. Once it can be met, the ordinance and business licenses can be monitored and enforced. Until then, this unnecessary battle will continue. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Shelton.
We will now go to public comments submitted by DJ Stornetta. I am a resident of Orchid, California. Do not grant any certificates, approvals, plans, licenses to any business, person, entity, or other organization to sell, market, distribute, grow, process, package, or store cannabis or any product with any measurable THC content in Orchid, California 93455 or any nearby unincorporated area of Santa Barbara County. This includes the building at 405 East Clark Avenue, Orchid, California 93455, Natural Healing Center, Helios, Bobby, Dayspring, any of their affiliates, associates, entities, or related partnerships, entities, and other parties. Enabling the sale, promotion, branding, and awareness of marijuana and related narcotics in Orchid, California will directly expedite all of the following: increased crime and potential increase in physical damage and loss of value to all private, public, residential, business properties, vehicles, and other physical assets. Increased exposure, branding, awareness to children indirectly adjacent and nearby residences and schools. Increased social decay. Additionally, there are many retail locations available in the Santa Maria area. These other locations would solve crucial problems that arise out of the retail store location at 405 East Clark Avenue, Orchid, California. 4015 East Clark Avenue is a few feet away from homes and residences. Families would be subjected to the negative elements below because of their incredible proximity to the building. Store is 1,050 feet away from Orchid Junior High School and close to the adjacent Orchid Academy High School. Hundreds of children would be exposed to branding, use, and other negative aspects of marijuana. The store is in a direct walking path of residents and students. Children often walk along the section of 405 East Clark Avenue to go to and from school and would be subject to the promotion and sale of drugs. The store is in direct conflict with the DARE program, teachings, and anti-drug campaigns.
Thank you, Mr. Stormena.
And we will now go to the phone for Alex Goodman, to be followed by Mark Shatillo.
Go ahead.
All right. Hello, Santa Barbara County Supervisors. I wanted to make a public comment today about cannabis cultivation. My name is Alex Goodman. I just wanted to express my support for cultivation in Santa Barbara County and the positive things that it continues to bring to the county. A few benefits include increased tax revenue, an increase in jobs, available jobs, and the ability to make a positive impact on the environment by cultivating a carbon-friendly plant. Some key points that I wanted to highlight for the Santa Barbara County regulation. Setbacks, 100 feet from all property lines. We're in support of this. We're also in support of density, no more than 30% parcel size, and the possibility for larger parcels over 100 acres. I support cultivation rights on smaller parcels, but it seems that the controversy is around smaller parcels, and we need to find a compromise. So perhaps CUPs for smaller parcels would be a way to address them on a case-by-case basis. I also wanted to propose my support for hoop house cultivation. I know this has a number of benefits for cannabis cultivation and increasing the quality of the product, protecting from the sensitive plants for pesticide overspray, and creating a higher quality end product. Thank you so much for your time. I really appreciate it, and hope you guys are staying strong through all these hard times.
Thank you, Mr. Goodman.
And we will now go to Mark Shatillo.
Alrighty, go ahead.
Good afternoon, members of the board. This is Mark Shatillo. We have heard considerable testimony today from the cannabis industry that the industry would like to work with neighbors. They want a thoughtful process. There's a need to fine-tune the process for common good. Mr. Ficker indicated that there is need for additional standards for odor, neighborhood compatibility, and tasting room buffers. Your planning commission heard that land use incompatibility and concluded that land use incompatibility is the key issue in dealing with reconciling these conflicting land uses and finding harmony in our land use. And your board found that your hands were tied under the existing ordinance to be able to try and condition to address that incompatibility. We saw the greed of growers coming forward with a reduced size project and asking for even more on appeal to the Board of Supervisors. There is a solution to the problem, and we can learn from the experience that the Planning Commission and your board has had. A conditional use permit provides a public process that is absent from the land use planning, the land use permit process. And it allows the critical resolution of issues amongst the applicants and the concerned neighbors, and it allows your commission to address issues on a site-specific basis. That's what a conditional use permit is for. It's not happening now under the land use permit, but the conditional use permit provides a vehicle and a tool for the Planning Commission and the community to be able to resolve these conflicts, identify suitable sites, and avoid having all of these projects come up on appeal to your Board of Supervisors. By going with the CUP, you eliminate one step in the process and abbreviate the processing. We all seek sustainable land use, and this is the easiest way to do it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Shatillo.
We will now go to public comments submitted by Reese and Christine Duca. Dear Board of Supervisors, thank you for this opportunity. Let me start with the facts. 50 to 70 days per year, we have a foul, skunky smell from the cannabis growers. Of those, 20 are intense and wretched. If they vent during the night, it will jolt you from a dead sleep. I have no objection to any business growing or selling cannabis. However, I do strongly believe all growers and processors should be required to file for a conditional use permit. We now have 3 years' experience with cannabis, and it is crystal clear there are significant adverse impacts on nearby homes, neighborhood schools, and businesses that should be regulated by a CUP. I believe in free markets. I believe the cannabis industry can coexist in Carpinteria with other ag and non-ag businesses, residential communities, and schools. However, if we've learned anything in the United States over the last 5 decades, industries and individual businesses in red states, blue states, conservative or liberal communities will not self-police and self-regulate. Business entities will do what is in their best interest in the absence of clear, unequivocal permitting guidelines that protect the public. That is why we need CUPs for cannabis. And if you look at point 5 of section 35-172.8, it states the CUP application only will be approved if the project will not be detrimental to the health, safety, comfort, convenience, and general welfare of the neighborhood and will not be incompatible with the surrounding area. We don't ask the board to ban cannabis. We ask them to regulate by requiring CUPs. If final permits, which run with the land forever, are granted without CUPs, we are going down a path that is doomed to be unsuccessful for the citizens of the Carpinteria Valley. Thank you, Reese and Christine Duca, Carpinteria Valley residents for 49 years.
Thank you, Mr. and Mrs. Duca.
And Chair Hart, members of the board, I would just like to note before we go to our next caller, Colin Dvorak, he did get cut off by 1 minute and on the earlier end of our public comment, so we're going to finish him out for his final minute.
Thank you.
Chair Hart and Supervisors, this is Colin DeVore again. Sorry, we got disconnected. I'll be brief. While this last couple of years has been a bumpy road, it is one that we as a community have invested our time, money, and lives into. We cannot waste that capital. We are years into this process and have only 29 projects approved with 134 projects and applications due. Requiring applicants to get a CUP would throw this already onerous process into years of hearings. We are misappropriating valid public concerns over community impacts to the application process. The heart of the issue is operational standards and enforcement. If we need tools to address concerns about specific projects and their compatibility with the communities, please use a scalpel and not the club of a CUP. Cannabis companies are out to be part of a vibrant community. We hear your concerns and we are racing to solve them. We have employed the brightest minds from across the county to develop technologies and procedures to stop, track, and identify odors. We are sparing no expense to address your concerns of safety, noise, and traffic. We will solve these problems, and those of us that can't or don't will be shut down. The CEO's office has allocated.
Thank you again, Mr. Dvorak.
We will now go to public comment by Kathy Joseph. My name is Kathy Joseph, owner of Fiddlesticks Vineyard on Santa Rosa Road in the Santa Rita Hills Wine AVA. I'm writing in support of the Planning Commission recommendation of requiring CUPs for all cannabis projects. CUPs will ensure projects can be customized with appropriate activities and incorporate appropriate mitigation efforts and address the presence of neighbors, if any, and their concerns in both rural, semi-rural, and urban areas. Allow the county to more effectively customize requirements for a project based on its location, the parcel attributes, the topography, and orientation. Allow the county to more effectively customize requirements for a given location, including odor drift, terpene drift, and the wafting of materials commonly used in established vineyards. Promote informal resolutions, good neighbor resolutions, knowing there is county oversight if the parties cannot compromise and agree. Promote fairness and equity between parties with disparate financial resources. Promote a streamlined process for applicants and neighbors. Create equity for development in the county. The CUP process should minimally affect projects that already exist and generate substantial income. I look forward to healthy neighbor relations that are not stifled by the current LUP process and which would be strengthened by the CUP process. Thank you for your consideration of this difficult issue. Kathy Joseph, owner, winemaker, Fiddlehead Cellars, Fiddlesticks Vineyard.
Thank you, Meg. Ms. Joseph? Jacob?
And we will now go to the phone for Renee O'Neill.
You can go ahead and begin your PowerPoint set.
Okie doke. Let me know if you can hear me. Can you hear me?
Yep, we can hear you.
All right, let's start. Members of the board, Tepiscate community encourages you to require CUPs for all cannabis projects, including dispensaries. This will save money because many projects are not only being appealed, they're being litigated. Prohibit cannabis in all EDRNs and the like. When this ordinance was changed to prohibit cannabis on parcels zoned Ag 120, that was supposed to include the EDRNs. The cannabis industry is, in fact, costing Santa Barbara County taxpayers more than it is generating in purported revenue. A full cost-benefit analysis would prove to anyone who cares to know the truth, but some people are presenting a very misleading viewpoint to the general public. In fiscal year 2019 through 20, this county lost over $1.2 million in cannabis revenue, and Santa Barbara County neglected to include Attachment A in their public budget report. The PRA documents I requested are attached in my public comment, Group 4, which will verify this fact. This is a PRA request to require Santa Barbara County to be transparent by including all pertinent documents that disclose the exact all-inclusive cost benefits for cannabis industry, and by amending any budget reports after November 2019 that have excluded applicable critical information. The public has been misled by this county. Is the green revenue machine actually, factually worth it? How long will it take to get Santa Barbara County out of the cannabis red zone? In 2017, 95% of Tepiscate residents signed a petition to prohibit commercial cannabis industry in our community. Since 2014, non-compliant industry operators have been allowed to run roughshod. Therefore, we have...
Thank you, Ms. O'Neill.
We will now go to public comment submitted by Brandon Sparks Gillis. I'm a longtime Santa Ynez Valley resident and an owner of a small family-owned winery in the valley. I've made frequent comments on the cannabis issue as the impacts in the Santa Ynez Valley and across the county have been much more dramatic than anyone could have anticipated. And we must make formal changes to the permitting and zoning in order to protect residents, preserve our rural and agricultural character, and maintain a hospitable environment for visitors and locals alike. I would like to begin by commenting that I am not against the cultivation of cannabis nor hemp, and I believe that there is an ample acreage in the county for such cultivation. However, the current ordinance simply does not reflect various challenges faced in reality, particularly in the Santa Ynez Valley and Carpinteria, and therefore should be amended to require a CUP. It has become very clear in areas such as Carpinteria and Santa Rita Hills that the current ordinance has allowed for unexpected zoning conflicts, and this failure is resulting in damaging consequences to residents, businesses, and schools in Carpinteria and residents, businesses, and tourists in the Santa Ynez Valley. I urge you to support the Planning Commission's recommended cannabis ordinance amendments, in particular to require CUP for cannabis. I also urge you to enforce your ordinance from vetting of the signed affidavits claiming prior cultivation. Clearly, many of these are fraudulent, to enforcement of sales through local, not black market channels. Sincerely, Brandon Sparks Gillis, Dragonet Cellars.
Thank you, Mr. Gillis.
We will now go to a letter to be read into the record by Las Conchas Homeowners Association. Dear Board of Supervisors, we are the members of the Las Conchas Homeowners Association, also known as the Polo Condos. are writing to strongly urge you at your upcoming meeting June 2nd to accept the recommendations from your own Planning Commission to change the zoning and land use rules so that all cannabis sites in the county require conditional use permits, CUPs. In this, we wholeheartedly support the Santa Barbara Coalition for Responsible Cannabis and are working hard to enlist the support of our other neighborhood associations to do the same. We believe you already understand the advantages this would give you and us. We don't need to repeat what your Planning Commission has already told you. But with this industry so new and the impacts in the technology changing so rapidly, requiring CUPs would give you the ability to help us, your constituents, more effectively. It would allow you, on a case-by-case basis, to control the terrible odor we continue to experience at periodic times, especially in the evening and in the mornings. It would also allow you to control the unsightly parking which is accumulating along many of our formerly beautiful scenic rural roads. And it would allow you to reduce the ugly chain fences and tacky barriers now hiding what has always been beautiful country views. It might also help with the currently very confusing situation involving land use permits, business permits, and legal non-conforming use permissions. CUPs are already the norm in our county for many operations that have significant impact on a neighborhood. These include restaurants, bars, clubs, schools, and even churches. Why not for these potentially very intrusive agriculture activities? Please, please, please embrace this recommendation and help us. Sincerely, Jim Manoa.
Thank you, Mr. Manoa.
We will now go to a letter submitted by Tim Christ. As an owner of 240 agricultural acres in the San Ynez Valley, I support the Planning Commission's recommendations to require both a conditional use permit for cannabis cultivation and on-site processing on Ag 2 parcels and odor control in Ag 2 zones. Conditional use permits for cannabis projects will allow these projects to be tailored to the surroundings, considering proximity to residences and other farms. I am very concerned with the impacts of cannabis projects on existing farming operations and the impact of cannabis odors on me and my neighbors. The current permitting process does not give me the opportunity to access project documents and written staff analysis of the key issues, nor does it allow me to raise questions and concerns to Planning Commission staff before a project is approved. As it currently stands, my only opportunity to provide a meaningful impact on a cannabis project is to appeal to the Planning Commission after a project is approved. Allowing community input prior to project approval would be an efficient manner to allow both public participation and engagement of all stakeholders, resulting in better projects that could move forward more quickly. Thank you for taking the time to consider my comments while reading them into the record. Tim Christ, owner, C5 Ranch and Vineyard and Gifts Vineyard.
Thank you, Mr. Christ.
We will now go to a letter to be read into the record by Beth Cox from Grant Cox Enterprises, Inc. Dear Honorable Supervisors, as a Carpinterian resident, mother, and business owner, I ask that you please take a strong stand and end this debate about cannabis farming in Carpinteria. Carpinterians are tired of not knowing whether the county will allow our local farms to operate into the future. As you very well know, in our economy where tax revenues have dried up, the success of this industry is important to our community and our county. Cannabis taxes are vital to county operations. There is not another group in Carpinteria that cares as much as the farmers have shown they care over the last few months. Most recently, carp growers paid for portraits of high school seniors to be displayed all over town in lieu of a traditional graduation. The portraits are absolutely stunning and are a tribute to our small, tight-knit community as much as to the very deserving graduates. Parents of Carpinteria High School approached the cannabis farmers for sponsorship, and the growers said, no problem. This scenario contrasts with media reports that suggest there is an adverse relationship between schools and farms. There is not. If there was, parents such as me would be marching in streets, not calling the local cannabis farmers group for support. Please do not allow fears of cannabis override sensible policy. Do not provide incentive for cannabis farms to leave Carpinteria. Thank you for your consideration. Very truly yours, Beth Cox, Vice President of Operations of Grant Cox Enterprises.
Thank you, Ms. Hawks.
We will now go to a letter submitted by Diane Pence. Honorable Chair Hart and board members, the facts about commercial cannabis. 1, can be grown anywhere with multiple rotating cultivation cycles, enabling close to year-round production. 2, produces malodorous stench, which can be intensified by immersion layer and adversely impacts sensitive receptors, especially in the elderly and children. 3, skunk smells and blight of massive hoops in our once Bucolic landscapes turn away important tourism revenue stream. 4, growing cannabis can be highly profitable and quickly. The facts for implementing CUPs for commercial cannabis applications. 1, each application project is evaluated on its own merits and impact to the community and environment. 2, provide straightforward public process for vetting project or applicant worthiness. 3, county drives optimal locations and zones for cultivation that will not harm businesses or people. And 4, allows conditioning project for enhanced compatibility with existing communities and businesses. Everything can coexist. You respect your constituents by not enabling operators to establish commercial grows next to existing neighborhoods, schools, or businesses on legacy ag or other, which are negatively impacted. The county can still secure tax revenues they are seeking and not harm the people and businesses that have been in our community for a long time. The county determines where commercial interests are zoned, not an unknown entity looking for a fast buck, impacting adjacent communities and businesses by excessive odors, noise, traffic, environmental, water resource destruction, before taking their money and moving on to the next green machine. It's not too late. Please honor your Planning Commission's recommendations to modify the existing ordinance and make this palatable to all of us living in our beautiful county. Respectfully, Diane Pence.
Thank you, Ms. Pence.
We will now go to a letter by Sheila Batson. Greetings, Supervisors. I am writing in support of cannabis farming in Santa Barbara County and the Carpinteria Valley in particular. There are numerous benefits associated with the cannabis crop and the farming of it. Cannabis is farmed organically and is pesticide-free. In the past week, I've witnessed pesticide spraying on avocado orchards here in Carpinteria. I'm totally opposed to this spraying. Pesticide spraying is antiquated. It harms bees and insects, which in turn works its way through the chain of life. Spraying is easy and cost-effective for the avocado farmers, but this does not mean it is right or safe. Cannabis farming has no irrigation runoff associated with its growth. A closed-loop system is used and water is cleaned and recycled. This is extremely efficient and does not harm our environment. The odor issue are also almost non-existent. I drive Foothill Road in Carpinteria daily, and it is rare that I smell any stinky odor associated with it. The farmers are actively working to deal with this issue, and they are doing a good job. Thousands of jobs are provided countywide. This employment is especially critical in the current economic crisis. It puts food on thousands of tables. It pays for electricity and water and health care. It pays for rent and mortgages. It keeps families afloat. Cannabis farming brings in excess of $450 million a year to Santa Barbara County. Looking at the current situation on State Street, all of the commercial spaces for lease, the businesses that have folded, the ongoing chipping away of the heart of downtown Santa Barbara. I personally feel we should give thanks to the revenue cannabis farming is infusing into our local economy. Cannabis farms pay in tax revenue over $10 million yearly to Santa Barbara County. That looks like a financial boom to me, given the current state of affairs. To top all of these benefits off, local cannabis farmers are incredibly generous to our community. CARP has donated more than $100,000 to the Carpinteria community. They step in and help out wherever is needed, and their generosity improves the quality of life for all those who live there. Carpinteria cannabis growers are local community members who live and work in CARP. Many have lived here a lifetime and have deep roots. They have parents and grandparents. Their children attend schools here. And that is our time.
Thank you.
We will now go to a letter submitted by Tim Snyder of Fess Parker Winery and Vineyard. Board of Supervisors, we stand behind the Planning Commission's recommendations and believe that conditional use permits should be required for all cannabis projects. This is the single best common sense solution to giant unmitigated grows that destroy rural neighborhoods and put legacy agriculture at risk. No other agriculture county has permitted outdoor grows larger than 3 acres. However, as a board, you have recently approved several cannabis operations much larger than this without the ability to restrict them. A CUP is for the benefit of the neighborhood. The scale of cannabis invited by the county's cannabis ordinance threatens to create persistent incompatibilities with wine growing and wineries' ability for normal course of business unless other measures are taken. The cannabis industry has already proven to come at the expense of our own crop, business, and air quality. Santa Barbara County wine industry is predicated on the quality of flavor and taste created in specific regions, growing specific varieties. The immense scale to which Santa Barbara County has allowed the cannabis industry to grow threatens our customers' ability to experience the unique and authentic taste of Santa Barbara County wines. We urge you to support the Planning Commission's recommendations of implementing conditional use permits for all cannabis projects going forward. Sincerely, Tim Snyder, President, Fess Parker Winery and Vineyard.
Thank you, Mr. Snyder.
We will now go to a letter by Lionel Neff. Dear members of the Santa Barbara County Board of Supervisors, I have resided in Carpinteria for the past 32 years, and until 3 years ago, have found Carpinteria and the Carpinteria Valley to be an idyllic community. That is until the advent of the cannabis industry, which sprang up in what seemed overnight in the Carpinteria Valley. What were once greenhouses constructed years ago for the cultivation of flowers have been repurposed without structural changes and environmental oversights, nor proper controls of the offensive skunk-like odor. In their haste to mobilize the cannabis industry and secure a potentially lucrative county tax base, many safeguards were disregarded. I do not want to lay blame at the feet of anyone at this point. However, an opportunity now exists in the form of a fundamental change from the implementation of a land use permit to a conditional use permit, which is the subject of the matter before this distinguished board. Here's why a CUP can make a world of difference for the County of Santa Barbara and those citizens who have been negatively impacted by the current cannabis permit approval process. 1, compatibility. It's a given that cannabis cultivation is incompatible with certain adjacent land uses. CUPs can provide conditions that will reduce adverse impacts to adjacent neighbors, including odor and pesticide controls. The current land use permits now being used by cannabis growers do not allow for compatibility considerations within a given neighborhood. 2, public participation. Land use permits are issued by a planning director with limited public access and/or participation. Conditional land use permits are issued by the Planning Commission subsequent to public hearings. The CUP approach is far and away more transparent process, devoid of accusations of backroom deals. 3, flexible solutions. Land use permits afford the county limited authority to reduce a proposed project size or to require enhanced impact mitigation. Many of the board's prior decisions were limited to scope by the inherent limitations of the land use permits. CUPs provide the county greater flexibility to customize cannabis projects that are on their face, could prove, and that is our time. Thank you.
Thank you.
We will now go to a letter submitted by Reverend Mary Moreno Richardson. I am Reverend Mary Moreno Richardson, retired Episcopal priest, and I wanted to take a brief moment to attempt to provide some context to what is being discussed here today. I'm sure everyone here shares my deep concern and remorse for the over 100,000 lives lost due to COVID-19, the millions of people out of work and suffering through the worst economic crisis in recent history, those mourning the deaths of people of color at the hands of law enforcement, and those fearing for their lives as a few bad actors seek to take advantage of peaceful protests calling for justice and an end to racism in our country. I've seen firsthand members of our community standing in food lines and hoping desperately for meager unemployment relief. Members of our local community are suffering today and are in dire need of our help. And yet we're here today because a small group of people continue to file lawsuits against our county and to complain about a plant, no matter what you, the supervisors, do to appease them. You've already spent hundreds of hours in numerous public hearings trying to accommodate these anti-cannabis activists, but you will never succeed at pleasing them because what they really want is for there to be no cannabis grown in Santa Barbara County. Is appeasing these folks who are so outraged about their perceived inconvenience of coexisting with the plant more important than dealing with all of these other problems we face today? I don't think so. I implore you and everyone here today to look inside yourselves and ask, is this really the best use of my time? Shouldn't we be finding the best in ourselves to address the real and urgent problems our community and nation are facing today? Let's leave here today and go help a neighbor in need, volunteer for a worthy cause, do something constructive to begin to move our country forward and heal our self-inflicted wounds. Thank you, the Reverend Mary Moreno Richardson, Episcopal priest.
Thank you, Reverend Richardson.
And our next letter is by Elizabeth Poggi. Dear Supervisors, please accept the recommendations of our Planning Commission to require conditional use permits for all cannabis growing projects in our county. First, current land use rules and coastal development permits do not take into account the FIT of these projects with our local community. CUPs would require that they not affect our comfort, convenience, general welfare, health, and safety. All of these are affected by cannabis projects with odor, security, traffic, and property values. Please do not ignore this. Second, I fear that the process for obtaining legal nonconforming status has not been handled legally and openly. I think a lot have perjured themselves, and there have been no public hearings. CUPs are reviewed carefully by the Planning Commission, including a chance for us to speak out. This is a big deal. Finally, CUPs give you, the BOS, authority to adjust the projects more to suit circumstances. Surely you want to help us by tailoring these to our concerns, right? Thank you for requiring CUPs, Elizabeth Poggi.
Thank you, Ms. Poggi.
We will now go to a letter submitted by Valley Crest Farms, LLC. Valley Crest Farms has made significant investments relying on the predictable process currently in place. We hope you will see that the current ordinance and process is sufficient for regulating cannabis operations, and that the correct action to take is approving and enforcing our existing application and operation, not continued revision to the existing ordinance. As an ag business, we take great care in designing a project that meets or exceeds the intense scrutiny of county planning and development and the community. Please implement the code as adopted so we can proceed without new rules and regulations. We respectfully request that the County Board of Supervisors not approve a CUP process for cannabis operations. Approving and permitting operations under the current ordinance is the most efficient way the county can legally regulate operations, especially existing non-conforming operations. It is imperative that these projects get approved at the staff level so that the county can regulate the cannabis operations as expeditiously as possible and pursuant to the code that has already been adopted. Switching to a CUP process is less predictable and does not increase control by the County Board of Supervisors. In this time of uncertainty with our economy, we would humbly suggest that the process not be made less predictable, but in fact should be made less restrictive. And again, from the Valley Crest Farms, LLC.
We will now go to a letter by Mike Lazaro. Dear Honorable Supervisors, I'm writing to express my support for cannabis farming in Carpinteria Valley. For the past 2 years, farms have been following the permitting process laid out in the county ordinance, which is equivalent to obtaining a conditional use permit. Changing the process to individual CUPs by property now would only drag approvals out longer, further tax county staff and leave farmers wondering if they have support to continue to conduct business in our county, where they have made substantial investments. County enforcement of the current ordinance is the way to go and is more than adequate for a crop change on existing farms. Understandably, there are some reservations when crops began to change to cannabis a few years ago in Carpinteria. We had concerns about crime and scaring away tourists. These concerns have not panned out. Until COVID-19, life in Carpinteria was business as usual. In fact, according to city reports, hotel occupancy was the highest ever in 2018, and Carpinteria was the only community in the county that had its crime rate decline in 2019. Agriculture is the top employer in Carpinteria Valley, and taxes from cannabis farms are needed now more than ever to backfill losses to the county. When we saw shelter-in-place orders come down in March, local cannabis farmers were the first to step up in the community. They have led the charge to support the food insecure, small businesses, and nonprofits. As a local resident familiar with the pulse of the Carpinteria community, I see that public opinion now, as opposed to 2 years ago, is solidly behind cannabis farming, because we've experienced it being a continuation of farming in Carpinteria. It belongs here. These farms need support, or we could squander an opportunity to secure the local ag sector into the future and our small town character along with it. On a personal note, when I suffered a head injury from a fall years ago, symptoms included debilitating headaches. Cannabis as a medicine has been the only thing that has provided relief. In addition to all the dialogue about whether cannabis can fit in with our community, I'd like to see county leaders acknowledge this importance as a way to destigmatize the plant. And that is our time.
Thank you, Mr. Lazaro.
We will now go to a letter submitted by Steve Goggia. Good afternoon, Chair Hart and Supervisors. The City of Carpinteria strongly supports the Planning Commission's adopted resolution recommending the cannabis land use regulations be amended to require a CUP for all commercial cannabis cultivation activities and to require the odor abatement plan requirements be amended to require odors generated by cannabis activities to not be detrimental to the comfort, convenience, general welfare, health, and safety of the neighborhood, and to be compatible with the surrounding area. The Planning Commission's recommendations identify and focus on key amendments to address the types of ongoing safety, nuisance, health, quality of life, and land use compatibility issues that persist with large-scale commercial cannabis cultivation and processing facilities. The proposed amendments would equip county decision-makers with the necessary tools to tailor individual projects to their unique settings and constraints, using site and project-specific factors to determine the appropriate intensity and operating standards, including meaningful odor control requirements for proposed cannabis cultivation activities. The City of Carpinteria urges the Board of Supervisors to follow the amendments as presented. The City also encourages the Board to consider amendments to Article 10 to require implementation of odor abatement plans for existing legal non-conforming cannabis cultivators ahead of obtaining their respective land use entitlements. This is a critical step to abating nuisance odors that continue to overwhelm parts of the Carpinteria Valley. Respectfully, Steve Goggia, Community Development Director, City of Carpinteria.
Thank you, Mr. Goggia.
We will now go to a letter from We Watch. To the Santa Barbara County Board of Supervisors, We Watch's position when evaluating individual cannabis projects in the Santa Ynez Valley is to support coexistence if projects are compatible with the existing land uses. This requires that all interested parties study and comment on most projects' details. We Watch first asked for your help with cannabis regulation in December 2018. Your decisions, such as not allowing cannabis cultivation on 20 acres or less, placing a cap on cannabis acreage countywide, and changing to merit-based selection of retail projects have been valuable. However, the Planning Commission and the Board of Supervisors still do not have the tools needed to protect nearby residences, communities, tasting rooms, vineyards, and other legacy agricultural crops. We risk losing existing agriculture and tourism if CUPs and odor abatement plans for all cannabis cultivation and processing activities are not adopted by you. CUPs will assure that when each project is evaluated, the public can be involved. In areas with multiple projects, measures dealing with cumulative impacts will be fairly distributed among the applicants. Needed revisions will be required and denial will occur when impacts cannot be successfully mitigated. Odor abatement plans will eliminate the problem most frequently reported by the public. However, these tools will enable mutual satisfactory coexistence, income for cannabis and the county, plus reduction or elimination of appeals and lawsuits. Time, coupled with experience, may open up new ways to evaluate cannabis projects.
We will now go to a letter submitted by Coastal Vineyard Care Associates. Dear Board of Supervisors, on behalf of our hundreds of employees and the over 4,000 acres of premium vineyards that we manage and farm, we ask you to please accept the recommendations of the Planning Committee regarding amendments to the county's cannabis ordinance. The jobs of thousands of employees, the investments of millions of dollars, and the future reputation of Santa Barbara County wines on the world stage are in your hands. Respectfully, Jeff Newton, President, Owner, and Founder, Ruben Solorzano, Vice President and Owner, Ben Mertz, Vice President and Owner, and Mike Testa, Vice President and Owner of Coastal Vineyard Care Associates.
Thank you, Mr. Newton.
We will now go to a letter by Rick and Aurora Grimm, owners of Grimm's Bluff Vineyard. Dear Board of Supervisors, we are writing to urge your support of the Planning Commission's recommendations to require both a CUP for cannabis cultivation and on-site processing on Ag 2 parcels and countywide odor control. Like the Planning Commission and the many members of our community that participated in the 4 public hearings on this issue, we are concerned about the impact that cannabis cultivation projects will have on our existing farming operations and the cumulative impacts of odors on wineries and tasting rooms. We support these, the Planning Commission's recommendations, as they will give the county the necessary authority and discretion to tailor cannabis projects, taking into account size, concentration, and impacts to neighboring uses, including food, agriculture, and nearby tasting rooms. As community members, we recognize this is not the first time a new industry has sought to make our county their home. We welcome these new industries, but like it has in the past, the board should ensure sufficient oversight and thoughtful planning to facilitate integration of this new industry into our community without negatively impacting our other industries. It is clear the current process for permitting cannabis operations has resulted in cannabis threatening our existing industries, rather than integrating into our community. The county's current one-size-fits-all land use permitting structure has unfortunately facilitated this imbalance. A CUP for all cannabis projects will return the balance by promoting fairness and accountability in the permitting and approval process for all community members. Kind regards, Rick and Aurora Grimm.
Thank you, Mr. and Mrs. Grimm.
We will now go to a letter submitted by Katie Grissini. Dear Supervisors, requiring a CUP rather than an LUP will save time and money for everyone, the county, cannabis farmers, and neighbors. Currently, with an LUP, a cannabis farmer can plant multiple acres of cannabis without meaningful notice to the neighbors. Almost immediately, the neighbors start complaining about noxious odors and eventually file a complaint with the county. That is their only recourse. The county then spends a ridiculous amount of tax dollars investigating this complaint, which can take months, maybe years. Eventually, let's say the county finds in favor of the neighbor and revokes the cannabis farmer's license. The farmer has invested millions of dollars, so what does he do? He sues the county. There goes more tax dollars down the drain. With the CUP, this entire mess is avoided completely, rather than waiting until after major investments are made and then filing complaints and draining taxpayer coffers to investigate complaints. The parties can hash out their concerns before breaking ground through a series of public comments, hearings, and planning commission approval. This is a much more efficient, proactive, and transparent system and will save all parties a lot of heartache, time, and money, and our tax dollars can go to something much more useful. Thank you for your time and efforts on this. It's not too late to fix this ordinance. Katie Grissini, Grissini Family Vineyards.
Thank you, Ms. Grissini.
And we will now go to a letter by Stacy Rangel. My sister, Kelly Rangel, has owned and lived at 2510 Sabata Canyon Road for a total of 20 years. The natural beauty and views of the Sabata Canyon would be spoiled by the expansive marijuana expansion plans that would take place directly across the street from her. Also, certainly, the property values would go down. The traffic is already a problem and would only increase with the size that is being planned for the marijuana greenhouse and processing plant, not to mention the housing for the workers. Please consider these costs to the area and the residents. Thank you for your consideration, Stacy.
Thank you, Ms. Rangel.
We will now go to public comment sent in by John Turlato of Sanford Winery. Chair Hart and honorable supervisors, I write urging your support of the Planning Commission's recommendations to mitigate odor impacts of cannabis operations near sensitive receptors, including wine tasting rooms and the conflicts with existing agricultural operations. We are deeply concerned about the cumulative impact cannabis cultivation projects have on our farming operations and the impacts of odors on wineries and tasting rooms. The Planning Commission conducted 4 public hearings addressing these issues. After significant discussion and public input, they recommended 2 amendments to the Land Use and Development Code, a CUP for cultivation and on-site processing on Ag 2 parcels, and countywide odor control. We support both recommendations, which give the county the authority and discretion to customize cannabis project size and concentration, and tailoring projects to reduce impacts to neighboring uses, including tasting rooms. As industries are introduced into our county, the board's goal should be to ensure enough oversight and thoughtful planning facilitating integration of industries without negatively impacting existing established industries. The current cannabis cultivation permitting lacks this integration, causing cannabis to overtake the community. It is important that cannabis projects be compatibly integrated and fair to existing industries. The county's one-size-fits-all land use permitting structure is not working. A conditional use permit will give the county and the public an opportunity to ensure projects are tailored and compatible with surrounding uses and promote fairness in the permitting and approval process for all community members. We greatly appreciate your reading and careful consideration of this letter. Thank you in advance. Sincerely, John Turlato, Sanford Family Winery.
Thank you, Mr. Turlato.
We will now go to a letter by Whitney Cawley. Hello, supervisors and staff. My name is Whitney Cawley. I manage compliance at several farms in Carpinteria, all in existing greenhouses with no new development proposed. Our land use applications were initially submitted in February of 2019, and we have been diligently working with a land use planner, architects, civil engineers, landscape architects, biologists, archaeologists, industrial hygienists, among others, for approval from the planning staff. As it is, the application process is complex and incredibly detailed, with a level of scrutiny no other crop receives. Staff certainly knows how detailed this process is. Please do not change the requirements when our farms and so many others are already so close to the next step. A constantly changing finish line will only lengthen the time until all firms are operating with required land use permits and business licenses. As it is currently, all our applications will require a hearing with the Planning Commission for approval. We are committed to the process and feel it is unfair and unnecessary to continue changing the rules. Thank you for your time. Whitney Colley.
Thank you, Ms. Colley.
We will now go to a letter submitted by Santa Barbara County Farm Bureau. Dear Chairman Hart and members of the board, the Santa Barbara County Farm Bureau Board of Directors would like to make you aware of its policy regarding the cultivation of cannabis in our county. Agriculture is the #1 industry in Santa Barbara County. Therefore, the encroachment of incompatible uses into agricultural areas should be prevented. The Santa Barbara County Farm Bureau supports solely the indoor cultivation of all cannabis within a sealed structure. This practice would eliminate any unintended consequences between conventional agricultural operations growing within the vicinity of cannabis production and processing. These structures must be equipped with an air purifying system capable of retaining all odors emanating from the planting, growing, harvesting, drying, curing, grading, or trimming of cannabis. The Santa Barbara County Farm Bureau opposes the outdoor cultivation of all cannabis. To accomplish having cannabis grown within sealed structures, the SBCFB Board of Directors respectively asked the Santa Barbara County Board of Supervisors to streamline the permitting process for installing sealed structures on properties zoned to grow cannabis. Thank you for your consideration. Sincerely, Terry Bontrager, Executive Director of the Santa Barbara County Farm Bureau.
Thank you very much.
We will now go to a letter by Barack Moffett. Honorable Supervisors, we are writing to support conditional use permits for all cannabis grows, but further to urge you to prohibit cannabis grows in any EDRN adjacent to an EDRN or access via roadways in an EDRN. Our family resides in Tepiscay Canyon. We recognize and support the importance of evaluating land use compatibility, impact mitigation, and transparent public process when it comes to all cannabis farming in our county. However, industrial-scale cannabis in EDRNs like ours is not a matter of not in my backyard, but a matter of life and limb for our community, which is remote from emergency services such as fire and law enforcement in a mountainous, high-fired hazard area. It has only a single access, narrow, steep, and blind curve road as our only means of access to our residents, for first responders and law enforcement, and for evacuation. There is no mitigation for such realities. CUPs are not adequate protection for EDRNs like ours, where the current permissive licensing process, which has introduced still expanding large-scale cannabis operations in our canyon, have already resulted in loss of life, property and utility damage, and critical injury. There are far safer and more appropriate places to introduce this kind of industry than Tepiscay Canyon and similar EDRNs with one ingress-egress. The county needs to put the safety and health of its residents above the commercial interests of the cannabis industry. Please require CUPs for all cannabis grows and prohibit grows in EDRNs. Sincerely, the Moffett family.
Thank you, Moffett family.
We will now go to a letter submitted by Jackie Thiel. Dear Board of Supervisors, I am asking that you vote yes for CUPs for all cannabis applications and yes for requiring odor abatement plans for all cultivation and processing of cannabis. In applying more conditions to projects, the Planning Commission and the Board of Supervisors will be able to have more control over proposed cannabis projects. This will help the free-for-all cannabis projects in the Santa Rita Hills AVA. It will be an additional expense up front for the applicant, but will save money for the county, cannabis growers, and the appellant if less appeals are filed. The cannabis industry constantly complains about the cost of doing business in Santa Barbara County, quickly forgetting the large revenue return they receive in the end. Other businesses have to jump through hoops and navigate the financial cost of doing business here. Why have the cannabis industry been given a walk? Mr. DeFriel has been quoted, Santa Barbara County has the opportunity to be the Napa Valley of cannabis. If this is what he wants, then why isn't he in Napa Valley? Because their Board of Supervisors don't allow incoming businesses to compromise their wine industry. They support their wine industry. Why can't you do the same? Supervisor Lavanino said, where are they supposed to grow if not here? Well, cannabis is a weed and can grow anywhere. The only place quality Pinot Noir can grow in Santa Barbara County is in the Santa Rita Hills AVA. Supervisor Adams said, during an economic downturn, you take care of your existing businesses first. CUPs and odor control are not an unreasonable request. This should have been done from the beginning. Thank you, Jackie Thiel.
Thank you, Ms. Field.
We will now go to a letter by Anthony Brown. Dear Board of Supervisors, my name is Anthony Brown and I am a native Santa Barbara County resident. I have been involved in agriculture all my life and have seen many new innovations in the field over the years. The introduction of legal cannabis growing in the hothouses in Carpinteria is a cover-up for operators to continue a long-standing pattern of skirting rules and permits, then asking for forgiveness when caught. I feel that county officials are fully aware that they are being played. As I pass alongside these growing operations, the vent pipes release vapors into the public's air supply. What is in it? Do you care? Does the APCD care? How has this not been thoroughly checked beforehand? Requiring a well-monitored CUP would at least give a hint that the BOS cared. Thanks, Anthony Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Brown.
We will now go to a letter submitted by Sarah Rotman. Dear Honorable Chair and Board members, my name is Sarah Rotman. My husband and I are residents of Buellton and own Busy Bee Organics Incorporated. We are grateful to the supervisors for crafting a sensible ordinance and for recognizing our compliance by unanimously granting our LUP. I would like to express my deepest concerns about mandating CUPs for all cannabis projects. I understand and agree with the desire to ensure that these projects achieve harmony with our neighbors. In our experience, the LUP process does just that. To obtain our LUP, we not only met all the requirements of over 12 state, local, environmental, and regulatory agencies, we worked with the PC and our neighbors to craft a project that is in harmony with our community, including the 30 conditions placed on our file LUP. Even so, we were appealed to both the PC and the BOS by the same group of NIMBYs who are now suing the county. This process alone can cost well over $100,000, with appeals costing more than double that, not to mention the million-dollar costs of the systematic CEQA lawsuits brought by the opposition that must be borne by the applicant, not the county. The CUP would not only increase these impossible costs, but would add uncertainty to the calculus. What sane family farmer could make that investment? The answer is none. Please allow your well-crafted ordinance to work. Bring farms into compliance by granting LUPs. Let us get out of these hearings and back to supporting our employees, communities, and farms. Sincerely, Sarah Rotman, CEO, Busy Bee Organics.
Thank you, Ms. Rotman.
We will now go to a letter by Carla Singer. To the Board of Supervisors, I am a resident of Carpinteria and am writing to urge you to put in place basic regulations that will ensure that cannabis operations cannot continue unregulated. Our county needs oversight and transparency to ensure the safety and health of our community. The smell and noxious fumes are dangerous to all of us, and my asthma flares us up constantly. The children in the school and neighborhood are being subjected to air that is not compatible with their growth and development. Please rectify the situation. Yours truly, Carla Singer, Toro Canyon resident.
Thank you, Mr. Singer.
We will now go to a letter submitted by Carmela Beck. Dear Board of Supervisors, my name is Carmela Beck, and I'm a resident of Santa Maria, and I work in the cannabis industry. I'd like to express my concerns about mandating conditional use permits for all cannabis projects. It is likely that requiring CUPs for all cannabis operators would eliminate a sizable number of small grows currently in the land use permit process. This consequence is too high a price to pay. Blanket CUPs will halt thoughtful and local cannabis entrepreneurship, will end the provision of high-paying jobs that include benefits and promotional capabilities, and will result in millions of dollars in lost tax revenue to our county. Killing legal operating and ethical businesses, high-paying jobs, and tax revenues is unwise during the best of times and ludicrous and unthinkable during the worst of times. As we continue to get used to the new normal while living in the time of COVID-19, we cannot get comfortable with massive unemployment or widespread hunger. CUP discussions are simply an elitist luxury we cannot afford to take. Our families, children, neighbors, and businesses are in financial crisis and/or ruin. I urge the board to see the bright economic spot that sun-grown cannabis has brought and will continue to bring to our county. Please do not let this golden opportunity pass us by. Let's lead by taking care of our community. Let's lead by showing the world that our carefully crafted cannabis ordinance works. And let's lead by showcasing Santa Barbara County world-class sustainably grown cannabis. Respectfully, Carmela Beck, Busy Bee Organics.
Thank you, Ms. Beck.
We will now go to a letter by Sarah Triguero. Supervisors, I am writing to urge you to listen to the Planning Commission and move our county away from its destructive path toward becoming a narco state, where regulations are window dressings and neighbors the casualties of a small minority's greed. I know what that is like. I am a Mexican-American woman whose family is from Nogales, Mexico. It is no exaggeration to say that the marijuana and drug industry enveloped the town like a cancer and choked all things that made it good. I live in Carpinteria and am now watching history repeat itself on a more American capitalist wavelength. We may not have violence or explicit corruption, but we have operations in the shadows of laws that the county seems bent on tying itself into knots trying to enforce. There are lots of excuses, but when I see the county continue to certify provisional license to the state, it reminds me of those tunnels beneath the Sonoran Desert letting the drugs on through. Please reconsider your differential zoning treatment of Ag 1-20 acre and under parcels in the coastal zone and implement density controls across the county. Please approve the Planning Commission's unanimous recommendation to require CUPs for all cannabis grows and take this through the Coastal Commission review process. CUPs can help protect EDRNs, food farmers, and vintners from the horrible incompatibility use issue that have plagued us for years, now jeopardizing the respiratory health of our elderly residents even as we face a pandemic. Sarah Triguero.
We will now go to a letter submitted by the Foothill Cannabis Group. Dear Chairman Hart and Board of Supervisors, we, the Foothill Cannabis Group, represent 150 homeowners along Old North San Marcos Road, Via Regina, Via Parva, Via Campobello. Our organization formed out of concern for protecting our neighborhood's foothills and quality of life. It is our belief that the current land use and development code for cannabis gives too much power to the cannabis industry and too little to residents, farmers, and business owners that would be impacted by cannabis farms, nurseries, and dispensaries. As such, we are writing to you today to encourage the board to vote in favor of the Planning Commission's recommendation for requiring a conditional use permit for all commercial cannabis operations, including nurseries. Requiring this permit will help ensure neighborhoods like ours through Santa Barbara County have a voice in determining the future of our country as it relates to cannabis. Further requiring a CUP will also add the critical step of a review by the Planning Commission. Thank you for your critical work around this issue. We will attend the BOS meeting via Zoom and look forward to watching this important debate and vote unfold. We trust the Board of Supervisors will make the right decision in requiring all commercial cannabis operations to have a CUP as a means to protect our county's land, residents, farmers, reputation, and general character of our beloved Santa Barbara County. Sincerely, Foothill Cannabis Group.
Thank you. I think that is the halfway point in our public comment. Maybe it's another good time to take a 10-minute break. All right, we're reconvening the Board of Supervisors meeting, and we are continuing with public comment for a period of time. I do not think, well, actually I can say with certainty, we are not going to deliberate on this item today. There's just too much public comment to get through today in the form of letters, but we're going to continue for a while, and then we will decide when to stop at a certain point. So, Madam Clerk.
Chair Hart, members of the board, we are going to get started with a letter from Jill Stanisnos. As a resident of Santa Barbara County for nearly 29 years, I am very interested in requiring a conditional use permit for all cannabis growers operators, controlling the proliferation of cannabis being grown in Carpinteria and the proximity of these grows to local schools and residences. Large buffers between the cannabis grow sites, especially along the urban-rural boundaries and nearby schools and residences. Similarly, zoned parcels, for example, Ag 1 in the coastal zone, being given the same protections as those in the inland areas. proposal caps on the amount of acreage of cannabis that can be grown on a single parcel due to the density of grow sites adjacent to one another, in addition to unlimited acreage, which when combined creates impacts that can only be addressed by placing additional limits on cannabis cultivation, requiring all cannabis cultivation to be located indoors and all accessory processing to be located in an area with a sealed carbon filtration system, which would assist in controlling the malodorous odors carpentarians, myself included, breathe on a regular basis. Thus, I respectfully request that you vote to require a conditional use permit for all cannabis growers operators. Sincerely, Jill Stanisnos.
Thank you, Ms. Stanisnos.
We will now go to a letter submitted by Leonard Fleckenstein. As the Santa Barbara County resident, I am asking the County Board of Supervisors to approve the Planning Commission's recommended zoning ordinance amendments regarding cannabis growing. These amendments would require conditional use permits for cannabis cultivation and on-site processing, including a requirement for odor abatement. As a Bealton resident, I care greatly about the changes taking place in this part of the county. Our agricultural neighbors are being adversely affected by the extensive expansion of cannabis cultivation. The entire viticulture sector is especially affected by the less desirable cannabis sector, which is bringing a range of undesirable impacts to the Santa Ynez Valley, including odor, unsightly hoops, plastic pollution, and the risks of increased crime and more unsafe drivers on the roads. Cannabis cultivation applications require more scrutiny and more CUPs. Sincerely, Leonard Fleckenstein.
Thank you, Mr. Fleckenstein.
We will now go to a letter by Bobby Offen. I fully support the unanimous recommendation of the Planning Commission to require a CUP for all cannabis cultivation projects in both the inland and coastal areas of Santa Barbara County. My reasons parallel those put forth by the Santa Barbara Coalition for Responsible Cannabis. 1. Conditional use permits were designed to protect the interests of a neighborhood when a group applies for a county land use permit. Without the CUP process, neighborhoods are being held hostage and excluded from the decision process when the capability with the neighborhood is questionable. Number 2, conditional use permits ensure that the public has access to documents and that there is a public hearing regarding the application. Currently, the cannabis ordinance governing land use permits for cannabis cultivation in Santa Barbara County was drafted with no public input and public hearings, are only held and paid for by complainants. The ordinance does not protect the rights of county residents, and it is lacking in the ability to enforce compliance. 3, a conditional use permit provides greater authority for the county to customize, enforce, and prevent abuse of regulations imposed by the weak cannabis ordinance. I've lived in the Carpinteria Valley for 34 years, and prior to that, taught at Carp High for 31. Of those years, I was proud to say I live here. For the last 3 years, it has been a nightmare. Please require a CUP for all cannabis operations in Santa Barbara County. Thank you, Bobby Offen.
Thank you, Ms. Offen.
We are now going to a letter submitted by Gail Herson. Honorable Supervisors, as a Carpinteria farmer and homeowner, I am all too aware that the regulations favor the cannabis industry. Despite the outcry from the community needing protections and equality, we continue to suffer from unintended yet grievous consequences from these regulations daily. Odor mitigation isn't working. Breathing mitigation chemicals untested for long-term health effects is unthinkable, yet is forced on us without our consent 24/7 over concentration of cannabis growers, and the character of our neighborhoods is diminished. You can bring balance and relief by requiring a CUP for all cannabis applications to address adverse impacts. The industry may plead financial hardship, yet the taxes show they reap huge profits and can go through this process. The inherent complexity of their unique and neighborhood impacting land use issues requires the better management of the CUP. Please support your Planning Commissioner's unanimous decision to require CUPs so each application can be evaluated on its own merits, considering neighborhood compatibility and overconcentration and odor prevention. An LUP does not do this. CUP, the normal process for land use applications and compatibility issues, will provide a transparent public process. Conditional use permits provide more authority so the county can customize cannabis projects to protect neighborhoods and the environment. Please require a CUP for all cannabis applications so both industry and residents come to win-win solutions. Thank you, Gail Herson.
Thank you.
We will now go to a letter by Jason Rodriguez, the food liaison. Dear Honorable Supervisors, as a Carpinteria resident, parent, and restaurant owner, I believe cannabis farming belongs here, and the farmers have proven they are not just responsible, but integral community members. What other group or business have stepped up to the community the way the cannabis farmers have during this crisis? The item before you today, making cannabis permitting conditional use, would only further delay what has already been a rigorous planning process on farms that could grow anything else without scrutiny. It seems to me the discussion is about whether or not cannabis farmers belong in Carpinteria. They most certainly do. I don't know what we would do without them. Please support cannabis farmers, apply the strict standards in the cannabis ordinance, and allow the Carpinteria ag sector, the area's top employer, to succeed. Thank you for your consideration. Sincerely, Jason Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. Rodriguez.
We're now going to a letter submitted by Alexander and Patricia Globa. Dear Board of Supervisors, we are reaching out to you regarding the proposed conditional use permit requirement for cannabis cultivation. Your decision on this proposal represents a critical crossroads for Santa Barbara County and our community. When we chose to live in Carpinteria over 22 years ago, it was for the same reasons other families made this area home: a love for natural beauty and the outdoors, a high quality of life, and being part of a community that is rich in culture and diversity. Santa Barbara's recognized leadership and emphasis on protection of the environment has been a point of pride for us. Most unfortunately, however, unconstrained, minimally regulated commercial cannabis production taking hold in Carpinteria and the county over the past 3 years has turned our community upside down. We live adjacent to an active cannabis production facility. Cannabis odor routinely invades our home. Though we continue to report violations to the county's standard response is that they can only recommend mitigation but not strictly enforce it. We have been precluded from keeping our windows open or spending evenings in our backyard and are concerned about the long-term health impacts of such intensive production in close proximity. Our local schools, we live near Carpinteria High School, have been inundated with cannabis odor, which is simply unacceptable. Large-scale cannabis production was allowed to proliferate without a proper level of review, oversight, and enforcement, which has hurt the community and called into question the legitimacy of the approval process. We therefore urge you to institute a conditional use permit process for all cannabis cultivation for the following reasons. Commercial cannabis cultivation is industrial production, which may with many potential impacts to the community. Consideration of mitigation measures is essential. Health, safety, environmental, and quality of life concerns of county residents must be respected and integrated into the decision process. The density of cannabis production and proximity to homes and schools dictates an even higher level of care and due diligence. That is our time.
Thank you, Mr. Globa.
We will now go to a letter by Sarah Miller McCune. Dear Board of Supervisors, I believe it is outrageous that we don't have a detailed conditional use permit for cannabis growers that is suitable for Santa Barbara County. I believe it is your duty as supervisors to consider these crucial points when making your decision about conditional use permits. Compatibility with those that will have to neighbor with grow sites, the need for a transparent public process, and extend authority to mitigate impact. As a longtime 28 years resident of Santa Barbara County, I believe it is both my right and my responsibility to request that you respect the wishes of all residents and not give special privileges to the cannabis industry. Sincerely, Sarah Miller McCune.
Thank you, Ms. McCune.
We are now going to a letter submitted by Will Vasquez. Dear Santa Barbara County Board of Supervisors, I live and own my home at 7880 Rio Vista Drive, the San Miguel tract in the Winchester Canyon neighborhood. I absolutely do not want any sort of larger scale growing of marijuana or anything related that would produce a strong or toxic odor such as that pot plants emit. We used to live in Carpinteria, and when we visit the area, we see how absolutely terrible it is to live anywhere near the growing businesses. We can't stand the smell. It permeates everything. Plus, consider our safety concerns and child welfare concerns, which are also well documented. Please support the following items below that our neighborhood has largely adopted. 1, requiring CUPs for all cannabis applications, including those already in process, and continue public input. 2, requiring buffers of no less than 2 miles from existing neighborhoods. Farther would be better. We also want you to reserve the right to revisit and review an approved application should there be unforeseen negative impacts for our neighborhood. We also want full transparency in terms of ownership, applications, approval process, decision process, proposed and approved scope of the business and ownership details, ensuring that individuals cannot hide behind LLC or corporations. We want to know that historical bad actors are not setting up shop in our city or neighborhood. Please know that I'm not against legal growing. I'm against bad policy that ignores the majority of people impacted. Will Vasquez, Rio Vista Drive, Goleta.
Thank you, Mr. Vasquez.
We will now go to a letter by Wendy Davis. Please require conditional use permits for cannabis cultivation in both inland and coastal areas of Santa Barbara County. Thank you for your consideration, Wendy Davis.
Thank you, Ms. Davis.
We are now going to a letter submitted by Michael Brown. My name is Michael Brown, and I am a resident of Solvang for 35 years and run a wine production business in the county. I would like to express my deep concerns about mandating conditional use permits for all cannabis projects. Requiring CUPs for all cannabis projects would likely eliminate many of the smaller projects currently in the land use permit process and cost the county millions of dollars in lost tax revenue in 2020 and 2021 during the worst economic crisis in recent history. The COVID-19 pandemic has caused massive unemployment of more than 20,000 jobs, lost primarily in the hospitality, restaurant, and tourism industry. Moreover, I strongly believe that these policies only advance an us versus them syndrome that only perpetuates an outdated and failed perspective. I'm encouraged to see and read in the news that cannabis and wine community leaders are getting together to help develop new ideas to attract tourism and create local jobs. The county should do everything it can to promote this new endeavor.
We will now go to a letter by Mark Hyatt. Hello, I'm writing in support of cannabis farming in Carpinteria Valley. Farmers deserve support from county leaders because they are an important part of our business community and small town lifestyle. Cannabis is a new crop that enables farmers to stay in business and to give back to the community. A perfect example of the community support is the Keep the Lights On program put together by the carp growers to support restaurants during this pandemic by purchasing large lunch orders for their staff 2 days a week for their workers. It was a lifeline. The economic boost from cannabis farming in Carpinteria Valley is unmistakable, and it would be folly to make it even harder for the farms to operate. Thank you for your consideration. Best regards, Mark Hyatt, CEO and co-founder of Rincon Brewery.
Thank you, Mr. Hyatt.
We are now going to a letter submitted by Nicholas Miller. Dear Board of Supervisors, thank you for taking the time to examine this important issue in our county. Change and the introduction of new concepts are always hard to wrap your head around. You can never fully predict the paths that they will take or consequences that will come about. With the introduction to Santa Barbara County of cannabis cultivation, there was a lot of excitement, but unfortunately, what came with it were a lot of unintended consequences as well. Our family has been farming in the Central Coast for 5 generations, and in my lifetime, I haven't seen agriculture as disrupted by one crop as it has been with the introduction of cannabis to Santa Barbara County. Without the compatibility of being able to farm cannabis next to existing crops, giving cannabis unique advantages over other crops is to promote cannabis at the expense of existing crops, many of which have been in Santa Barbara County for decades and generations. In California, no other agriculture county has permitted outdoor grows larger than 2 acres except one, SLO County, which allows 3 acres outdoors on a minimum parcel size of 25 acres. As a board, you recently approved cannabis grows 7 and 16 times the size, and permits without any ability to restrict them are in queue for 70 acres and more. The big ask from me would be for the Board of Supervisors is to consider permanently changing the cannabis ordinance to require CUPs instead of the current LUPs. Thank you, Nicholas Miller, VP of Marketing and Sales for Miller Family Wine Company.
Thank you, Mr. Miller.
We are now going to a letter by Jessica Clark. Dear Honorable Supervisors, as a Carpinteria resident, mother, and business owner, I believe you should support our local farmers, whether they are growing cannabis, flowers, or avocados. Applying CUPs to cannabis farms singles out one part of our farming community as being somehow inferior to the rest. The odor impact in Carpinteria has vastly improved. I think residents can understand that sometimes there's a cannabis smell near farms, as there would be with any other crop or fertilizer that has an odor. To single out cannabis farming would endanger the ag economy, and this would certainly trickle down to the wider business community. When the shelter-in-place order came down in March, the first group to step up in the community to support businesses and urgent economic needs was carp growers. They helped to save my restaurant and many others and have proven once again how important greenhouse farming is to our community. I'd hate to see Carpinteria without a successful farming industry, and endangering cannabis farms would lead to just that. Thank you for your consideration, Jessica Clark.
Thank you, Ms. Clark.
We will now go to a letter submitted by Leo Welder of Veda Scientific. Dear Board of Supervisors, my name is Leo Welder. I am a resident of Santa Barbara and am currently building a compliance and R&D cannabis testing laboratory in Lompoc. We chose Lompoc because Santa Barbara County has attracted professional cannabis cultivators with long-term visions. I've had many conversations about the arduous process cultivators go through to acquire and maintain the necessary licenses to operate here, so I know that changing the process to require a conditional use permit will lead to many of them having no choice but to abandon their projects. Not only will the loss of these industry leaders result in a loss of millions of dollars of tax revenue to the county, it will also remove hundreds of good-paying jobs from the region during a time when they are most needed. Furthermore, businesses like ours that create high-paying jobs and encourage the development of skilled labor will at best see a much slower growth, and at worst find ourselves without a market to serve and go out of business. Compounding the already devastating effects of the coronavirus with the self-inflicted economic wounds of an industry-killing policy decision seems like pouring gas on the fire of a very likely recession. I understand you have concerns you'd like to address with the cannabis industry, but requiring in an industry-wide CUP is like using a bat to kill the industry when a scalpel could be used to heal it. Respectfully, Leo Welder.
Thank you, Mr. Welder.
I will now go to a letter by Abigail Turin and Jonathan Gans. To the Board of Supervisors, we are writing to express our deep concern about the intense odors from the cannabis farms. Since the farms have opened, we have had consistent and oppressive periods of intense skunk smell that permeate our home and affect the entire beach. These odors now start in the early evening and persist through the night, requiring us to close up our home and retreat inside. We have spoken with dozens of beach walkers and neighbors who have expressed similar disbelief and disappointment at the recent change to our stretch of California coastline, and who believe that fresh air is of fundamental importance. This dramatic change to our air adversely impacts our quality of life and our property values, but more importantly, it raises the issue of potential health implications from this kind of concentrated growing. Many of our neighbors, myself included, have experienced headaches. Nausea and breathing difficulty have been felt by others. Certainly more study is needed before allowing these concentrated odors to continue to permeate the air. At a bare minimum, some basic regulation is needed to ensure the health and well-being of this community. We ask that you require CUPs for cannabis cultivation so that there is a way to protect the community from adverse impacts from this new industry. Gratefully, Abigail Turin and Jonathan Gans.
Thank you, Ms. Turin and Mr. Gans.
We will now go to a letter submitted by Paul Roberts. Dear Board of Supervisors, as a 35-year resident of the Carpinteria Valley, I have enjoyed its natural beauty. That has been dramatically negatively affected by the sprawling, unregulated cannabis industry. The powerful scent permeates every inch of the valley regularly. People suffer. This industry needs regulation, and a CUP provides our elected representatives that tool. Those in support of this regulation have no financial interest in the issue. Those opposed are in it for the money. Complaints about regulation are always the polluter's cry, and yet we have air emission regulations, water quality regulations. We pay taxes for services to keep us safe. Regulation is the only way a democratically elected government protects its citizens from profit-driven industry. You know we cannot match their dollars. We are counting on you. Please require a CUP for the cannabis industry and support the finding of your Planning Commission. Paul Roberts, Carpinteria.
Thank you, Mr. Roberts.
We will now go to a letter by Nanette Giordano. Board of Supervisors, a CUP is often required for many neighborhood impacting endeavors, including schools, churches, restaurants, bars, and clubs. As this board knows, a CUP would give the county ongoing control for permits that forever run with the land. A CUP would also provide transparency in a scheme that thus far has been shrouded in darkness, a darkness made worse by the blending of land use permits and legal non-conforming use allowances that have yet to include the required public hearings. A CUP would also benefit the cannabis landowner, in that it too would run with the land and demonstrate a county-sanctioned operation. It would demonstrate that the county was considering community compatibility, and more importantly, that customized odor mitigation measures were being maintained and actually working, which unfortunately they are not. Recently, a cannabis oil explosion in LA several injured 11 firefighters and resulted in a criminal investigation. In January, a warrant served at a licensed farm in Carp revealed 100 gallons of cannabis oil in an extraction lab. It was reported that this raid highlighted how little officials knew about the operation they approved. I'd ask you to please do two things: connect these dots and require a CUP so that ongoing county control is, as the PC recommends, a requirement. Thank you. Nanette Giordano, SBC resident.
Thank you, Ms. Giordano.
We are now going to a letter submitted by Joan and Anthony Galvin. Board of Supervisors, at your June 2nd meeting, please vote to approve the Santa Barbara County Planning Commission's recommendation for restrictions for cannabis cultivation in Goleta. My husband and I have lived in the San Miguel subdivision in Westchester Canyon for more than 20 years. Contrary to how opposition has labeled us as NIMBYs, we are simply appealing to authorities to protect our semi-rural quality of life, especially for children, and to not experience the health issues that residents elsewhere in the county, particularly Carpinteria, are having to contend. We are not attempting to stop growers from cultivating cannabis. We are only trying to reach a reasonable compromise. The Planning Commission has examined the issues, and we hope that you will vote to approve its recommendations. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Joan and Anthony Galvin.
Thank you, Mr. and Mrs. Galvin.
I will now go to a letter by William E. Deesh. To the County Board of Supervisors, the unanimous recommendation of the Planning Commission is to require a conditional use permit for all cannabis cultivation projects in both the inland and coastal areas of Santa Barbara County. Is a recommendation which I totally support. The original ordinance was ill-conceived and flawed unless you are involved in a very lucrative cannabis industry. Conditional use permits level the playing field, designed to protect the interests of all stakeholders. The current ordinance does not protect the rights of county residents, and it is lacking in the ability to enforce compliance. It is the most lenient cannabis ordinance in the entire state of California. All cannabis operations in Santa Barbara County should be required to have a conditional use permit. William E. Deesh.
Thank you, Mr. Nish.
We will now go to a letter submitted by Robert and Laura Hill. We are writing to most strenuously request the Board of Supervisors to vote yes on the Planning Commission's recommended zoning ordinance amendments that would require 1, a conditional use permit, CUP, for cannabis cultivation and on-site processing activities on agriculturally designated lands, and 2, odor abatement plans for all cultivation and processing. The amount of odor control required for a proposed cannabis activity should be determined based on site and project-specific features, and whether the decision maker can make the findings for approval of the CUP. We are painfully aware of the incredibly negative impacts on neighbors that cannabis activity can generate when the proper odor abatement plans are not required and faithfully implemented. A failure to rigorously protect nearby businesses and homeowners from these negative impacts would be a tragic despoliation of our region that would adversely impact all residents. Sincerely, Robert and Laura Hill.
Thank you, Mr. and Mrs. Hill.
We will now go to a letter by John Culbertson. Please amend the LUDC in Article 2 Coastal Zoning Ordinance to require a conditional use permit, CUP, for all cannabis cultivation and related on-site processing activities. Consideration of the health and welfare of affected residents is paramount. The CUP will also allow for a transparent process that includes public input and gives the county authority to mitigate impacts. I am a City of Carpinteria resident living immediately adjacent to county jurisdiction cannabis greenhouses. Despite taking part in every step of the planning and public input process, my family has been increasingly exposed to air pollution from the 24/7 cannabis grows and the buyer's odor control system that contributes to the unhealthy air. The time for talk is over. Action is needed. I want my clean air back. A CUP is a starting point. John Culbertson.
Thank you, Mr. Culbertson.
We are now going to a letter submitted by John A. Dragonet. I am an owner of a small family-owned winery in Bealton. We produce roughly 5,000 cases of wine from grapes grown in the Santa Rita Hills and other appellations. We employ 9 people and provide salary, health benefits, and retirement plans. We live here, pay taxes, put our kids in local schools. We were inspired to establish our winery here because Santa Barbara is one of a handful of locations in the entire world that can produce wine grapes of such extreme quality. Wine critics have recognized Santa Barbara wines as among the best in the world. Thus, wine tourism has boomed, bringing billions of dollars in economic activity to the county. Wine grape growing supports hundreds, if not thousands, of households. As elected officials, your job is to safeguard what is economically and physically healthy for the county. You stringently limit growth in the city of Santa Barbara to protect our beautiful, world-renowned seaside city. You must apply those principles of preservation up here in North County. I was stunned to learn that the largest grows permitted in any other county is 3 acres on a 25-acre parcel. How could Santa Barbara fail to lead on preservation and responsible management of its incredible resources? Regulated, small-scale cannabis can be compatible with wine grapes. Industrial cannabis, 100-acre rows of hoop houses, armed guards, concertina wire, and noxious odors are not compatible with this region or existing agriculture. Please vote to follow the Planning Commission recommendations to require CUP for cannabis. John A. Dragonette Sellers.
Thank you, Mr. Dragonette.
We will now go to a letter by Gregory Gandred. My bedroom window is 70 feet from 15 acres of open greenhouses growing cannabis. Please require a conditional use permit for all cannabis cultivation and related on-site processing activities. My family and neighbors have suffered from unpleasant smells and serious health impacts, including worsening asthma, sore throats, headaches, itchy burning, watery eyes, and difficulty breathing caused by the cannabis and by the vapor phase odor control system that pollutes our air. We also experience noise and visual blight. We have lost the quiet enjoyment of our property. Our health has been compromised and our property values have plummeted while the cannabis growers rake in millions of dollars per acre. A CUP would provide valuable tools to ensure that cannabis operations are compatible with neighboring uses. Thank you in advance for your consideration, Gregory Gandred.
Thank you, Mr. Gandred.
We will now go to a letter submitted by Joe Ellen Watson of the Park Highlands Association. Park Highlands is a neighborhood of 77 homes directly adjacent to, and in some cases, overlooking rural agricultural lands in the eastern Goleta Valley. We have been very concerned about the current cannabis ordinance being insufficient to protect neighborhoods like ours from the now well-known negative impacts of cannabis cultivation. Amending the county's Land Use and Development Code, LUDC, of current cannabis zoning regulations to require a conditional use permit for all commercial cannabis operations, including nurseries, will go a long way toward alleviating many of our concerns. As you are aware, requiring a CUP will ensure that each proposed project is evaluated in a transparent process, Planning Commission hearing included, taking into consideration impacts on nearby neighborhoods. The recommended changes to odor abatement plans would set a different standard, that odors not be detrimental but be compatible with the nearby area. Our neighborhood is made up of homeowners who supported the legalization of cannabis in California and those who did not. None of us thought that such legalization would lead to cannabis cultivation being approved without careful consideration of its location and impacts on neighborhoods and businesses. Unfortunately, that is currently the case. Please accept the recommendations of the Planning Commission to amend the LUDC to require a CUP for all cannabis cultivation and related on-site processing activities, and also amend the LUDC to change the development standard for odor abatement plans. Thank you, Joe Ellen Watson, President, Park Highlands Association.
Thank you, Mr. Watson.
I will now go to a letter to be read into the record by Barb Kloss. Honorable Supervisors, as a long-term county resident, I've observed the evolution of the cannabis industry. Regulation after regulation found its way around normal land use policies, which mostly favored the cannabis industry. The community has begged for protections and equality in the regulatory process. Today, we have the opportunity to right a very big wrong by requiring a CUP on all cannabis applications. Too many regulations have left residents with horrible conditions to deal with. Don't be swayed by the industry pleading financial hardships when we know that growers are making money hand over fist. If that were not true, the county would not be collecting the tax revenue it is receiving. Please support your Planning Commission's unanimous decision to require CUP that each application can be evaluated on its own merit. This is not a one-size-fits-all ordinance. There are many things to take into account when considering an application, with neighborhood compatibility and overconcentration being two important concerns. A CUP would allow a project to be modified to the surrounding neighborhood, which an LUP does not. This would alleviate compatibility conflicts. Requiring a CUP would be a transparent process conducted by the Planning Commission through a public process. This has been the normal process for these kinds of land use applications and compatibility issues prior to the cannabis ordinance. Requiring a CUP would be a win-win for the industry and residents where both parties can be fairly represented by a transparent public process. Thank you, Barb Kloss.
Thank you, Ms. Cluse.
We will now go to a letter submitted by Joan T. Esposito. My husband and I have lived peacefully in the city of Carpinteria for 35 years. Our lives changed drastically when the cannabis farms started to surround our neighborhood. Cannabis odors have been invading our home for 3 years. Last year, the cannabis odors became so embedded in our upstairs carpet, we had to replace it with wood floors. We bought an expensive air filtration system for our home, but sad to say, the odor still comes through the garage into our house. If anyone in this room is blessed with grandchildren, you will understand what I am about to say. For the last 3 years, we have not been able to have our 2 grandsons visit us. One of our grandsons suffers with severe asthma. Through no fault of our own, we have been denied 3 years of precious time being with them in our home in Carpinteria. These lost memories can never be recaptured. Memories denied to us because of the stench emanating from the multiple cannabis farms surrounding our home. We miss them spending weekends with us. We miss setting up their soccer nets on the lawn outside of our house and watching them play soccer. We miss taking them to Rusty's for pizza and having ice cream with them at Foster Freeze. Please, I am asking you to approve the recommendations presented to you by the members of the Planning Commission. Joan T. Esposito.
Thank you, Ms. Esposito.
I will now go to a letter by Catherine Culbertson. I live adjacent to cannabis greenhouses, and they continue to adversely affect my health with headaches and watery, itchy eyes. Protecting residents' health and safety is the board's primary responsibility and should supersede all other concerns. Closed-loop carbon filters should be required if cannabis grows adjacent to housing and schools. The buyer's odor control system only adds to the already unhealthy air spewed by cannabis grows. Please require a conditional use permit, CUP, for all cannabis cultivation and related on-site processing activities in Carpinteria Valley. CUPs would help ensure that cannabis operations are compatible with neighboring uses. I want my clean air back. Catherine Culbertson.
Thank you, Ms. Culbertson.
We will now go to a letter submitted by Anna Carrillo. Please support the Planning Commission's unanimous recommendations to require CUPs and adopt the new odor language for all commercial cannabis activities in both the inland and coastal regions. Requiring a CUP would necessitate neighborhood compatibility for both residents and legacy agriculture and would require a public meeting. I have heard that the cost required for a CUP is equivalent with the current appeals to both the Planning Commission and then to your board. As a longtime resident of Carpinteria Valley, I've spoken many times before sharing that many residents continue to have health and quality of life issues caused by the unpleasant skunky odor emanating from the cultivation, processing, and current invasive vapor phase systems on trial here. Many residents and at least 3 of the 5 schools are affected. It's not fair that we should suffer in order for this new industry to survive. In the Carpinteria Valley, we basically have 2 4-mile concentrated stretches with open vented greenhouses surrounded by EDRNs, the high school, and county city residents. There was no public input when the distance from sensitive receptors was changed to 750 feet from 1,000. If your board is going to permit cannabis to receive a permanent land use designation, then the residents need to have a voice, and requiring a CUP, which will be site-specific, is the best way to achieve that. We have no community plan in the Carpinteria Valley, so we need you to safeguard us. Anna Carrillo.
Thank you, Ms. Carrillo.
I will now go to a letter by Jennifer Fullerton. Chair Hart and Supervisors, my name is Jennifer Fullerton, and I live in Western Goleta, less than a mile from a pending cannabis application for an outdoor grow. Although the current zoning mandates CUPs for Ag 2 properties adjacent to the urban limit line, the applicant is able to get around this requirement because there is a very small parcel in between his property and our neighborhood. We all know that outdoor grows have odors, and the odors do not stop at property lines because of the way the parcels are allocated. The odors we would have to endure will create a public nuisance and affect our quality of life. Our neighborhood is not the only one with these circumstances. Most of the parcels along the Goleta foothills are all Ag 2, some of them very narrow, allowing growers to take advantage of bypassing the CUP process. How can we solve this issue? It's very simple, requiring CUPs for all cannabis applications. That will ensure that neighborhood compatibility is taken into account, and thousands of residents will not be affected by these new businesses. In addition, please enact the new odor restrictions proposed by the Planning Commission. Even the cannabis industry admits that outdoor growing causes odor. Why is the burden on us to deal with it? Cannabis farms shouldn't have the right to take away our clean air and ability to enjoy the outdoors and fresh air, not even for a few weeks or months out of the year, not even for a day. We hope that you will consider making this small but important change and do what's right for the citizens of the county, both north and south. Thank you so much for your consideration, Jennifer Fullerton.
Thank you, Ms. Fullerton.
We will now go to a letter submitted by Curtis Tunnel. We are writing to support conditional use permits for all cannabis grows, but further to urge you to prohibit cannabis grows in any EDRN adjacent to an EDRN or accessed via roadways in an EDRN. We live in Tepiscay Canyon. We recognize and support the importance of evaluating land use compatibility, impact mitigation, and transparent public process when it comes to all cannabis farming in our county. However, industrial-scale cannabis in EDRNs like ours is not a matter of not in my backyard, but a matter of life and limb for our community, which is remote from emergency services such as fire and law enforcement, is a mountainous, high fire hazard area. It has only a single access, narrow, steep, and blind curved road as our only means of access to our residences, for first responders and law enforcement, and for evacuation. There is no mitigation for such realities. CUPs are not adequate protection for EDRNs like ours, where the current permissive licensing process, which has introduced still expanding large-scale cannabis operations in our canyon, have already resulted in loss of life, property, and utility damage and critical injury. There are far safer and more appropriate places to introduce this kind of industry than Tepiscay Canyon and similar EDRNs with one ingress and egress. The county needs to put the safety and health of its residents above the commercial interests of the cannabis industry. Please require CUPs for all cannabis grows and prohibit grows in EDRNs. Curtis Tunnel.
Thank you, Mr. Tunnel.
I will now go to a letter by Allison Wirtz. Cannabis has negatively impacted our precious and unique town of Carpinteria since I moved out 4 years ago, after living for 30 years in the foothills on Craven's land, aka Cannabis Alley. This is due to the unregulated and out-of-control businesses of cannabis growing. I lucked out selling when I did because I know that real estate values have gone down. Why would that happen? A couple of main reasons are: the smell is the most obvious. It is a skunk smell that is unsettling and also affects many people's health and well-being. The impact on school-age children of the smell of and being surrounded by cannabis, along with the impact on them by the divisionness and dysfunction that has come to our once peaceful and bucolic town. I voted to legalize cannabis, so my above concerns have nothing to do with growing it. My concerns have to do with how the cannabis industry is steamrolling their way through our community without any thought, regard, nor consideration for the community as a whole. The word greed comes to mind. I know there is a way our sweet, dear town can live in harmony with the cannabis growers, but if they have complete disregard for our community and won't regulate themselves, you will need to step up and regulate them. Thank you for your time and consideration. Allison Wirtz.
Thank you, Ms. Wirtz.
We will now go to a letter by Kelly Rangel. Please update the ordinance to require a conditional use permit for all land use development project applications for cannabis cultivation, both coastal and inland. To require a CUP will allow closer scrutiny of each project, including CEQA, environmental issues, and the impacts of cannabis projects are extremely important. Safeguarding our beautiful county must be the highest priority. The issue of cannabis as a compatible agricultural crop is highly contested. Traditional agriculture, such as row crops and the many world-class vineyards, are in a struggle to remain viable. The land use element goals and policies state that goal number 1 is to assure and enhance the continuation of agriculture as a major viable production industry in Santa Barbara County. Agriculture shall be encouraged where conditions allow, taking into account environmental impacts. Also relevant is Policy 1A. The integrity of agricultural operations shall not be violated by recreational or other non-compatible uses. A conditional use permit level of examination of a proposed project would bring to bear a closer examination to determine if a project is compliant with the necessary findings to approve, condition, or deny based on these goals. Other important land use policies and goals, such as visual resources, Policy 2, that states the height, scale, design of structures, compatibility with the character of the surrounding natural environment, shall be subordinate in appearance to natural landforms, shall be designed to follow the natural contours of the landscape, and shall be designed so as not to intrude into skyline as seen from public viewing places. In short, all cannabis projects have features in common that make them detrimental to the land itself, hostile to traditional agriculture, deleterious to visual resources, natural resources such as water and wildlife, quality of life for neighboring property, air quality, architecture compatibility, traffic, and safety demands. Requiring a CUP will address these issues, at least to a degree. Please revise the cannabis ordinance.
Thank you, Ms. Rangel. We have 40 letters left to read, and I think it makes sense to pause because we are going to, it wouldn't be a good idea to have deliberations after such a long period of listening to public comments. And we do have another board hearing scheduled for Thursday, June 11th. We had reserved that time for our second day of budget workshops, and we may not need that day, depending on how it goes on next Monday. So we would have an opportunity to continue reading the remaining letters and then have time for fresh deliberations on that day. So if that is okay with my colleagues, we would not reopen public comment. We have had 168 people comment today, and or between today and then, we'll have 168 people, so everybody's had a chance to comment on this. Mr. Gazzoni, is there anything you'd want to add about that?
Chair and Supervisors, just to reinforce that the Brown Act requires an opportunity for members of the public to comment on any item on the agenda. You would be continuing this agenda item to a future date, and the opportunity for public comment has already occurred and would be finished through the reading at the next meeting.
Thank you for that extra clarification. So with that, we are adjourned, and we'll, do we need a motion?
We need a motion to continue.
Yeah, there we go. Okay. Thank you for the motion to continue.
I'll second.
That has been seconded. There's no public comment on that motion, I don't believe. Roll call, please.
Ms. Hartman?
Aye.
Mr. Adam?
Aye.
Mr. Lavanino?
Aye.
Mr. Williams?
Aye.
Chair Hart?
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you all for contributing to the meeting today, and we will be reconvening as the board on Monday, June 9th for our board workshop, and then continuing this hearing on the 11th. Budget hearings on the 9th and the board hearing on cannabis on the 11th. Thank you again for participating.